You must simply play the part. The pumpkins were finally ripe, perfect for pies and breads. So I was grateful when Tom came upon me in the garden, and instead of scolding me for not leaving the task to Wormly Hughes, he helped me lift the heavy pumpkins into the wheelbarrow. "Sally knows," Tom said, wiping sweat from his brow on his forearm. I bit my lip. He didn't have to say more. He meant that Sally knew what was being printed about her in the papers, and also that I wanted her gone from my father's mountain. I sighed, shaking my head that my truce with Sally Hemings was now imperiled. We'd long ago patched up our quarrel and reached accommodation. When I was away, Sally was mistress of Monticello, but when Papa returned with his entourage of guests, she made herself scarce, giving way to my sister and me, certain not to intrude on our time with Papa. In recent years, whenever Sally and I crossed paths, it was always a pleasant, cordial encounter, sometimes even an affectionate one. But in the days after the story broke, such a chill descended between us that I worried to touch her, lest I find myself bitten with frost. And at the precise moment Sally Hemings ought to have made herself invisible, she was at my father's side every moment of the day, serving his food, doing his mending, massaging at the damaged hands and wrists he needed for his writing. And her mixed-race children were at his knee alongside mine. Sally was, by nature or practice, I could never tell which, amiable and eager to please, but she was never a simpering coward. She could, in a crisis, carry herself like an amber-eyed queen, wreathed in a mantle of golden dignity that left her quite beyond reach, and she'd let me know, with a tight-lipped stare as she removed her lace mop cap at the end of the day, that she resented my suggestion to put her out of the way. "She must be terrified," Tom said, as he turned to place 2 pumpkins into the barrow. "What do you mean?" I asked, kneeling over a vine. My husband glanced at me and narrowed his eyes. "She must be terrified your father is going to sell her and the children away. Pained, too, by the things they're saying in the newspapers." And at that moment, I felt suddenly shamed. Whoever had been telling tales to the newspapers knew how many times Sally had been pregnant, but not how many of her children had survived. Knew that she was pregnant in France, but not that her son had died. To anger whites about the president's black son, the papers were saying that Sally's first boy grew up to be a man and was now strutting about the plantation like a gentleman born to the manor. My heart seized at the thought of how much Sally must have wished her eldest son had lived to do just that. For Sally, these revelations must have been a torment. And it was my husband who had to remind me of that simple fact. I'd worried for my father's reputation. William had worried about the principles of the matter. Only Tom had given any care to the pain of an enslaved woman. My husband understood fear and sadness and suffering, and because he did, my heart filled with love for him. It made it easier to content myself with being his wife when William Short was sleeping under the same roof. Easier still when William began his preparations to leave Monticello. He didn't bother making pleasantries when I found him at the carriage house, placing his gentleman's grooming kit on the seat of his chariot. "He's not going to reply to the revelations in the papers, is he, Patsy?" I knew, could see in his every gesture, that William was disappointed that my father would never serve as the champion of equality that he wanted him to be. But William's ideals were wild-eyed. It was a comfort to know he hadn't changed and that he wasn't afraid to challenge Papa, but it angered me to see how eagerly he wanted to be off. So you're going to abandon us again? William bristled at my question, spinning to face me. You can ask me that. Let him say it, I thought. Let it all out into the open, then. He could say that I abandoned him, and I could answer that he forced a 17-year-old girl to make an impossible choice. Yet, in the end, what did it matter? I'd married another man. A man not nearly so charming or successful, but a good man. A man I loved. A man who would never have let me go. So I only said, "My father needs you now more than ever." A horse nickered and stomped in the nearest stall, and William nodded. I'll be in Washington City when he gets there and stay with him at the president's house, but I can't stay at Monticello another day. He didn't say why, and perhaps he thought he didn't need to. I cleared my throat. You have my thanks. It comforts me to know that Papa will have you at his side with such infamy hanging over his head. William straightened his waistcoat without acknowledging my thanks. As I understand it, you and your sister will arrive in November. I'll be gone by then to take care of some business in New York, so I'm afraid I'll miss your debut into the political society of the capital, just as I missed your debut in Paris. Why should he mention that? It sent a pang through my heart. I remember nearly nothing of Paris except when you were with me. I shouldn't have said it, and he shouldn't have let his gaze drop to his feet, abashed. I have regrets in life, Mrs. Randolph. One of them is the loss of a friendship between us. It was never snuffed out, Mr. Short, I assure you, I said, remembering another conversation, a much different one we once had in a carriage house, 1,000 miles away and at least as many years ago, or so it seemed. It was snuffed out, he said. I assure you it was. But now I would prefer, or at least dare to hope, that we might part with friendship, once so precious to me. Then I realized, with a profound ache, what this was. You're saying goodbye. Think of it as only au revoir. I'll be in Virginia next year. Perhaps we'll cross paths. He didn't say it like a man who intended to cross paths with me, but he leaned forward to press 2 quick, chaste kisses upon my cheek in the French style. Then we stood awkwardly together while I reeled. Our bitter parting in France had weighed upon me all these years. I couldn't bear to part bitterly again, so I was grateful that he'd asked for my friendship. I wanted to clasp his hands tightly and show him the full measure of my feelings, but our situation was already more irregular than I ought to allow, so I said, "Be well, Mr. Short. Be happy." Then I turned to go. Mrs. Randolph? I turned to see him looking very wistful. Your friend, Mr. Madison, once wrote that if men were angels, there'd be no need for government. Remember, when you go to Washington City, that there's no place for an angel in the capital. Chapter 28. To Thomas Jefferson from A Friend to the Constitution. This comes from a stranger but a friend. Know there is a plot formed to murder you before the next election. A band of hardy fellows are to have $10,000 if they succeed in the attempt. They are to carry daggers and pistols. I have been invited to join them but would rather suffer death. I advise you to take care and be cautious how you walk about, as some of the assassins are already in Washington. We heard whispers, sometimes dangerous whispers, even before our carriage rolled into Washington City, which was, at the time, neither a town nor a village, but more a cluster of brick and wooden houses connected by unpaved roads. Dusky Sally, Black Sal, African Venus. Salacious gossip about Papa's preference for dark wenches was just another line of attack, though an enduring one, because it aroused carnal curiosity. But not everyone gossiped about my father's mistress with malicious glee. The capital was still a southern place, built by slaves and filled with people who understood our ways. But it was also, at the moment, filled to the brim with Federalists, eager to seize upon any reason to criticize my father. Some of them were still threatening his life, which led Polly and me to fret that he slept alone upstairs in the presidential mansion. The solitude seemed unsafe, for the Federalists resented my father's presence in the largely unfurnished Georgian manor, which housed a mammoth and indecorous wheel of cheese, a gift from admirers for Papa's commitment to the separation of church and state. The Federalists didn't like the way Papa showed his defiance to the British Crown by greeting their ambassador informally in slippers, and they were appalled by my father's insistence upon pell-mell seating arrangements that eliminated the status of rank and privilege. "We're going with Papa to a religious service," I told my sister before our bags were even unpacked. Dolly advised we do so to dispel the notion that Papa was a godless man who meant to overrun the capital with mixed-race bastard children. And I was happy to take her advice, because my skills in the public arena were rusty, and because Dolly was more naturally attuned to politics than any woman I'd ever met. She dressed us in the right colors and most appropriate fashions, introduced us to the right people, and made certain we knew whom we should shun. In truth, with Dolly, I sometimes felt as if a canny and persistent sheepdog was herding us, nipping gently at our heels. But I had my own political instincts. I was accustomed to royal courts, but my father's court wasn't a royal one. Dolly had clearly given great thought to what an American court should be, and I began to do the same. So I set out quite deliberately to befriend the wives of newspaper men, and at dinner parties amongst hostile Federalists, I always singled out the most belligerent man for my attentions, and kept him so busy in conversation that he couldn't make mischief. A thing that much impressed Dolly Madison. "How is it that you managed to sniff out malice before the troublemakers say a word?" "I listen to what they do not say," I told her. Papa used these dinners to enforce collegiality by never mixing Federalists and Republicans, limiting the guest list to 12 at a round table, and by keeping ladies present at all times. "Your father is very sociable," a man said to me with a wry smile. "For a Republican." It was John Quincy Adams, son of the former president. And though he was a Federalist, it wasn't hard to smile at him, given I still harbored affection for his family. To that point, he'd seemed very much ill at ease at my father's table, paying little attention to the chef's creations, but staring longingly at the tray of dried fruit just out of his reach. And because he was the son of Abigail Adams, I was determined to put him at ease. Taking the liberty of slipping an apricot to him, I said, "Mr. Adams, I'm afraid I'm old enough to remember a time when there weren't any Federalists or Republicans, a time when we were all simply Americans. Why, it was your very own mother who helped choose my first real dress in Paris. You would have laughed to see the chaos of it." "Do tell," he said, and we laughed together the rest of the evening as I happily reminisced. I smoothed ruffled feathers when I could, most notably at a public function when my father gave accidental offense by overlooking an Irish poet. No one else seemed to have noticed the reddening face of the little man, but I quickly stepped forward to say, "Why, Mr. Moore, I'm afraid you're so young and handsome that my father mistook you for a page boy." Of course, at the time, I had no idea that Thomas Moore was responsible for fanning the flames of the Sally Hemings scandal with depraved poetry. I doubt my father knew either. But when it came to the English, Papa seemed to give offense quite deliberately. First, he invited to dinner both the British emissary and diplomats from France, with whom Britain was at war. Then, when dinner was called, I quite nearly panicked when my father casually escorted Mrs. Madison to the table instead of Mrs. Mary. I knew it would be considered by her husband, the British ambassador, to be an utter breach of protocol, and I wasn't wrong. He was as outraged as if a treaty had been broken. But unlike the matter of the overlooked poet, my father's glance to me showed that he had done it with every intention. It was in the highest peak that the ambassador's angry wife asked me, "How shall I address you, Mrs. Randolph? Do you prefer the distinction of being the president's daughter or the congressman's wife?" Given her fury, I carefully considered my reply. "Why, I claim no distinction whatever, but wish only for the same consideration extended to other strangers." She huffed as if I'd spat in her soup. But I couldn't find it in myself to be sorry. I hadn't forgotten that the British tried to capture and hang my father as a traitor, that they'd chased me and my family from our home, captured our slaves, and destroyed Elk Hill, that they'd taken the opportunity of the chaos in France to make such mischief that a power-mad Napoleon had risen. I might have to smile and pretend I didn't know about the vile attacks of my own countrymen on my father's presidency. But I didn't have to pretend to be a monarchist just to accommodate the pride of the ambassador's wife. "There's no place for an angel in the capital," William had said. And I wasn't here to be my father's angel, but his Amazon. "I can't do it any more," Maria said, peeping out the wide-paneled door. "I can't go out there. The salon is filled with ladies and gentlemen." "My dear," Dolly chirped, fastening a green satin ribbon under my sister's bosom, "that's the point of a New Year's Eve gala. An open invitation to the President's house is meant to make everyone in Washington feel welcome." But my sister's expression was one of undiluted panic. "I can't bear another party with these sophisticated strangers. They think me quite backward." "Nonsense," Dolly said, tugging the ribbon tight. "They think you're very beautiful." My sister was a beauty, especially in a white neoclassical dress that bared her arms and stretched tight over her bosom with ornate gold pins at each shoulder. And she was still pale enough from her ordeals in childbirth to make her resemblance to a Roman statue complete. "People only praise me for beauty because they cannot praise me for anything better," Polly said. "Patsy is suited to this, not me." My sister had a distressing habit of comparing herself unfavorably to me, determined that my father mustn't love her as much. I harbored a suspicion that my Aunt Elizabeth had put this notion in her mind, and I was determined to stomp it out. But Dolly wasn't to be distracted by family jealousies. Clucking about us in her exotic silks, she said, "Nonsense. You and your sister are both beautiful and suited for society." It was a lie, of course, with regard to my beauty. I'd always been more handsome than beautiful, but I looked dignified and elegant in my gown of deep blue with long white gloves. This was to be our first truly formal occasion at the President's house, at which we'd be expected to stand in as hostesses, and I knew my sister's anxieties were not to be soothed with compliments. "Won't you give us a moment?" I asked, smiling at Dolly. Dolly bobbed her head. "Just don't daddy too long, or the whole schedule might be thrown off. You don't want your father to have to serve melted ice cream, do you?" With that, she ducked out the door, and I took my sister's hands in mine. They were cold, shaking. "My sweet sister, you've done so well up until now." "How can you bear it?" Polly asked, biting her lip. "Just this morning, I heard two women talking about Papa and Sally's imaginary son, President Tom, who intends to come live at the president's house. Everyone is saying that you and I must weep to see a negress take the place of our mother. Maybe you don't hear these whispers, but I do. While you're chatting with the ladies, I'm quiet in the corners and I hear what they say." "They can go on saying it like the rot-mouthed buzzards they are," I replied, "because they're never going to get the satisfaction of seeing Papa run out of office. They're never going to see us with our heads bowed. Do you hear?" My sister nodded, swallowing with difficulty, as if the humiliation was choking her. "Besides, we're not doing this only for Papa," I reminded her. "It's for our whole family. You're a congressman's wife now. We both are. Representative Jack Epps is out there waiting for you to take his arm so he can proudly show you off." That revived her flagging spirits a bit. And so we went out together that New Year's Eve into the throngs of my father's party, a lavish entertainment given at his own expense. And I'd scarcely turned a corner before I saw the most handsome man I'd ever seen in my life. My breath caught at his dark hair, touched only slightly by silver. His tall, distinguished form, trim in a suit of fawn trousers and a black tailcoat with gold piping. My knees went a little weak at the familiar slope of his shoulders and the dark, flashing eyes that I knew so well. By God, Congressman Thomas Mann Randolph was a sight. He was my husband of more than a decade, but I hadn't seen him like this since before his father died. Winning the election had changed something in him, gave him a renewed sense of confidence, a straighter posture, clearer eyes. Watching people flock around my husband made me wonder what kind of man Tom might have become 10 years sooner if his father hadn't discouraged his education. And I was ever so glad that I hadn't discouraged him from running for Congress, even though I'd been sorely tempted. Doubly glad when he saw me in my beautiful gown and his eyes smoldered with hunger. "I do declare, Mrs. Randolph, you're going to make me the subject of envy tonight." I was the daughter of a public man. I hadn't wanted to be the wife of one, too. But if politics was the arena in which my husband might finally come into his own, I was grateful for it. For the first time in years, I harbored true hope for my husband's future. It was a new year, a new chapter, a new era. And when Tom settled upon me that night with kisses that tasted of champagne, I found myself unexpectedly eager for him. My sister was pregnant again, and so was I. "Patsy, I believe you could give birth accidentally if you sneezed," my sister teased. But there was an edge to it, because she was afraid. And while our husbands were in Congress, I was determined not to let my sister out of my sight, which was why we'd left our menfolk in Washington City and come home to Virginia, to Edgehill, together to have our babes. Before the weather turned too cold, we went together into Charlottesville to shop for tumblers, wine glasses, and some groceries. Normally, we'd have taken our maids, but given the size of my belly, I wanted more room in the carriage. On the road, my sister asked, "Are you hoping it's a boy?" A son would be helpful to Tom, but I think in his secret heart he prefers daughters. I hope mine is a boy. Then Francis will have a brother, and maybe Jack won't feel as if he needs more children. My jaw tightened at that, trying to bite back harsh words for my sister's husband. Why was it that women were expected to restrain our every passion for the sake of propriety, but men couldn't do it even for the sake of the women they loved? I knew that in getting another child on my sister, Jack had done only what a husband has every right to do. But the last two had almost killed her, and she was terribly afraid. Polly would never blame Jack. No one would. But I was her sister, and I blamed him. I think Betsy Hemings might have him, my sister said. I dragged my eyes from the chariot window to fix them on her. Who? Jack, she said, as if I were quite a dullard. I think my maid would welcome him into her bed, but I don't think my husband would put a hand on her unless I was dead. I stared in numb shock at what she was implying. No, what she was saying outright. Jack is the best beloved of my soul, she continued, furrowing her brow, so it hurts to think of him with another woman. But if I should die in childbirth, Betsy might be a comfort to him. Better for my children, too. Maria! I cried so savagely that the baby inside me kicked. I didn't want my sister thinking this way. Not about dying and not about making another Hemings slave mistress. But she was thinking of my mother's example when she said, "If I die in childbirth, I don't want a Gabriella Harvey over my children. Better that Jack should take a concubine. I'm not brave enough to broach it with him, but if I were a good mother, I'd at least plant the idea in Betsy's head. Maybe I should mention it to her mother." Betsy's mother was, of course, Mary Hemings Bell, the proprietress of the store we were to shop in. "Have you lost your wits?" I asked, having half a mind to tell the driver to turn the carriage back around. Fortunately, my sister seemed to have abandoned the idea by the time we reached Main Street. Polly and I, both round as eggs, waddled our way into Mary Bell's store, just in time to hear a man at the counter say, "Chocolate drops." I confess, even if I hadn't been flustered already, I was in no way prepared to see William. My hands went straight away to my bonnet to make certain it wasn't askew, but my sister let out a girlish squeal. "Mr. Short, whatever are you doing back in Virginia? Why, last we heard, you'd gone off to New York and then Kentucky to see your brother." "Been there and back again," he replied with a tight smile, holding up 3 fingers to the proprietress to indicate how many bags of chocolate drops she should make for him. "Now I'm on my way to Richmond." "Why didn't you send word?" my sister asked. "We're staying at Edgehill. You should winter with us there, like old times." I knew perfectly well why he didn't send word. We'd said farewell at Monticello a year ago. He hadn't intended to see me again, I thought. Certainly not so soon. And as much as I might welcome William's company, it'd be beyond inappropriate to have him stay with us while our menfolk were away. So I protested, "You presume on the man, Polly." "It's Maria," she said, rolling her eyes at me in exasperation. "At least come for supper, Mr. Short." He winced. "Please forgive me, but my business makes me quite unsociable. I hope you'll accept these confections as my apology, or at least consider them an offering to 2 goddesses of motherhood." Polly was delighted, digging into the bag of chocolates at once. But I was made entirely self-conscious. I never wanted him to see me so fat and swollen. "Thank you, but I shouldn't want to overindulge." "Whereas I make a habit of it," Mr. Short said. Is there a place we can take some coffee or tea together as we did in Paris?" My sister laughed. "I'm afraid you'll find Charlottesville wanting if you're hoping for those tables that sink down into the ground and come back up with pastries on them. Oh, I do miss strolling the galleries of the Palais Royal, all of us and Sally, too." Mary Hemmings Bell studiously did not look up from her counter at the mention of her sister in France. William said, "Shall we take a walk, then, ladies?" "Oh, no," my sister said at once. "You two go ahead. I'm too tired for that. I'll stay and chat with Mary." There was no way for William to know why the prospect of Polly having a private word with her maid's mother should give me pause. But he didn't give me even a moment to object. Instead, he laced his arm in mine and said, "Let's walk, then, Mrs. Randolph. I'll go slow so as not to tax you in your delicate condition." "There is nothing delicate about my condition," I assured him. I fell into stride beside him on the main street, determined not to let him think I couldn't still match his steps on the cobblestones. Nothing delicate at all. There's a reason our husbands are so happy to have an excuse to be absent until after the children are born. Mr. Short laughed. "You plan to hole up the whole winter at Edgehill with only a house full of women and girls. And my son, of course. Jeff is the 10-year-old man of the house now. He's been riding out each day to check on the property. He fancies himself quite a man grown." He seemed like a very earnest boy, like his father. It was strange to hear William's assessment of my husband, and a good one at that. Yes, but he'd hate to hear it. Jeff aims to be just like his grandfather one day. "Don't we all?" William smiled, wryly. It was a subject entirely too close to old pains, but still I asked, "You've ambitions to be president?" "Nothing so lofty. Just the minister to France." "You'd go back to Paris, given all the danger, given the state of the revolution, now with Napoleon?" "What other American knows the whole of what has happened there, start to finish, better than me?" No other American, I thought. Not even my father. "Then you're here in Virginia to mend those fences you spoke of?" William cleared his throat. "Alas, I'm not sufficiently regretful for having kicked at Mr. Madison's delicate fences. I confess I've seldom disliked a man more than I dislike Madison." It was strange to hear. No one but Federalists disliked Madison, and most of them hated my father much more. But don't let it trouble you. I'm certain the feeling is mutual. And I'm sure you've had enough of conflict after your time in Washington City. I'm told you quietly conquered the place during your winter campaign." I felt myself blush for his characterization of it. How was it that he always saw me as some sort of warrior? And how was it that I never minded? I hoped I did some small good. "Margaret Bayard Smith sings your praises," he said. "You may count yourself a success when a newspaperman's wife says that you're one of the most lovely women she's ever met, with manners so frank and affectionate that you put her perfectly at ease." Margaret's husband was a Republican, so she was apt to praise me, but still my cheeks burned with peculiar pleasure. "Given such a recommendation, Mr. Short, I'm confident enough to advise you. If you're seeking a diplomatic post, you must reach accord with our Secretary of State." William's gaze slid from mine and landed at our feet. "Your father is the president. If he wishes for me to serve as an ambassador, I'm pleased to serve in that capacity. Madison's approval shouldn't be required." But it would be, I thought. Mr. Short ought to have known it. Surely he did know it. And I suddenly suspected his unwillingness to swallow his pride was a ruse. He was, for some reason, postponing a return to Europe. I traitorously wondered if it had to do with me. It would be better if he left. Better for him, better for Rosalie, and better for me. Because I was unsettled every time we met. Unlike Jack Epps, I would never risk all that I loved for fleeting desire. But it would be better never to be tempted in the first place. Chapter 29. Washington, 23 January 1804. To Martha Jefferson Randolph from Thomas Jefferson. The snow is still falling with unabated fury. I expect Mr. Epps will leave in order to be with Maria at the knock of an elbow in February. On Friday, Congress gave a dinner on the acquisition of Louisiana. As much as I wished to have yourself and sister with me, I rejoice you weren't here. The brunt of the battle falls on the Secretary's ladies, who are dragged into the dirt in every federal paper. You'd have been the victims had you been here, and butchered more bloodily. Pour into the bosom of my dear Maria all the comfort and courage which the affections of my heart can give her, and tell her to rise superior to fear for our sakes. My sister's childbirth was no knock of an elbow. As the bloody child tore itself out of her, Polly's screams drowned out the howling winter wind. Though I was scarcely recovered of giving birth myself, I held my sister's hand, mopped sweat from her brow, and coaxed her to breathe when she was too tired to do even that. When the childbed fever ravished her, she had no milk for the child either, so I took my sister's newborn to my breast with my own. 2 precious baby girls. Mine, dark-haired, dark-eyed, and plump as a piglet. My sister's pale, ghostly, and fragile as a flower. I cradled them both in my arms until I was so tired and sore and weary I could no longer feel my arms at all. But still I held the baby girls, because it was the only thing I could do for my sister, who tossed and turned in pain that radiated from her empty womb, while she whispered, "Jack, where's Jack?" I suppose he must have set out from Washington City as soon as he got my letter, but it wasn't until almost the end of February that Jack Epps walked his half-frozen horse up the road. My son ran out to take the reins, and Jack took giant strides into the house. "Is she?" "She's asking for you," I said, and watched him dash to her, leaving puddles of muddy snow on the wooden stairs in his wake. My sister loved him, and his kisses on her forehead brightened her mood. She seemed happier still to see him take his newborn daughter from my arms and cradle her in his own. And I began to hope. At least, until the morning she rasped, "Patsy, take me home." Perhaps she meant Eppington. I couldn't be sure. But a journey that far would certainly kill her. Monticello was closer. The air was healthier there, and we could dose her with my father's sherry. Yes, I decided. Now that the spring thaw had come, we'd take her home to Monticello. She couldn't sit a horse, nor could I risk her in a bouncing carriage. So we put her down upon a litter, and slaves carried her the entire 4-mile journey. Jack and I followed on foot with all the children, splashing across a muddy stream and scrambling up a thorny and overgrown mountain path with a fierce determination to make my sister well. "Dear God," I prayed, "make her well." But I'd prayed this prayer before and reneged upon my bargain with God, and I feared retribution was now at hand. "Make your sisters keep up," I said to my eldest. "Mama, they won't do as I say unless I holler," Anne said, "and you told me a lady should never holler." Maria whispered from the stretcher upon which she was being carried. "Your mama never has to holler to get anyone to do her bidding. She just fixes you with that sensible gaze, speaks in dulcet tones, and you're simply overcome by the superiority of her rank." I was so unbearably relieved to hear my sister in good humor that I didn't take umbrage, and more relieved to see Sally come running out into the dreary spring weather to greet our ragtag band of refugees. I'd sent word ahead, so she'd made up a bed for my sister on the main floor, complete with budding spring flowers in a vase on the side table. Wearing an old house dress with her dark hair braided straight down the back, Sally took the children from my arms, then helped me wash my sister of the sweat and grime of our journey before tucking her into bed. "You're giving us a terrible fright," Sally scolded my sister. "Papa," my sister said softly. "Is he?" "He's riding from Washington City right now," Sally said, "so we can have a happy reunion." "Is Papa coming?" my sister asked, as if she hadn't heard. Sally and I did everything for her in silent conspiracy that no one else should. When my father finally arrived, Maria wanted to be dressed and upright. For 12 days, every morning she woke up and declared that she was on the mend. But on the 12th night, her fever burned so hot and her pain was so great that she couldn't speak without her lips trembling on every word. That's when she pleaded with Sally and me to dose her with double the laudanum. I knew then that she was dying, well and truly. So did Sally, who looked to me, those hard amber eyes finally softening with anguish. It was Sally who had seen my sister safely across an ocean. Sally who was, in some ways, a sister to her, too. But I was the one who held the bottle of laudanum. "Please," my sister begged, writhing in pain. And when I gave it to her, she sighed softly at my brimming tears. "Courage, Patsy. We mustn't cry. We must be of good cheer. Our Papa is burdened with such sorrows that we must never burden him with our own." Those words broke my heart, snapped it in two. For they were my words, spoken after my mother's death when we were both still little girls. Words I hadn't thought she remembered. Heavy words that I had pressed on her delicate shoulders and made her carry all her life. And they were also the last words I ever heard my sister say. Sally and I were both with my sister in the early morning, when the nightmare scene of my mother's death played itself out again. The frail and delicate beauty, pale and gasping upon her pillow. The grieving husband, weeping against her hand. Hemming servants gathered round. And me, in my Aunt Elizabeth's place, holding my sister's newborn daughter at the precise moment she was made an orphan in my arms. The nostalgic horror of it all sent my father stumbling back, fleeing into another room while weeping into his handkerchief. But I stood there, deaf and dumb as a stone, while everyone else wept. I couldn't accept the loss of my sister, my beloved sister, who was my child before I had any others. My little Polly. The loss of her couldn't be borne, and I couldn't make myself let go of her baby when Jack reached for the child. Jack wanted his daughter. It was only natural. His wife was dead, and this baby, her namesake, was a living connection to her. so I ought not to have hated him for tearing the infant away from me. But I did. Oh, I hated Jack Epps. And when he took that child from me, I thought my knees might buckle. But Sally's hand slipped into mine, squeezing tight, as if to keep me upright, and we stood there by Polly's bed like two honor guards, determined that no one else but us would prepare my sister for burial. I washed her hair, dried it, then combed it to the grim music of the carpenter's hammer outside, as he made her coffin. Sally found a pretty dress for my sister to wear. I gathered a bouquet of spring flowers and returned to find Sally mending my sister's garments in the places they'd been worn, swiping at her eyes so that she could see her own needle. They were all crying. The servants, the menfolk, the children. But I didn't cry. I didn't cry because my sister had bade me not to. I didn't cry when they put my sister in her coffin. I didn't cry when they lowered her into the ground near my mother. I didn't cry when they shoveled dirt on top of her. Nor did I cry when my father clutched at me by the fireplace, murmuring, "I've lost the half of all I had. Now it all hangs on the slender thread of a single life. On you, Patsy. Only you." He no longer had the strength, I think, to rage violently in his grief. There'd be no smashed glass, no overturned lamps, no splinters of tables left in his wake, and no pistols so long as I was there. It was as it had been at the beginning. Papa and I were forged together in sadness, and were still forged, such that no other person in this world was so dear. My life, too, was suspended by the slender thread of his, so I understood the truth of what he was saying. And yet, it was not the whole truth of it either. I had a family, and he had his mistress, and with her they had children. And I was never so grateful for Sally as I was that night when she relieved me at my father's side. I began to retch the moment I returned to my room. I heaved dryly into a pail that my husband held under me, nothing coming up. Alarmed to see me in such a state, Tom said, "Let me get you into bed." "No," I said, refusing to let him tend me. I couldn't lean on him. I was in too much pain. I could neither sit nor lie down anywhere without agony. Instead, I paced, panting like a horse that had been run too hard, until I was struggling for every breath the way my sister had struggled for hers. "My poor Patsy," Tom said, "you're having a fit of hysterics." Dragging in a ragged, desperate breath, as I tried to escape the cage of his arms, I snapped, "It's nothing of the sort. I ate radishes and milk together for supper, both of which are unfriendly to my stomach." "It can't be healthful to hold the pain the way you do. You're a woman. There's no shame in your tears. You need a good cry on my shoulder, Patsy. Would you mind terribly fetching me some peppermint?" With a frown, he sighed, then went down the stairs. I shut the door behind him, gasping, suffocating in my own garments and struggling to tear them off. Something finally tore inside me, too, and I began to sob. I sobbed as I'd never sobbed before, falling to my knees amidst the shreds of my garments, shattered by the knowledge that I'd never see my sister again. She'd been 25 years old, now gone from me forever. And it was a pain like nothing I'd ever felt before, one I scarcely knew how to survive. "It's so hard to lose a sister," Nancy Randolph was saying. She'd come to Edge Hill ostensibly to offer her help in my time of grief. Now she was trying to draw me out past the usual pleasantries, because the Randolphs seemed to want to speak about everything. But I was a Jefferson, and I could scarcely hear my own infant daughter Mary's name spoken aloud without bleeding anew for the sister I'd named her after. Condolences came from all over the country. We even received one from Abigail Adams. But I didn't want to think about the loss. Couldn't bear to think about it. So I just stood there hanging laundry while my infamous sister-in-law nattered on, insensible to the fact that I was barely listening. "I know it's not the same," Nancy said, "but I've lost my sister Judy as sure as if she'd died. Truly I have. She harbors nothing but bitterness against me now. I imagine I might be bitter, too, if my sister had fornicated with my husband, then killed the bastard born of that incestuous union, and exposed us all to scandal and poverty. Nancy had no one left alive to blame but herself. So I said nothing, just hung a petticoat on the line. Handing me another wet petticoat from the basket, Nancy said, "John's causing mischief between us." John Randolph, she meant, the only surviving brother at Bazaar. John was a sharp-tongued dandy who'd lately taken to calling himself Randolph of Roanoke. I disliked him immensely, because he'd also taken to criticizing my father's presidency. But I didn't see how he could be to blame for the estrangement of Nancy and Judith, and I said so. "I'll tell you how," Nancy explained. "John falsely accused me of carrying on with slaves in my sister's house as if I lived in a tavern. He's saying I poisoned Richard, and he's giving Judith the excuse she needs to turn me out." For years now, I'd held my tongue about the scandal at Bazaar, even though my blood still ran cold at the thought of a dead baby hidden under a woodpile. Now, with grief eating me alive, I couldn't hold my tongue one moment longer. "Does Judy need an excuse, Nancy? We all know the kind of desperate acts you're capable of." Nancy drew back, pale as the petticoat on the line. I thought you knew the truth, Patsy. I thought that's why, at trial, that's why you said—" My blood ran even colder at the thought of her lying to me again after all these years. So I said nothing. But Nancy sputtered, "You think I'm guilty. You think I killed my baby. But if you believed I was guilty, then why—" "I didn't want to see you hanged," I said very quietly. Nancy let out a cry, as disconsolate as if I'd turned against her before the entire tribunal. "You don't understand, Patsy. I wanted to confess from the start, but Richard wouldn't let me. He wanted to protect me. It's true that I surrendered my virtue to the man I loved. It's true. But I did nothing to harm the child, and neither did Richard. I swear it." "Do you forget that I saw the herbs?" Nancy blinked. "You can't think they were mine. It was always Judith who had my mother's way in the garden. I was never any good with herbs." That was true, and the whole world realigned under my feet as I remembered it. Tears spilled over Nancy's cheeks, her lips trembling. "Judith notices everything, always has. She knew I was pregnant before I did. She put the gum in my tea. I didn't know what I was drinking, Patsy." Had Judith noticed from the start her husband's attraction to her sister? Had she given her sister the herbs to be rid of her husband's bastard? As I asked myself these questions, Nancy was near hysterical, more than a decade's worth of anguish bubbling to the surface. "When you testified that you gave me the gum for an upset stomach, I thought it was because you didn't want anyone to know what Judith had done." In shock, The freshly laundered undergarment fell from my grasp into the dirt, but I didn't stoop to retrieve it. Instead, I shivered, wondering if I'd somehow saved the wrong sister from the gallows. But she defended you, Nancy. She defended both of you. How else was she to cover up the crime of killing my baby? Nancy asked. Judy wanted both of us to pay, me and Richard, both. You have no idea what it was like returning to that house. Richard finally told her he intended to divorce her, and lo and behold, 2 days later he was dead of cramps in his stomach. But John blames me for bringing disgrace on the family, and I think she has him convinced that if Richard was poisoned, it was my doing. Richard Randolph's death had been strange. But then, everything about the people of Bizarre Plantation specifically, and Tom's family generally, was strange. Still, I couldn't wrap my mind around it. What you're saying, Nancy? If you suspect these things of your own sister, why did you stay with her at Bizarre all this time? Nancy gave a bitter laugh. I'm a spinster sister with a blackened name. I had nowhere else to go. The Harveys would never have me at Tuckahoe. I knew you'd never have me in your household. Besides, how was I to leave until one of my brothers came for me? Judith reads all my letters coming or going. No one visits Bizarre since the scandal. Even those willing to associate with me, Judith keeps away, claiming pecuniary embarrassment. Every night, Judith takes out her Bible and makes me pray forgiveness for every little gift or kindness Richard ever bestowed on me. She employs me with drudgery every day and locks me in my bedroom at night. I've been so guilt-ridden, I could hardly complain. I felt as if I deserved it, especially since now I'm nothing but an object of charity. I didn't want to believe her. I didn't want to believe a word. Yet it had the ring of truth to it, and tenderness for Nancy stole over me at the thought she'd been silently suffering. We'd been taking care of Tom's younger sisters for years, and I didn't know how we'd afford another, or how our reputation would endure the scandal, but I said, "Stay here for a spell, Nancy." Smearing tears with the back of her hands, Nancy said, "You can't mean it." "I do." It took her a moment to believe me. When she did, she threw her arms around my neck. "You're so kind. My brother is so fortunate to have you for a wife. Never did there exist a more excellent woman, and you won't be sorry. I'll be a helper for you, and a sister in truth, a new sister for the one you lost." Chapter 30. Washington, 1st of July, 1805. From Thomas Jefferson to Robert Smith, United States Secretary of the Navy. You will perceive that I pled guilty to one of their charges, that when young and single I offered love to a handsome lady. I acknowledge its incorrectness. It is the only truth among all their allegations against me. This letter is a denial of Sally, or at least it will be read as one, which is why I don't burn it, even though it contains an admission of dishonor. The handsome lady my father attempted to seduce was Mrs. Walker, and I learned of the incident in the spring of 1805, when, after having been re-elected to the presidency, my father sent to me at Edgehill a carefully sealed letter in the care of my husband, with instructions that it should be delivered directly into my hands and shown to no other. I'd never received such a mysterious letter, folded quite small, heavy with its wax seal, and it was a letter that struck terror into my heart, because it was a message of love and repentance and farewell. "Get me a horse," I said to the nearest servant, still clutching the letter as I left my babies in their beds and rushed out of the house. I was up and into a saddle without so much as a cloak before Tom could stop me. "What the devil are you doing?" he shouted after me. "Patsy, you can't go riding off into the night. It's dusk. I'll take you to your father in the morning." "Monticello is only a few miles," I said, kicking my heels into the horse's side. Tom shouted for his own horse as I galloped off, but I never looked back. Instead, I rode with the sureness of the trained horsewoman I'd nearly forgotten I had inside me, racing up Papa's Mountain like Jack Jewett did in raising the alarm that the British were coming. Breathless by the time I swung down in front of my father's house, and still stinging from the lash of tree branches, I hurried into the entryway. "Sally!" I called, but heard no answer. And in a place like Monticello, where it was never quiet, I found myself instantly alarmed. I found Papa, secretly returned from Washington City, alone at his table with a glass of sherry, perusing a box of curiosities from Captains Meriwether Lewis and William Clark, whom he'd sent on a grand expedition. Inside the chest were the preserved skeletons of all manner of creatures, wolves, weasels, and elk. And I had a sudden memory of my father in his much younger days, feverishly scribbling down the correct way to preserve dead birds. "Patsy." He shook his head, as if he wished I hadn't come. I fought for both breath and composure. "Papa, you can't just send me a letter like that and—" "Spoken words fail me where my pen rarely does." I held the back of a gilded chair for steadiness. "You cannot mean to fight a duel." Just the summer before, my father's old nemesis had died in a duel. Alexander Hamilton was dead before the age of 50, and it was my father's vice president who killed him. Hamilton, whose reputation had also been sullied by the revelation of an affair with a married woman, had tangled with Aaron Burr, who demanded satisfaction upon a field of honor. And as if seeking an end to his life, Hamilton dueled upon the very same spot where his son had died, using the very same pistols. Blood for reputation, blood for honor. And now my father intended to follow in his footsteps. "You're the President of the United States. Surely you don't intend to dignify—" "It's true, Patsy," my father broke in. "I did try to seduce Mr. Walker's wife. It happened before you were born or conceived, before your mother. I regret that you should have to know the truth of it." After all the other truths to which I was privy, did he really think this truth would matter to me? He clearly condemned himself, because his posture was stiff, tortured, and guilty indeed. Guiltier, I think, than when I asked him to deny Sally Hemings. He believed he had a right to his relationship with Sally. In some ways, he'd become defiant about it, allowing her to name their new baby James Madison Hemings, after both her beloved brother and my father's closest political ally. If Papa felt shame for Sally any more, he never showed it. But this matter with Mrs. Walker was something else altogether, because he had lied to me. He had told me that his quarrel with the Walkers had arisen over money matters, a thing I had repeated, unwittingly fanning the flames of the scandal. Now he stood shamed for that, and I could see, in the bleakness of his eyes, that he feared an irreparable breach between us. Poor Papa. Didn't he know that a breach between us was not possible? Taking a deep breath, I pulled the crinkled letter from the bosom of my dress where I'd tucked it away. What matter can it possibly make that it's true? I'm happy to throw your confession on the fire and forget such an incident, as you should. Papa gave a slight shake of his head. For years I've tried to suppress the stories. Alas, they're in the papers now, saying I made a cuckold of Mr. Walker. He's demanding satisfaction." What a farce to imagine my elderly father taking up his pistols to duel with the elderly Mr. Walker over a matter nearly 40 years in the past. Let Mr. Walker demand satisfaction. You don't have to give it to him. My father downed his sherry in one gulp, something I'd never seen him do before. "Mr. Madison has already attempted to negotiate a peaceful resolution. I'm afraid it cannot be escaped this time." This was madness. We lived in a world where a sitting vice president had murdered the former secretary of the Treasury. That my father should open himself up to die the same way, shot over some trivial matter, was tempting fate's sense of irony. But I had judged Alexander Hamilton to be an intemperate man. My father was, in almost all matters, a man of cool reason. How could he let himself be goaded to such foolishness? Perhaps he didn't require much goading. Once, I'd put myself between him and his pistols. Perhaps now that my sister was dead, he was still, after all this time, trying to keep an appointment with them. Dragging a chair close to my father, I collapsed into it, then took his aging hand in mine, the one that had been broken and disfigured for foolishness in France over a different married woman. "Papa, I'll never let you do this thing." His chin bobbed up. He was the president, the most powerful man in the country and a master of his own destiny. Who could stop him from doing anything? Certainly it wasn't the place of a daughter to tell a father what he must or must not do. But it was my place. It had always been my place to pull him back from the abyss. Perhaps he knew it, because his expression crumbled. "Oh, Patsy." "You wrote to me because you knew I'd never let you duel Mr. Walker. So what does he want other than your blood?" My father's shoulders rounded and drooped. "He wants me to publicly admit my fault and declare his wife innocent, which she was. She rebuffed my advances. The wrongdoing was entirely mine." "Perhaps, then, you ought to confess it." I'd advised him to deny Sally Hemings. But Mrs. Walker was a white woman, and the circumstances were not ongoing. An appeal to pragmatism was unlikely to move him, given his guilty heart. So I argued, "Admit it for Mrs. Walker's sake. If she's innocent, a gentleman would do no less than clear her name." His gnarled fingers tightened on mine, but he didn't answer. "That will have to be enough for Mr. Walker, Papa, because dueling isn't for fathers or for those charged with other great moral concerns. Do you remember in Paris how you pleaded with me to choose you over a life in the nunnery, though I felt called by God?" He nodded, made sheepish by the reminder. "Well, you're only being called by Mr. Walker." My father sputtered in soft laughter and brought my hand to his lips to kiss. "He's one of 1,000 hounds baying for my blood." He still felt besieged. He had virulent enemies in Congress, not least of whom was the pretentiously styled Randolph of Roanoke. "I need you there with me, Patsy, in Washington City. I hesitate to ask it of you, because I know you've long wished that I wouldn't seek public office, but I need you with me." "You must never hesitate to ask anything of me, Papa," I said, making my mind up at once. "Your father needs a first lady," Dolly Madison had once said to me. I hadn't wanted to hear it. I'd spent half my life resenting my father's political career. Why, I hadn't even congratulated him when he was elected to the presidency. Some part of my resentment was worry for how public service had dwindled our family fortune. Another part was the sullen memory of a young girl in France whose father answered her every political inquiry with silence. But I was no longer a girl, and he'd never dream of discouraging my political curiosity now. If anything, he filled his letters to me with all the news of the day to ensure I was informed. My father had changed, and so must I. My mother, in her final breaths, had tried to make me understand that my father was a great man, but he might not be remembered as one if his presidency failed. I couldn't let it fail. Not if everything my family had suffered and sacrificed were to mean something in the end. Papa and I were seated like that, close and affectionate, when Tom burst in the door. "Martha!" Tom cried, fixing me with a glower. Then to my father he said, "She rode out like a mad woman before I could stop her." "Just in time to pull me back from the edge," Papa murmured. I'd always done it, and I always would. Tom didn't want me to go to Washington City. He had good reason, in that our financial situation was bleak. As a congressman, Tom only made $6 a day, and saved on expenses only by living in the president's house with my father and Jack Epps. Meanwhile, the Hessian fly had come to Virginia and laid waste to our wheat, leaving us nothing to sell and scarcely enough to make bread or lay grain away to feed us for the year. Tom's sister Jenny found an upright man to marry, which meant my husband felt honor bound to pay an enormous dowry. And because Tom wasn't willing to sell Verena, our creditors were at the door. Add the fact that I was pregnant again, and my husband had good reason to worry about the expense of bringing his growing family to Washington City. By this time, baby Mary was talking. 6-year-old Cornelia was already an artist with her pencils. Whip-smart Ellen had moved on from Latin to debating with her grandpapa. Jeff was old enough to run errands but not yet strong enough to be a real help to his father. And my pretty Anne was now a lady of 14, of age to come out into society. They were growing up fast, faster than we could keep them clothed in truth. Certainly not in a style befitting their status as the president's grandchildren. But to have me near, my father insisted on taking upon himself the entire expense of our trip. He sent 6 pairs of shoes for Anne. He had Dolly buy me hats and dresses and wigs for my hair. Tom didn't like it, and took my father's every generous gesture as a comment on his own inability to provide for his family in wealth and luxury. But I was overjoyed when he finally consented. "Thank you, Tom. It's going to mean so much to my father." "I'm sure it will," he said, digging his hands down into his pockets. "But that's not why I'm allowing it. I'm taking you with me to Washington City because when your sister died, I cursed myself 1,000 times, knowing that it could have been you." He gave an emphatic, pained shudder, repeating, "It could have been you. Maybe Jack Epps can smile and laugh again now that his wife is more than a year in the ground. But that's not the man I am. If I should lose you, Patsy, it would destroy me. So I'll keep you with me in Washington City and watch over you in your pregnancy, even if it's financially unwise, even if it should bankrupt us." He said all this with his head hanging down, as if it unmanned him shamefully to confess such tender sentiments. But I was deeply moved. I supposed the same thing in his nature that made him so temperamental and morose was what let him pour out his heart in such a way. So I kissed his cheeks, one side, then the other, finishing with a tender kiss to his lips that I hoped might tell him how my heart swelled to know his true feelings. Then I set out that autumn, 6 months pregnant, with all my children crowded together in a carriage, making our way slowly over bumpy roads to Washington City. "Look at the Capitol building," Ellen said, wrestling Cornelia to see out the window. "One day it will have a great dome atop it. Your grandfather designed this city, you know," I told my girls, and watched their eyes widen. Even now, when I look at the great capital Washington has become, I see the bones of it as my father laid them, and I marvel. But Jeff wasn't as impressed as his sisters by his grandfather's handiwork. He was merely disappointed that the mammoth cheese no longer occupied the downstairs of the president's house. Fortunately, my son gorged his curiosity on Papa's new camera obscura, which made silhouettes, and the collection of fossil bones my father had all in one room, displaying the artifacts of the America he was building and exploring. The Capitol had grown since I last visited, but the more important change was the society in which Dolly Madison now reigned as queen, spearheading numerous charity events at which people flooded about me, hanging unnaturally upon my every word. "Your father's plans are ambitious," Dolly explained. "They won't be passed without the support of the congressmen's wives. We'll have to win them over." I realized after only a single luncheon that these ladies were introducing a new version of the parlor politics I'd become so well acquainted with in France. When last I was here with my sister, I hadn't embraced the role Dolly had advised me to play. Not truly. That had been a mistake I intended to rectify. I couldn't rival Dolly's bright sense of fashion, especially when I was so big and round with child, but I ornamented my darker, more sedate gowns with yellow sashes and red ribbons and white bonnets with gauzy trim. I quietly informed the chef and the secretaries and staff that I'd be hostess at all my father's events from the moment Congress convened until it adjourned. From seating arrangements to etiquette, from soup to dessert wine to conversation and music, I took my place at my father's side where he needed me, where I was meant to be. Early in December, my daughter excitedly pulled on long white gloves over her delicate arms and exclaimed, "I heard the guns from the frigate at the Navy Yard." It was to be Anne's first formal dinner in the president's house, one at which we'd greet the envoy from Tunisia. And though she could be a shy, tremulous thing, tonight Anne vibrated with excitement. "I've never met a Muslim." "I've never met one either," I said. She turned to me, astonished. "Not even in France?" I was charmed that my children seemed to believe I'd seen and done and knew everything because I'd been to France. What I did know about the visiting Tunisian envoy, Sidi Suleiman Melimeli, was salacious. Dolly had whispered over tea that the ambassador was perfumed like a woman, and her husband had been obliged to provide concubines for the Tunisian delegation at a nearby hotel, which had set tongues wagging. Papa insisted that the cause of making peace with the Barbary pirates was too important for us to balk at the irregular conduct of their ministers. That's why I'd postponed dinner from late afternoon to after sunset in honor of the religious practice of Ramadan. "We're to be the only ladies in attendance?" my daughter asked. I nodded. Ambassador Melimeli is unaccustomed to the calming presence of women in political society, and we'll have to ease him into it. There was much bowing and greeting when the ambassador and his 2 secretaries arrived. and upon seeing me and my daughter, he begged our pardon, through an interpreter, to retire to smoke his pipe. "Feel free to smoke here," Papa said, and the gold and scarlet-clad ambassador stroked his long beard thoughtfully. Looking first to his 2 secretaries, who wouldn't partake of wine, he nodded, then lit his wonderfully unusual 4-foot pipe. I was painfully worried of giving offense, especially considering the company. Amongst our American guests, John Quincy Adams and our own snarling kinsman, Congressman Randolph of Roanoke. After making snide quips implying that my husband and Jack Epps held their congressional seats only through my father's influence, John finally leaned over to me at the table and whispered, "I'm so glad you didn't bring the vampire with you." "I beg your pardon." "Nancy," he hissed. "She's sucked the best blood of my race." Whether he was accusing her of murdering his brother or making some lewder accusation, I couldn't guess. "I'm sure I don't know what you mean." "I'm sure you do. You and your husband are harboring her. Don't think I'll forget it." He had the Randolph. He was irritable, jealous, suspicious, and habitually indulgent of the meanest little passions. But I was a Jefferson, so I merely announced, "Anne and I will retire now to leave you gentlemen to your business. Ambassador Melly, I look forward to spending a lively winter with you." Having observed that even a perfumed man wished to be thought manly, I added, "I'm sure you'll be the lion of the season." Lion. The ambassador liked that word. He liked the comparison. I could see the pleasure of it light in his eyes when the interpreter whispered it in his ear, and later he joined me and Anne in the drawing-room, leaving the other gentlemen behind. Anne and I started to rise, but he waved us back into our chairs and surprised us with nearly perfect English. "We're not the only delegation here in Washington, no? I've seen bands of people not so fair." For a moment, I thought he meant the slaves. But then he gestured to the feather in his turban. "Ornaments and buckskin, long dark braids." "Indians," I answered, and when he squinted, I added, "Our Indians. They've come from the Western Territories to speak with my father." "Which prophet do they follow?" he asked, showing Anne a diamond snuff-box to charm her. "Moses, Jesus, or Mohammed?" "None," my timid Anne offered, and I was so proud of her for finding courage to speak to the man. "The Indians worship the Great Spirit, as I understand it." The ambassador took a pinch of the snuff, which smelled like roses. "Then they're vile heretics. Another thing interests me, Mrs. Randolph. In your Congress, where your husband serves, everyone has the right to speak." "The members do, yes," I replied. He laughed. "Then it would take years to finish any business. In my country, all matters are decided swiftly and with final resolution. In fact, if I don't succeed in my mission here, they'll behead me." I wasn't sure I believed him, but he was such a colorful character that everyone was eager to meet him. Invitations to every fashionable ball in Washington City were extended to the delegation, and curious onlookers gawked near the hotel to get a peek at turbans, long mustaches, and ceremonial garb. Given the fascination, I worried we wouldn't be able to admit all the guests who flocked to Papa's annual New Year's Eve gala. "Will you dance?" Tom asked at the gala, dressed in his best blue tailcoat. "I'm quite near my time now," I told my husband. "I'd feel like a stampeding buffalo." Tom brought my fingertips to his lips for a brief but very earnest kiss. "Never," Nearby, Jack Epps was laughing with a flirtatious woman from Annapolis. He was courting again, and Papa said we must be happy for him. I agreed, because I feared we might never see my sister's children again if we didn't lavish approval on her widower. But Jack's laughter and the music were interrupted dramatically by the ambassador of Tunisia, who stopped dancers mid-twirl. With a flourish of his colorful cape that mesmerized the crowd, he let his interpreter speak for him. "The ambassador has heard that the Madisons desire children, but have been unable to conceive them." Rarely shy of attention, Dolly smiled and murmured something about how she'd welcome any blessing God were to bestow. Striding to her, the bearded ambassador said, "If you want a child, I'll give you one." Then he wrapped the cape around her with such intimacy that her husband, the diminutive Secretary of State, stiffened and went white. Confused by the reaction, the ambassador explained, "It's a magic cape." But his words didn't carry, accented as they were. And as the room went silent, men reached for their ceremonial swords in anticipation of violence. I swallowed, wondering which of the men would break the mounting tension in the room. And when I realized that none of them would, I knew that there was no choice but to take it upon myself. Clapping my hands, as if delighted in the way of a child, I cried, "Oh, a magic cape!" My father, the man of science who had decried a reign of witches, looked entirely appalled. But upon seeing me smile and clap, all the other ladies quickly followed suit. Papa could scarcely keep the displeasure from his presidential expression, but he would simply have to endure it. It was a New Year's Eve party, a night for frivolity, and if offense could be avoided by laughter and merriment, why not? Besides, I was the hostess here, so I pretended at great fascination when the ambassador murmured an incantation over Dolly, declaring, "I promise you, Mrs. Madison, you'll soon give your husband a son." Everyone applauded the spectacle. Dolly was very amused. When everyone else had gone home for the night, she grabbed at my elbow, grinning. "Why, I've never seen Mr. Madison go so white before. As exciting as it might have been to see men duel over my honor, I suppose I must thank you for averting an international incident. But I must know one thing." Still holding Tom's arm, I asked, "What's that?" Dolly grinned mischievously. "Is that your secret? A magic cape? Given your brood of children, I suppose you must have a closet full of them." "There are no capes involved," Tom said quite seriously. Dolly and I found this so terribly funny that we exploded with laughter, which prompted him to accuse, "You've been drinking, both of you." For whatever reason, that seemed terribly funny too. I hadn't laughed since my sister's death, and it felt disloyal to do so, but Dolly was irrepressible. "I'm afraid I don't put much stock in the ambassador's incantation." "Well, you ought to give it a try anyway," I said, scandalizing my husband utterly. "With or without the capes." Days later, I gave birth to the very first baby ever born in the president's mansion. A boy at last. And Tom had no objection to the name that would give Dolly the most pleasure, James Madison Randolph. "A son," my husband kept saying, as if astonished that it had finally come to pass. At long last, Jeff had a little brother, and we were happy. For a brief enchanted winter in the spacious rooms of the president's house, we forgot our troubles in Virginia. I hosted nearly 63 dinners at my father's side, including one before the day I gave birth and one after. But when I couldn't be there to soothe partisan tempers, my daughter Anne was there in my place, more beautiful and less sarcastic than me in every way. And I made certain she was aware that every dinner and every ladies' tea was a mission to beat back the calumny heaped upon Papa's head by his enemies. "Have you seen this?" my father's new secretary asked, timidly offering me a clipping from some newspaper. "I apologize for bringing something so indelicate to your attention, but—" "You did quite right to show me," I said, burning to read the filthy poem. "The patriot fresh from freedom's councils come, now plead retires to lash his slaves at home, or woo perhaps some black Aspasia's charms, and dreams of freedom in his bondmaid's arms." There was a cartoon, too, called A Philosophic Cock, a drawing of my father as a French rooster and Sally as his hen, all part of a campaign to tarnish his image as a devoted father, doting grandfather, and father of this nation. I went straight to Papa with it in a flash of temper, stunned to hear him laugh. "How can you laugh at this, Papa?" "What else is there to be done? It's demeaning, it's petty, it has nothing whatsoever to do with the business of the country. And they're spilling their ink on it while Republicans trounce them in every election. Unless you think I should call them out onto a field of honor, there's nothing to do but laugh." Soothed, I gave a soft smile. "We're done with pistols now, aren't we?" He stood, still tall and straight, grasping my hand. "Yes, we're done with pistols now." But in that, we couldn't have been more mistaken. Chapter 31. Washington, 23 June, 1806. From Thomas Jefferson to Thomas Mann Randolph, Jr. Should they lose you, 7 children, all under the age of discretion and down to infancy, would be left without guide or guardian, but a poor, broken-hearted woman, doomed herself to misery the rest of her life. And should her frail frame sink under it, what is to become of them? The laws of dueling are made for lives of no consequence, not for fathers of families. Let me entreat you, then, my dear sir, take no step in this business but on the soberest reflection. A shadow of death hung over us that summer in Virginia. A neighbor was found dead in his carriage. He'd drunk himself to death. More devastating was the murder of Papa's law teacher, Judge Wythe, whose jealous nephew poisoned him, his manumitted black housekeeper, and her free-born mulatto son, to whom Judge Wythe intended to leave his fortune. The judge lived only long enough to tell physicians, "I am murdered." The nephew stood trial, but black witnesses weren't permitted to testify, not even the housekeeper who survived the poisoning, and the villain had been promptly acquitted. Papa took it hard. Not only, I think, because he'd lost a friend and justice was thwarted, but also because it was a repudiation of Judge Wythe and Mr. Short's idealistic dreams of racial coexistence in Virginia. A warning almost tailor-made to discourage my father from bringing Sally and their children out from the shadows. And then, of course, there was Randolph of Roanoke. Was there ever a more deranged example of Virginia gentry in decay? The spiteful creature had singled out my family to torment. In protest of my father's programs for public education, canals, bridges, and roads, he broke with the Republicans to create a brand new political party called the Quids. And when that didn't achieve his aims, he provoked a quarrel with my husband on the floor of Congress. Admittedly, Tom had been rash, putting himself forth as a more true patriot, and when his apology was deemed insufficient, adding, "Lead and steel make more proper ingredients in serious quarrels." Sensing an opportunity to provoke two very public men to duel, the papers took sides, spilling a barrel of ink on the subject. The National Intelligencer defended Tom, while the Richmond Enquirer championed John Randolph. And the dangerous intensity of my husband's temper sent all the children fleeing whenever he entered a room. They knew to stay out of their father's way while he paced, fulminating at every new accusation. I didn't blame my husband for his anger. Truly I didn't. I felt certain John Randolph had been trying to goad my husband into a duel for a very long time. I only wished Tom wasn't so easy to goad. "It's because of me," Nancy said, packing up her meager belongings. "If I'm not living here, John might leave my brother alone." I think she hoped I'd stop her, reassure her that she was mistaken in leaving us, but she had the right of it. "Where will you go?" "To Richmond," Nancy said. "We have other relations there. I'll go visiting for a time and see about seeking employment as a housekeeper there." Tom was appalled by the very idea that any sister of his should seek employment. But given Nancy's ruined reputation, she had few options. Tom was a Randolph. He saw himself as wealthy landed gentry, even if our house at Edgehill had fallen to pieces in our absence. It needed repairs and plaster if it was to prove good against any kind of weather, and with the new baby, Edgehill felt smaller and more cramped than ever. That's to say nothing of the drought. The oats were lost, the peaches and cherries too. We might only have another sickly wheat crop and apples. We weren't in any position to support his sister, so Tom gave Nancy money, more than we had to give, and let her go off to Richmond. Before climbing into the carriage, Nancy gave me a quick hug and whispered, "Try not to worry about the duel. The Randolph temper burns hot, but sometimes burns itself out." I hoped she was right. But when my husband returned from Richmond, he was in a worse state than before. He considered it his sacred duty to care for his sisters and felt unmanned by his inability to do so. And when I found my husband in the yard sighting his pistols and practicing his paces, I realized his temper wasn't going to burn out. He was going to kill or be killed, and I could no longer keep my peace. "So you're going to let him murder you and leave me a widow?" Tom turned on me. "You think I'll fail at this like I've failed at everything. It's a wonder you don't want me dead." Given how happy we'd been only months before, this caught me utterly by surprise. "Tom, how could you ever think that I wished such a thing? What would I do without you?" Tom gave a bitter twist of his beautiful mouth. "Turn to your father like you always do. He can do no wrong in your eyes, whereas I—" "Well, my father found a way to avoid a senseless duel, didn't he?" I shouldn't have said it. Should never have taken that tone. And the reward for my foolishness was a resounding slap to the face. It didn't knock me to the ground. It wouldn't bruise me. But because it made me feel like both a desperate wife and a chastened child, I stood there gawping in shock, holding my face where it turned red. My husband hadn't struck me since the last time he was in a fit of rage, inspired by one of the Randolph brothers of Bizarre. And now Tom seemed just as shocked as I was, his eyes filling with shame at the sight of me holding my stinging cheek. With tears in his eyes, he shouted, God damn it, Martha. Look what you've made me do. Look what you made me do. He never dulled John Randolph. But it wasn't because of my father's letter or my pleas, or because good sense prevailed. It was because he'd struck me, in spite of his promise never to do so again. He'd dishonored himself in his own eyes, and in so doing lost all appetite for a duel of honor. I knew this, deep down where we know such things about the men we marry, and counted it well worth the price. I would have provoked him to strike me 1,000 times to keep him from dooming our family to utter ruin. But the price I didn't understand was one exacted from Tom's soul, for he was never without his pistols ever after, and I feel certain he was keeping a bullet ready for himself. He had inside him the kind of wound that left a man staring at pistols in the night, the kind of wound that left a man without a head, lying on the ground with a gun in his hand, the kind of wound the men in my life all seemed to suffer. And for the first time, I wondered if those wounds were put there by God, or if it was something about me that brought them about. Washington City, 2nd July, 1807. A proclamation by Thomas Jefferson. During the wars among the powers of Europe, the United States of America have observed neutrality. At length, a deed transcending all we've hitherto seen or suffered brings our forbearance to a necessary pause. A frigate of the United States, trusting a state of peace, has been attacked by a British vessel of war. This was not only without provocation or justifiable cause, but committed with the avowed purpose of taking by force a part of her crew. An attack, an insult, an act of war. Publicly, my father prepared for battle. Privately, he confided we weren't ready. The fate of our nation was, as always, caught between England and France, and my father no longer harbored a preference for either, observing, "France is a conqueror, roaming over the earth with havoc, and Britain is a pirate, spreading misery and ruin over the ocean. Fortunately for us, the mammoth cannot swim nor the leviathan move on dry land, and if we keep out of their way, they cannot get at us." Thus came about the Embargo Act of 1807. Did Papa know he put the fate of the nation in the hands of its ladies? If we couldn't buy tea, clothes, or goods from overseas, then wives and daughters would have to make them at home. And if women weren't willing, the embargo would fail. After all, what did men know about making homespun? I set about straight away to oversee the production of cloth both at Edgehill and Monticello, where we transformed the stone workman's house into a weaver's cottage. And in this endeavor, I found an ally in Sally Hemings, who'd always been a talented seamstress, and whose 6-year-old daughter Harriet was becoming one too. I tried never to think that fair and freckled Harriet was my sister, but was pleased at how well the girl took to the spinning jennies, and was so impressed by her deft use of the flying shuttle on the clattering loom that I could scarcely pull my attention away when Sally said, "With the help of the women who don't get put in the ground come harvest, we can make 1,000 yards of cloth by springtime." To that end, Sally and her children moved from a slave cabin into the weaver's cottage, using another room in the southern dependency by the dairy, too, and as naturally as that, she defined for herself on the plantation a home and office of her own. After that, I decided my children could do no less for the effort than hers. I told Anne, "We're all going to learn to manufacture cloth. In the meantime, look through your dresses and put away anything that wasn't made at home." My eldest had recently caught the eye of the young and dashing Charles Bankhead, who'd complimented her on the fashionable dresses she'd worn when we'd attended dinners at the president's house. And now that she had a suitor, Anne wanted nothing to do with my scheme. "Slaves wear homespun. How will we look wearing such things?" "We'll look like patriots," I said with a reassuring smile. Anne pouted. "Charles won't like it. I don't see why I should have to." I kissed the top of her head, "Because you're the president's granddaughter." And that was that. From tattered flags and uniforms to friendships strained to the brink, the women of my country had always been the menders to all the things torn asunder. But now we'd do more than patch with needle and thread. We'd have to weave together a whole tapestry of American life with nothing but our own hands, our own crops, and our own ingenuity. And I would prove myself able to the task. There was no mistaking that my father's legacy was at stake, because the embargo was deeply unpopular. "You're the damnedest fool that God ever put life into," read an anonymous letter to my father. Another accused him of having starved children. Papa was burned in effigy in New York, whereupon he suffered the most violent and painful headache of his life. But a trade embargo had been our only alternative to war, so Papa couldn't relent. Not even as we watched the financial calamity swallow up the landed gentry in Virginia. While we were bottling, pickling, and spinning, our neighbors lost their farms. Proud wearers of the Randolph name were reduced to running boarding houses. My husband's brother lost every last thing he had, and unable to find work in Richmond, Nancy had been forced to try her luck in one of the northern states, where no one knew of her scandalous past. Pleas for help came from all quarters, but there was little we could do to help. Tom felt churlish and small, turning anyone away, but I did my utmost to convince him that if we avoided new debts, we might finally right our own ship. Neither Tom nor my father permitted me to check the ledgers, but at 35 years old, having overseen plantations in their absence for nearly 6 years, I had a suspicion of where matters stood. So I forced myself to be harder and more pragmatic than either man was willing to be, especially now that Sally and I were both pregnant again. It was with the desperate concern for what sort of future my babies might have that I confronted Papa while showing him the textile mill, where the girls were busy at their spindles. "Papa, I assure you, sending Jeff to the University of Pennsylvania would be money wantonly squandered," I said. For as much as I loved my eldest son, Jeff got by with the good looks he took from Tom and the breezy southern charm he took from my father. He was a sweet boy, respectful and obedient, but unlike his sisters, he had no head for learning. Papa ignored my warning. "Jeff must be given the opportunity. You know it's weighed on your husband all these years that Colonel Randolph never approved of his education." I knew exactly how it weighed on Tom, but my son wasn't anything like his father. Papa misread my hesitation. "I'll incur all the expense for Jeff's education. Your husband needn't worry." It was a generous offer that had bruised Tom's pride when it was already battered, by the strain between us, by our financial struggles, by Tom's belief that Papa still preferred Jack Epps to him. Consequently, I was more forceful than I might have otherwise been. "Papa, it's too great an expense for such uncertain benefit." Our family might go down in ruin with Tom's debts, but I couldn't bear taking Papa with us. So when I saw that my father was stubbornly set upon sending the boy to school, I called Jeff inside from where he was standing in the yard outside the mill. "Go on. Tell your grandfather your wishes." Alas, such was the quiet authority of the president that my boy took one look at his grandfather and gulped, I wish to make you proud of me. If you think a university education is right, then I'll go. But what about my sisters?" My father removed his spectacles, leaning curiously forward. "Your mother is more qualified to educate your sisters than any other woman in America." The compliment made me flush, but Jeff shook his head. "I meant, I'm worried to leave my sisters. When my father rages, if I'm not there, he might go after Anne or Ellen or— Your father is a Virginia gentleman." Papa broke in sharply, even more appalled than I was by my son's fears. "He'd never raise a hand to a woman or a girl." That was mostly true, but not as true as my father hoped. And when I looked into my son's gaze, I saw that Jeff knew it too, though I didn't know how. An anguished glance passed between my son and me while I beseeched him with my eyes to keep that secret. Papa's hand traced around one of the big spinning wheels. "It does you honor that you're thinking of your sisters, Jeff. Someday they'll be in your care, which is why you need to spend your youth well. So let's ride down to the store and get what sundries you need to take to school." Jeff was my father's namesake, the first of his grandsons to reach majority. It wouldn't reflect well on Thomas Jefferson or his legacy to have a blockhead for a grandson. So we couldn't refuse, even when we knew better. In the carriage, I warned Jeff, "Philadelphia is a bustling place." "I've seen cities before," my son protested, bristling with manly pride. But, of course, he hadn't seen cities. Paris was a city. Philadelphia was less so. And I realized with a bittersweet pang that at Jeff's age, I'd seen more of the world than my children were likely to. "Philadelphia will be busier than Charlottesville or Washington City. It won't be anything you're used to. Perhaps we can ask Mr. Short to look after you in Philadelphia," I suggested, reassured to know William would be nearby. Turning to Papa, I said, "I'm sure he'll take Jeff under his guidance." That's when Papa surprised me by saying, "That won't be possible. I'm sending Short to Europe on a diplomatic mission." I didn't know if I should be delighted for William or unsettled at the thought of him leaving the country again, perhaps this time for good. We hadn't seen one another in years, but there was some comfort in knowing he wasn't an ocean away. "Where will you send Mr. Short?" "First to France, then to Russia," Papa said. "Short will treat with the Tsar on behalf of America." First to France, where William would, no doubt, be reunited with his Duchess. He'd like that. This appointment would be the capstone on his career, and though it pained me to think I might never see him again, I smiled to imagine him charming the ladies of St. Petersburg. It was, after all, a time for letting go. Letting go of Mr. Short, of my son Jeff, and of my daughter Anne, too, who had accepted a proposal of marriage from Charles Bankhead. Papa insisted that the wedding be held at Monticello, where the airy design and 18.5-foot ceilings was sure to impress the guests. And on her wedding day, all dewy-eyed in anticipation, Anne asked, "Grandpapa's house is so beautiful now, isn't it?" She was beautiful. Of all my daughters, Anne was the most delicately rendered, with soft doe eyes and an adorable nose. Ellen's face was sharper, but then everything about my nearly 12-year-old second daughter was sharper. Excited to serve as her sister's attendant, Ellen declared, "Monticello's new hall is the most beautiful room I was ever in, even including the drawing rooms in Washington City." Monticello had indeed come along grandly. The renovation had taken 14 years. Papa would never be truly finished with it, for he was never finished improving anything. But there was now an excellent road up the mountain right to the house. The dining room grandly boasted Wedgwood ornamentation and dumb waiters on either side of the fireplace. And while the landscaping was still dismal due to the mean little sheep who ate our orange trees, Monticello was otherwise quite a handsome place. Before Anne's wedding, Sally and I both gave birth to boys. Her new son was named after my father's acquaintance, Thomas Eston. Mine more grandly after Benjamin Franklin, my father's old admired friend. Dolly visited shortly after the birth. Cooing jealously over my infant as she scooped him from my arms, she said, "Aren't we a pair? I can't have children, and you can't stop having them." "Are you saying the ambassador's cape wasn't really magical?" I teased. Her eyes twinkled. "Apparently not, but I was quite taken with his turban. I've made it my trademark fashion." Quite exhausted, I flopped back upon my pillow, morning sunshine spilling across the floor beneath my child bed. I pray this baby's my last. I keep my babies at the breast as long as I can to fend off conception, but... With no apparent shame for the delicacy of the matter, Dolly frankly advised, "If you want no more children, you must discourage Mr. Randolph. Take a separate bed with the children if you must. Say you don't want to wake him feeding the new baby. Say whatever you must." I don't see how I have the right. Besides, I couldn't fathom how to rebuff my husband's amorous advances without angering him. If there was anything Tom had a true talent for, it was making babies. And in his arms I felt womanly, desirable, and desired. But what came of that desire had worn me down to the nub. I wouldn't know where to begin. Very quietly, Dolly said, "Some women, in your position, put in the path of their husbands an agreeable negress." Dear God, that she could make such a suggestion. But hadn't the same thought occurred to my sister? I was certain Jack Epps had taken up with Betsy Hemings, just as my father had done with Sally, just as my grandfather Wales had done with Sally's mother. It was the way things were done, and if I hoped to secure my children's future, it'd be an advantageous arrangement. But even if I could reconcile myself to the heartbreaking thought of my husband's hands on another woman, I recoiled to imagine my daughters struggling with the emotional turmoil I'd struggled with. The thought of their confusion over sisters and brothers that were also their slaves was enough to decide me. And even if it hadn't been, the thought of choosing a girl... My eyes drifted to my window, which overlooked Mulberry Row. Some of the Hemings girls would soon be of age. But the wickedness of the thought was so horrifying to me, I immediately thrust it away with a violent shudder. I couldn't encourage such a thing. I suppose I was just wishing for some secret way. "There is only one secret to anything," Dolly asserted, "and that's the power we all have in forming our own destinies." Washington, 27 February, 1809. From Thomas Jefferson to Martha Jefferson Randolph. In retiring to the condition of a private citizen, I have a single uneasiness. I'm afraid that the administration of the house will give you trouble. Perhaps with a set of good and capable servants, as ours certainly are, the trouble will become less after their understanding the regulations which are to govern them. Ignorant, too, as I am in the management of a farm, I shall be obliged to ask the aid of Mr. Randolph's skill and attention. On a marvelous spring day, my father commemorated 40 years of service to his country by surrendering the reins of government and a brewing war to the new president. Celebratory cannons fired, ladies flirted with Papa, and a special farewell march was played for him at James Madison's inaugural ball. The latter was a touch only Dolly would have thought to include, and I loved her for it. Then Papa loaded up wagons with all the belongings he'd acquired as president: spoons and pudding dishes, coverlets and clocks and shoes, boxes, books, and furniture strained at the 6-mule team pulling the load. In anticipation of his homecoming, my heart beat with inexpressible anxiety and impatience. I wanted nothing so much as to clasp Papa in the bosom of his family, for the evening of his life to pass in serene and unclouded tranquility in the home he'd spent 20 years rebuilding. A home in which my entire family would now reside. The proposal was put to Tom in ways to spare his feelings. What would people say if we left my 65-year-old father to live alone with Sally as his housekeeper? Besides, Papa couldn't manage without us. He hadn't Tom's genius for preventing soil erosion. My husband, whatever else his faults, was a hard-working, inventive planter whose failures were due to bad luck and the rotting legacy his father left him. My husband surprised me by listening to this entreaty in silence, finally nodding his head in assent. And I realized now that it was because he already knew he couldn't support our still-growing family at Edgehill. The arrangement spared him more embarrassment than it gave him, lifting his family from certain poverty with the fig leaf of caring for my aging father. Even Anne and her new husband, Charles, would move in with us so that she could help work in Papa's gardens to make it just so, for they shared a special bond over flowers and herbs. We'd have the whole family together. At last, after trials of blizzards and crowds demanding speeches of him in taverns and inns on the way, Papa was ours now, and I went running down the road to meet him in rapture, in joy. We embraced one another, all the children gathered round, hopeful for the family idol and ignoring the rumble of the coming war in the distance. Part 3. Mistress of Monticello. Chapter 32. Monticello, 21 January, 1812. From Thomas Jefferson to John Adams. A letter from you carries me back to the times when we were fellow laborers in the same cause, struggling for what is most valuable to man, his right of self-government. Sometimes I look back in remembrance of our old friends who have fallen before us, of the signers of the Declaration of Independence I see now living not more than half a dozen on your side of the Potomac, and on this side, myself alone. It is difficult not to smile with a bittersweet pang in reading the letters between my father and John Adams, exchanged in the twilight of their lives. My husband couldn't fathom how Papa could set aside political acrimony to resume the old friendship. But those were happy years at Monticello, and harmony was our pursuit and our reward. My bed at Monticello was an alcove, and I slept snug and toasty between my husband's body and the wall. In the morning, the warm light of dawn spilled from the windows near the floor. They were double-paned. They never leaked. And everything in our sky-blue bedroom was neat and clean, which had a decidedly happy effect on my mood. "Good morning," Tom said, his breath warm on the back of my neck, his hands gently cupping my belly under blankets that smelled of lavender. I knew what he wanted, and his touch ignited something inside me, too, but I feared another child. "Tom, it's so early." "The rooster's already crowed," he protested, nuzzling my shoulder. "Besides, I'm riding for Edgehill straight away this morning. I've a long day ahead of me." "Then you can't afford to lose daylight," I chirped. "Let me up and I'll see the servants get you a quick breakfast." Reluctantly, Tom swung his long legs over to let me rise from the bed. "I'll take the boy. Hopefully we'll get the fields prepared for another good crop." By the boy, he meant Jeff, who had, after a single year's instruction, returned home from the University of Pennsylvania in near disgrace. Before he could be entrusted to help manage our plantations, Jeff would have to prove himself to his father, a thing he was doing by outworking Tom in the fields and at every other plantation chore. Having quit Congress, my husband's luck had turned. We'd had 2 good harvests, and Tom's were the only fields in the county that survived the storms because of his new method of plowing. Between that and the fact Papa was housing, clothing, and feeding our children, we were finally making payments on our debts. But I worried about my father's largesse, which extended itself to everybody. Papa was more popular now than when he was president, and people felt no shame in prevailing upon our hospitality. Unexpected visitors cluttered up our entrance hall beneath the quirky grate clock, powered by cannonball weights on a rope, for which a hole had to be cut in the floor. They marveled at the inventions and curiosities my father collected, everything from maps and soil samples to Indian artifacts, mastodon bones, and classical statuary. And Papa took on the expense of a plentiful table with all the seasonal bounty our plantation had to offer, topped off with Italian and French wines. Which is why I think we always had guests. We had persons from abroad, from all the states of the Union, from every part of the state, men, women, and children. In short, almost every day for at least 8 months of the year brought people of wealth, fashion, men in office, professional men, military and civil, lawyers, doctors, Protestant clergymen, Catholic priests, members of Congress, foreign ministers, missionaries, Indian agents, tourists, travelers, artists, strangers, and friends. They'd line up in the passageways for a glimpse at Papa. One lady even punched a window pane with her parasol trying to get a better view. Nevertheless, I scolded Ellen when she moped down the narrow staircase in the morning, eyes half-lidded. "Be more cheerful in the morning, lest your grandfather's guests think you're a sullen girl." "You know I hate mornings," Ellen said, unrepentantly sullen. I did know. Indeed, since she was a child, my father had made a game of catching her in bed long after sunrise. And I also knew her love for him would make her behave. "Your grandpapa relies upon us to leave a good impression." Ellen plastered a sarcastic smile on her face as we took our places in Papa's chrome-yellow dining room with its wispy white curtains. My daughters were all practiced hostesses at my father's breakfast, where we had fried eggs and meat, biscuits, tea, and honey. Then, while our guests amused themselves in my father's book room, or by walking our gardens or horse-riding in our woods, I made the girls help me tidy up and find places for the strange little trinkets people sent Papa from all over the country, just because he might find them fascinating. Mary and Cornelia bickered about the proper way to do everything, from planning a menu to choosing cloth for the servants, and Ginny goaded them on to avoid doing any of the work herself. Meanwhile, I taught the children from early afternoon until our supper at 4 or 5 in the evening. The schoolroom was my sitting room at Monticello, painted a cheerful blue. It's where I did my sewing and breastfeeding, too, and where the servants found me to ask for direction at least 24 times a day. All except Sally, of course. Sally and I both worked in proximity to my father's private rooms, where he emerged each day like the glowing Jove to reign over Mount Olympus. The Grand Patriarch made all the rules for the house, including that the children were to keep out of the flower beds, and that no one but Sally was to venture into his sanctum sanctorum. Such was my children's adoration for him that he only had to say do or do not, and they'd all obey. And he adored them in return, playing games with them in the evening. In returning from overseeing cloth production at the textile mill, I'd seen my father throw down his kerchief to set the children off on a race on the lawn, sometimes with hoops. And while Sally's children only ever looked on, the races were sometimes joined by my sister's only surviving child, little Frances, whom Jack Epps finally consented to let visit. Jack hadn't been persuaded by my pleas nor my father's cajoling. There wasn't anything any of us could say to convince Jack that his son wouldn't be exposed to my husband's lingering ill will. No, it took someone in the Hemmings family. My sister's maid promised that her Aunt Sally would watch over the boy, and Jack trusted his concubine in a way he'd never trust me. But I counted myself grateful for it, because I never tired of hearing my sister's laugh in her son's voice. And every night after Tom returned home and the children were all tucked into bed, we had the best fruits from the orchards with our tea and enjoyed the relative quiet. The only blot on our happiness was our son-in-law. When Anne married Charles Bankhead, he'd been a student at the law with a promising future. He'd since quit the profession to better appreciate my father's stock of wine, leaving us to worry for Anne and my new grandson. But my father was fond of Charles and optimistic about his future. Tom was less charitable. "We made a mistake with that one, Martha. He'll never go farther than a tavern." At the time, I thought it an unkind thing to say, and hypocritical, too, considering my husband so often retreated to drink. I reconsidered my opinion, however, the night my 20-year-old son came to the table after a day of back-breaking work, during which he nearly put his father into the ground. Serving great portions of ham onto his plate, Jeff asked, "Grandpapa, do you think war with England is inevitable now? We can make enough to eat and drink and clothe ourselves, but we can't have salt or iron without money. Without a market for our wheat, we just feed it to the horses. Tobacco isn't worth the pipe it's smoked in. And whiskey—" He paused, casting a sly glance at Anne's husband. "Well, there aren't enough drunks in the world to drink it." My son should have never given that sly, knowing glance to Charles Bankhead, who guzzled down my father's brandy as if in defiance of Jeff's remark. Charles and Tom were both good and drunk that night. So much so that my husband fell into a deep, exhausted slumber before I finished tucking my children into bed in their nursery. I suppose that's why I was the first to hear the commotion downstairs. Coming into the dining room in my bedclothes, I found Bankhead hurling abuses at one of the Hemmings boys, my father's new butler, Burwell. The reason? Poor Burwell refused to serve him more brandy or give him the keys to the wine cellar. I realize now that Anne must have been too afraid to intervene, but at the time I only wondered where my daughter had got herself to while her husband screamed incoherently. "Charles," I hissed, "everyone's gone to bed. Surely you don't mean to drink alone." "I do," Bankhead sneered. Then he picked up a silver candlestick, "and I'll smash this insolent boy's skull if he won't give over the keys." Fearful of the certain violence in his voice, I stepped between them. "You've had enough to drink, Charles." Bankhead brought his reddening face close to mine, then gave me such a shove that I fell against the table, sending a tureen crashing to the floor. Shocked and struggling to right myself, I caught a flash of Burwell's fierce brown eyes, just as his fists clenched, as if he meant to come to my defense. "Burwell!" I snapped the warning, because a black man attacking a white man in Virginia, even for good cause, would end in utter tragedy. "Go fetch Bacon." Edmund Bacon was the overseer on our estate, a burly white man who could help me manage my drunk son-in-law. But Burwell glanced at Bankhead, then back at me, and shook his head, as if unwilling to leave me alone with the drunkard. I had to straighten to my full height. "You do as I say, Burwell. You get on." Only when Burwell was gone did I face my son-in-law, who was beyond reason. Charles shoved me again, and this time I knocked over a chair before catching my balance. He still had that candlestick in his hand, and he rounded on me, slamming me into the wall, his hand at my throat, nostrils flaring like a bull. Smelling the liquor on his breath, I stayed very still and breathed very shallowly, my pulse pounding in my ears. "He's going to strangle me," I thought, and that thought seemed to stretch on for an eternity. Footsteps finally sounded out from behind us, and my son-in-law cried, "Gimme that key, you lazy good-for-nothing." That's when we saw Tom, his eyes bloodshot with exhaustion, alcohol, and rage. What happened next happened so swiftly, I heard it more than saw it. Tom grabbed up a fire iron, and the air parted with the swoosh of its arc. A heavy thunk sounded as metal cracked on a human skull. A crash as Bankhead crumpled to the floor, leaving me gasping as I grasped my throat, standing over the body of our son-in-law as a pool of blood fanned out under my bare feet. "Dear God!" I cried, horrified by the sight of flesh split from bone. The blow had peeled the skin off one side of my son-in-law's forehead and face. I dropped to my knees in terror. "You've killed him, Tom. You've killed him." I was wrong about that. Tom had swung that iron poker hard enough to kill, but it had glanced slightly off to the side, leaving Charles badly injured but alive. Groaning and sobbing, Charles tried to get to his feet, slipping on his own blood just as Anne stumbled in. Seeing her husband dripping in gore, she let out a blood-curdling scream that drew the servants and even our children from their beds. Sally scarcely took 2 steps into the room before she herded everyone away. Meanwhile, my husband was still in an unthinking and murderous fury, so I threw myself into Tom's arms before he used the poker to finish the job. "You saved me," I whispered, holding tight to his waist, using my body to force him back from the scene. But even Tom's shock as he came more fully awake did not make him relinquish his desire to murder.
"You think you can get away from me, Bankhead? Get back here, you dog!"
"Don't kill my husband," Anne sobbed, trying to stop his bleeding. I put my hand round Tom's to make him drop the fire iron, and he roared,
"I want him out of this house."
Had this been Edgehill, he'd have been well within his rights to be obeyed. Truthfully, I thought he was within his rights anyway. But Anne was hysterical now, with her husband's blood staining her nightdress and her hands. "This is my grandfather's house. He'd never send me out with a dying man into the dark. You've nearly killed him. You've nearly killed my husband." Anne didn't know, hadn't seen how it had happened. And by morning, Charles was so apologetic and ashamed that Anne felt nothing but pity for him. "He tries to stop drinking, Mama. He swears it off, but then he can't stop. I don't know why, but he can't stop." At her words, I pulled the shawl tighter around my neck, hiding the red marks that had bloomed there just as my clothing covered the bruises Charles's rough handling had caused. I'd been careful as I'd dressed to ensure Tom hadn't seen them either. If any of the men in my family saw my bruises, the violence would erupt all over again. Meanwhile, my father suggested Bankhead might be suffering from some sort of illness, that perhaps a doctor could help him. Not knowing the full violence of Charles's actions, Papa was unfailingly kind to the young man, which infuriated Tom so much he slammed out of the house and stayed gone for 2 days. My son only made matters worse. Jeff had been away on his grandfather's errands during the altercation. The trust my father increasingly placed in him to conduct matters of business emboldened Jeff and chafed at my husband, who thought our boy wasn't ready for such responsibility. When Jeff heard about the fight, he said,
"Just 2 drunks having a row, then. I'm sure they'll patch it up straight away."
I didn't tell him how it had really been. No one knew but me and Tom, and to some extent, Burwell. To tell my proud and devoted son a thing like that would have invited a duel. So I only said, "It breaks my heart to hear you speak of your father that way." Truthfully, Tom had never been more justified in his rage. But there was no question that if the fire iron had hit Charles Bankhead squarely, he'd be dead. Dead on my father's floor at Monticello, where the eyes of the whole country seemed to look for example, especially now. Because that summer, the United States of America declared war on Great Britain. If we'd waited a little longer, we would have discovered the British had finally cracked under the weight of my father's embargo. They'd decided against harassing our neutral merchant ships. They'd surrendered to my father's policies. But as in the Revolutionary War, the British had come to their senses too late. Now there would be blood. And both my husband and my son were called to fight. Like my father, I'd begun to count things for comfort. 23 was the number of years I'd been married to Tom Randolph. 9 was the number of children we had, with another on the way. 44 was my husband's age, the day he declared that he must join the army, because if he didn't fight to defend America, he'd be unhappy for the rest of his life. Tom wanted and expected my father's blessing and encouragement, but Papa worried that my husband was beset with military fever.
"His willingness to sacrifice for his country is admirable, but at his age, with all that depends on him, what can be driving him to it?"
I understood precisely what drove Tom. As my husband, he was doomed to live in the shadow of the country's greatest living patriot. But a patriot who had never been a soldier. Strip even that away, and Tom was still haunted by the shadow of his father, the colonel. So it didn't surprise me to see the pleasure Tom took in being commissioned by President Madison as a colonel and given command of the 20th Regiment of the Infantry. Still, I couldn't shake the sense that Tom still felt the pull of the grave. I'd kept him from dueling Randolph of Roanoke, but deep down I feared that my husband was still looking for the bullet that would give him an honorable exit. The night he received his commission, he perched at the edge of our bed, holding papers duly signed and sworn.
"Martha, I want you to look at this."
I realized with a glance that it was a last will. Bringing both hands to my mouth, I pleaded with my eyes for him not to show me. But he persisted.
"If I should die—"
"Please don't," I said, turning toward the wall. I knew Tom could die. Of course I knew. But I was my father's daughter, so I didn't wish to speak openly of such things. We didn't acknowledge them this way. I wasn't sure I could bear it.
"Martha."
Tom took me by the shoulders and drew me to face him.
"If I should die, I intend to give you everything."
Stunned, I asked, "What of the children?" It wasn't done that widows were left with unfettered power over their husband's property. It wasn't done because a widow's property would pass into the hands of a new husband the moment she remarried, and women weren't thought to be capable of managing it. Tom swallowed.
"I recommend you sell Verena to pay off the debts. You should probably give Jeff the better part of Edgehill, and divide the rest amongst the younger boys. But I leave it to your judgment, and to your use as you think fit."
I was dumbfounded, both by these spoken words and the heartfelt ones he'd put to paper.
"I place my full confidence in the understanding, judgment, honor, and impartial maternal feeling of my beloved wife, Martha."
God is my witness. Every offense Tom had ever given melted away to nothing. This man had worked himself to the bone for me, for my father, for our children. This man had nearly killed to defend me. And he had, with what might be his last official act, placed the trust of everything into my hands. My eyes misted at the well of tender love I felt for him, the depths of which I hadn't felt in some time. Oh, Tom. He sat taller, bracing himself.
"I'd only like to know if you think you might, in the event of my death."
He shook his head, clearly uncomfortable.
"Would you seek another husband?"
I didn't think. I only felt. Like my father before me, in that most vulnerable moment when my spouse contemplated his death, I merely took my husband's hand and vowed, "Only you, Tom. I swear by God that I'll have no other husband." That was all I said on the subject until it came time for him to leave for an assault on a British-held fortress near the St. Lawrence River. President Madison said we couldn't forget the glory of our fathers in establishing independence, which must now be maintained by their sons. The fathers he invoked were mine and John Adams. It was important to the cause, perhaps essential, that my husband and my son join the fight. Jeff readily agreed.
"God forbid that I should be last to come forward in defense of my country, for which I shall be proud to sacrifice my life." But for every proud smile and farewell kiss and bland pleasantry about how short this war was sure to be, how we'd repelled the British once and could do it again, I nursed unworthy thoughts I dared not give voice to. I'm going to lose them as I lose everything to the cause of this country. I'd lost my mother, my siblings, my childhood. I'd lost my first love and my financial future. And now, pregnant again and half out of my mind with fear, I couldn't bear to sacrifice another thing. I'm not proud of it now, nor was I then. But I went to my father, and together we hatched a plot against my husband's military career. Dolly folded me into her arms to welcome me to Montpelier. Why, Patsy, I didn't expect you in your condition. Then again, you'd never go anywhere if you waited until you weren't with child. Papa chuckled. At this rate, we ought to put her in a nunnery. It was an entertaining jest in spite or because of the fact that I'd once desired to be a nun. But such was my fear for my husband that I couldn't find the heart to laugh. Papa gently squeezed my shoulder to reassure me of his intention to speak with Mr. Madison about my plight. It was left to me to prevail upon Madison's wife. All my life, I'd gotten by with smiles and pleasantries. But the moment the gentlemen were out of hearing, I wept into my kerchief. Dolly was so startled by my uncharacteristic outburst that she teared up herself. Oh, my dear, whatever can be the matter? I'm so low-spirited, I wept, unbearably relieved to tell the truth. I fear this baby is going to be the end of me, and I'll never see my husband again. One of us is going to die before we're reunited. You mustn't think that way, Dolly said, stroking my hair. Why, you have a perfect constitution. You're not due until the new year, and when the army retires to winter quarters, Tom will come home for the birth. At a time like this, every able-bodied man must be called upon. But my father thinks perhaps Tom could serve in the Virginia militia, closer to home. I held my breath in anticipation of her reaction, my stomach sick with worry and guilt. For a long moment, Dolly was quiet. She should have told me that this was men's business. She should have pretended not to have any sway. But she simply tapped her fan against her cheek until an idea came to her. What the president needs is tax collectors. Wars need to be paid for. And when we don't send men of prominence to collect, they're just run out of town on a rail. Your husband, with his name and connections and service, why, he'd make an ideal choice. It was, in the end, my father's private word with Madison that led to the appointment. But I played my part, which is why I took the blame when, after helping to lead a successful attack on Fort Matilda in New York, my husband returned in November from winter camp to learn the president had appointed him to collect revenue. Tom went from puffed up and proud of his successful military campaign to slack-jawed and bewildered as he'd read the appointment orders. I sat watching him, my stomach in knots. He didn't talk to me for the rest of the day, but at bedtime, when his bewilderment gave way to fury, Tom entered our room and slammed the door. He paced and pulled at his hair, then turned to me and shouted, "What have you done, woman?" Sitting on the bed's edge, I fisted my hands in my skirt. I merely explained. I'm offered a commission on application of my wife. I fell silent because I knew it would anger him, and yet I'd done it anyway. Still, with my father's encouragement, it had seemed the right course.
Tom threw his sheathed sword across the room where it hit the cast-iron stove with a clatter.
You and your father would have the president believing I want to hide behind a vile cloak of cowardice as a tax man.
Please don't blame Papa. It was my doing. Tom squeezed his eyes shut with a shake of his head.
My confidence in myself has never been blind. I've scarcely in my life felt confident before. But on the battlefield, men looked to me. They trusted me. I didn't let them down, which made me trust myself. Never did I suppose you might undermine me this way. The whole world might go against me, but never you.
I'm not against you, I cried. I hadn't done it to undermine him, but to save him. Jeff was young and able-bodied, and if he didn't serve it would bring shame upon the family. But no one expects Tom to fight, Papa had said. And so, as my husband stared at me, demanding an explanation, all I could think to say was, "The appointment pays $4,000. I said it because I knew it grated on Tom that we lived in my father's house. I knew it made him doubt his worth. This salary would ease that. That's all I meant by it. But he heard stark betrayal. He grabbed me by the shoulders, and I yelped. Then he shook me. He shook me until my teeth rattled. He hurt me. Though I was heavily pregnant, he threw me to the floor, where I lay, gasping as he stormed away. It'd be years before the crack in our marriage became obvious to all. But I always knew it was that moment that shook our foundations. All our married lives, Tom had made a silent plea. Need me. Need me the way a woman is meant to need her husband. I'd finally allowed myself to realize how much I needed him. And look what it had unleashed. For desperate need of him, I'd stolen his pride, and now I feared he'd never forgive me. Tom didn't sleep in our room that evening. I don't know where he went. And when our baby girl was born that winter, he wouldn't even suggest a name. 7, I thought. Our 7th daughter. I named her Septimia. 21. That was another important number. That's how old my tall, rock-steady son was on the summer day in 1814 that he was called into active duty in the militia to fend off invasion. The last time the English attacked Virginia, my father had been pilloried for taking flight, which meant that for my son there was nothing to do but fight. And in the end, all my schemes to keep Tom from the battlefield were for naught. As the summer days grew long, he prepared to command the 2nd Regiment of the Virginia Cavalry. Before he departed, Tom warned, "If the British win, it'll be an end to this nation. We'll likely be made colonies again. The English will consider your father a traitor and our entire family useful prisoners. So think of that before you say another word against my taking to the field." Ashamed, I said nothing. For the defense of our country and our family, my husband would drill troops on the muddy, mosquito-ridden banks of the York River, while my son joined a company of artillerists to fend off the invasion. Still smarting and betrayed, Tom gave me the coldest of farewells, and I was too afraid to press him for more. But before they marched off, I held my son's freckled face in my hands, memorizing every line. Jeff was as beautiful as his father had been at that age, but without the darkness. In temperament and strength, he was more like my father. But where was I in that mix? In his heart, I hoped, where I'd will it to keep beating. Chapter 33. Monticello, 28 August, 1814. From Thomas Jefferson to Louis H. Girardin.
Of the burning of Washington, I believe nothing. When Washington is in danger, we shall see Mrs. Madison and Mrs. Monroe, like the doves from the ark, first messengers of the news. P.S. Since writing this, I receive information undoubted that Washington is burnt.
The shame of it! Dolly wept, her pink lips quivering as she recalled her flight from the capital. Their escape was such a narrow miss that British officers actually dined on the meal that had been prepared for the Madisons before they put the president's house to the torch. The house where my father had served as president, where I'd been his hostess, where my son James had been born. The English also burned the Naval Yard, the War Office, the Treasury, and the Congressional buildings, including the Library of Congress, and all the books therein. And Dolly sniffled. My poor husband, when he saw the wreckage, was as shaken and woebegone as if someone had cleaved his heart in two. My father looked every bit as heartbroken.
Barbarism,
Papa said, pretending to dab at sweat with a kerchief, when I could see plainly there were tears in his eyes. I cannot do justice to the destruction with words, Dolly continued, having stopped at Monticello briefly on her way to Montpelier. The country's monuments and architectural triumphs are all ash. The president's house burned to a charred shell. The Capitol building without a roof and gutted to the marble like an ancient ruin. Priceless paintings slashed, their splintered frames nothing more than kindling now. I'd hoped Dolly might bring some comforting word of my son and my husband, who would now face the British as they turned their guns south, but instead I found myself comforting her. At least you rescued some national treasures. Only trifles, she said with a dismissive wave. A wagon load of papers, some silver and velvet curtains. There wasn't time to save more. I told the servants to cut down the painting of George Washington, or destroy it if it couldn't be cut down, lest it fall into British hands. We hid it in a farmhouse. That's what we were reduced to. Mr. Madison sought shelter under armed guard, while I spent the longest night of my life without him, hearing cannons booming, explosions too. I had to disguise myself in someone else's clothes to sneak back into Washington City. I'd never admired her more. And the Federalists. She uttered the word like a curse. Never let them tell you they're true patriots. They cared for wounded British soldiers in preference to our own, and crowed at the rout of our army and the destruction of our capital. She finished with a lament. I wish I could have mounted the battle guns that our ill-trained and cowardly militia abandoned. It was the most unladylike thing I'd ever heard her say, and it plucked not even a note of censure on the harp of my conscience. I pray this war ends soon. Have you turned to your Bible, Patsy? Dolly asked. No more than before, I said with a nervous glance to Papa. There was, of course, bad blood between God and me. I'd forsaken his nunnery, and he'd forsaken my sister. I didn't wish to provoke the Almighty against my husband and son, too. Papa excused himself on account of a growing headache, while I poured Dolly tea and readied my napkin in case she spilled it in her agitated state. But her hand was steady as she withdrew from her satchel a packet of papers. I don't know on what terms you parted with your sister-in-law, but you'd better see this before your husband hears of it. Curiously leafing through the pages, I recognized the handwriting of Nancy Randolph, though I supposed she was more properly thought of as Mrs. Morris now. My infamous sister-in-law had found employment in the northern states as the housekeeper of Governor Morris, whose strange sense of humor seems to have led him to marry Nancy in spite of her reputation, if not because of it. But just as she seemed poised for happiness, Randolph of Roanoke sent warning to Mr. Morris, saying that Nancy killed her bastard baby, killed Richard Randolph, and was likely to kill him, too, to steal his fortune. "Poor Nancy," I said, reading that. "This goes back to an incident 20 years past now. I tell you truthfully, I believe Nancy was innocent." "Not entirely," Dolly said, pointing to the passage in which Nancy admitted to having been seduced by Theo. "That might be enough to destroy her marriage. And Randolph of Roanoke is nothing if not a destroyer." Dolly put scorn behind the name, as if to mock his pretensions. "Nancy sent this letter hoping I'd defend her reputation, but her husband is a Federalist, and is one first lady to another. I'll let her sink if you wish." I smiled at Dolly giving me that title, a role she'd created herself, and I spoke from the heart. In truth, I seethed for her. Nancy has finally found a respectable place for herself, and John can't leave her in peace. Dolly watched me carefully. "So you take her side?" "Whatever side John takes, I'm on the other." That made Dolly laugh. But then I added, "No matter where I stand with Nancy, it'd be a disgrace to let that villain harry her to death." Dolly rose to stare out the parlor window to the gardens beyond. "That does seem to be his aim. I hope he doesn't succeed." I'd relied altogether too much on hope. Papa's stubborn faith in the goodness of humanity seemed to bear itself out less and less every day. And after seeing all the ills in the world, I no longer merely hoped justice would come to the wicked. John Randolph is running in the upcoming election against my former brother-in-law, who would be far more helpful to your husband in Congress. John Randolph had miscalculated the damage ladies could do. We couldn't fight in the war, but reputations were won or lost on our fields of battle, and Dolly and I were prepared to set our cannons blasting. Tom wouldn't like my meddling in politics, would like even less my doing anything to help Jack Epps. But he might approve for the sake of his sister. I'd saved her once before, and he'd been grateful. I was desperate to win back his affections now, so I sat down with Dolly to write some letters to influential ladies, taking up Nancy's banner and blackening John Randolph's name. If we'd been men, he'd have called us out. Unfortunately, the only advantage afforded a woman in Virginia was that we couldn't be challenged to a duel. "Soldiers!" The cry came from Sally's 13-year-old daughter, Harriet, who came running in with her dark auburn hair streaming behind her, marshalling my younger children into the house. For a moment, I saw my sister in her. It was Polly that I saw in fright, and my heart stopped. But Dolly had the presence of mind to ask, "Redcoats?" "All soldiers, I think," the girl said. We crowded onto the portico steps, watching a ragtag group of boys marching up our mountain wreathed in gray mist. Even from a distance, they looked dirty, lean, half-starved. Some used their muskets like canes. One towered over his compatriots, and I caught a glimpse of auburn hair. "Jeff!" I cried, wilting with relief. It's my boy." He broke away from the company, raced up the drive, and clomped up the stairs. He spoke in a rush as he swept me into his arms.
"The British went north. We never saw a redcoat."
That meant the British never met my husband's regiment, and the men in my life were safe. The British might have attacked Richmond and won, but instead they chose Baltimore, where Fort McHenry withstood a bombardment of more than 24 hours, leaving our flag, as immortalized by Francis Scott Key, still there. "Where's your father?" I asked, overjoyed by the news. Jeff only shrugged. I learned later that my son and husband had quarreled so violently that Jeff was nearly brought up on charges. My son wouldn't say why, but the details didn't seem important if the peace was won. By February of 1815, everyone was giddy. Southern gentlemen swaggered about, confidence restored, honor defended, reputations built as a new generation of Americans defeated the British once again. Some called it a second American Revolution.
"Get on your best dress, Mother,"
Jeff said, his spirits high since returning home.
"I'm taking you and Anne to visit my lady love."
With his father's looks and his grandfather's charm, Jeff caught the eyes of beautiful women. But I'd heard the name of the governor's daughter bandied about more than once, and now that the war was at its end, Jeff was eager to see her. I was just as eager to lay eyes on the girl, so I dug through my closet. Homespun wasn't in fashion anymore, but we hadn't had occasion to buy anything new, so Anne and I donned our decade-old dresses from when we played hostess at the president's table. Mine fit without alteration. But motherhood and marriage to a drunk had made my daughter so thin that her dress positively swallowed her up. "I'll take it in," Sally said, going for her thread and needle. And when she was finished, we went off to meet the girl my son wanted to marry. Jeff rode ahead on horseback, while Anne and I followed in the carriage, a blanket on our laps to guard against the cold. When we arrived at Mount Warren, Jane Nicholas bid us welcome. I was surprised to find her quite plain, but she had a warm smile. Her mother, however, did nothing but scowl, apparently flummoxed to see us. As was the custom, Jeff went off to call on the gentlemen, whereas we were left to socialize over tea. And though Mount Warren was a prosperous house, we were offered only tea. At some point during the surprisingly stiff and chilly conversation, I urged Jane and her mother to call upon us at Monticello, and Mrs. Nicholas asked, "Why ever would we do that?" Sure that I'd heard her wrong, I only sipped at my tea, but Anne flushed to the tips of her ears. The rude mistress of the plantation eyed me squarely and said, "My people were merchants. Merchants know that wealth is money, but planters prize land no matter how useless, and I pray that none of my daughters will bury themselves in Virginia, married to boys who have nothing but an old name and a patch of dirt." Jane cried, "Mama!" Refusing to reveal my own shock, I patted the girl's hand. "Don't be upset, dear. Your mother is only speaking her mind, as we're free to do in the glorious nation my father helped to build." Mortified, Jane rose, dragging her mother from the room. "Please excuse us. We must find some biscuits to go with our tea." Anne fanned herself furiously against the stifling heat of the fire. "Why, I never—" From the entryway beyond, where Mrs. Nicholas argued with her daughter, I heard her call me a very vulgar-looking woman. I seethed when I heard her say Anne was a poor stick.
and I burned to hear her ask, "Don't you find it strange that Jeff Randolph, who owns nothing but a small tract of land and 5 Negroes, thinks he's ready for a wife? Of all the pretty girls who pant after him, you think he'd choose you?" Having heard quite enough, I said, "Come along, Anne." We didn't wait for Jeff. While Jane and her mother argued, my daughter and I simply climbed into the carriage and rode off. All the while, Anne kept saying, "I never! They think they're too good for us. They think Jeff's after her money." If a girl may be judged by her mother, Jeff is better off without her. We were still carrying on this way when we reached the top of my father's mountain, and someone wrenched open the carriage door. Anne shrieked in surprise to see that it was her husband, drunker than usual. And though the air was chilly, his face ran with sweat as he hauled her out. "Where were you?" Charles demanded. Wide-eyed, Anne stammered, We went to meet Jeff's girl. I told you." "Are you going to lie to me?" He threw her to the cold, hard ground. "Go on, lie to me." "Charles!" I cried, scrambling out of the carriage. But I wasn't fast enough to stop him. He kicked her. He kicked my delicate daughter in the ribs. And when she tried to rise up, he kicked her in the face, sending a spray of blood from her mouth. "You lying little bitch!" People would say he had a right to do it. He had a right by law. But I was her mother, and there were other laws than the ones made by men. Seeing my baby girl's bloody mouth, I reached for the coachman's horsewhip and lashed at Charles. The whip caught him on the side of the face, where he was still scarred from the blow my husband had given him with a fire iron. And Bankhead seemed so shocked to see that this time I was the one to lay open a stripe of blood on his cheek, that he stood like a stunned ox. "Run, Anne!" I cried, ducking a swing of his arm. I wasn't afraid for myself. It wasn't me he wanted to hurt. So I grabbed hold of him, making myself a dead weight. I might be a vulgar-looking woman, but I was sturdy and my rampaging son-in-law couldn't easily throw me off. We grappled while Anne staggered to her feet, and while Burwell and Beverly Hemmings went running to fetch the overseer. "You leave her alone, Charles," I said, gripping his shirt tight. "You're mad with drink." "You may rule your husband," Charles snarled, "but Anne's my wife, and I'm going to beat her until she remembers it." With that, he tore himself from my grip, leaving a patch of his shirt in my hand, then took off after Anne at a run. Monticello was in an uproar. Servants shouting, Bankhead kicking everything and everyone in his way. Chickens went squawking, dogs yelped and growled. And after a few moments, Sally rushed out of the house to help me up from the ground, whispering, "Charles passed her by. She's hiding in a potato hole." The thought of my daughter, my first baby, hiding in the dirt from her husband, made me wish that I'd let Tom kill him. As she helped me to my feet, Sally's long-ago words about the importance of the man a woman winds up with had never rung more true, because Anne was trapped with a cruel drunkard, and there wasn't a thing that we could do. Sally was my father's mistress, not the mistress of the plantation, and yet it felt right to have her at my side. The drunken brute's shouts echoed from the house, and Sally and I took the stairs 2 at a time in the vain hope of getting to him before he got to my father. Meanwhile, Jeff's horse came galloping up the road in a cloud of dust. "What the devil is going on?" We didn't stop to answer, but burst into the house where the madman screamed, "Show yourself, Anne!" Jeff was on our heels, gripping his horsewhip.
One look at his frothing, bloodied brother-in-law, and no one had to tell him what had happened. And my son went white to the tip of his nose. "Did you do something to my sister, you rabid dog?" Jeff asked, advancing on Bankhead. "Someone ought to put you down. I think that someone is gonna be me." Those were words that started duels. Words that demanded satisfaction. But Bankhead was so drunk I'm not sure he heard. Instead, he was transfixed by the sight of my father, who emerged from his rooms in stern disapproval. "Enough," Papa said, very quietly, very severely. "We value domestic tranquility here. Charles, I must ask you to reside under your father's roof for a time, not mine." At my father's quiet show of thoroughly presidential authority, Bankhead seemed to suddenly shake free of his madness, and he sank to his knees and wept. Bankhead was being banished, and he knew it. He begged my father 1,000 pardons, sobbing that he'd tried to stop drinking but never was able to, that it was something in him like a demon. I didn't care. I fetched Anne, took her upstairs, bandaged her ribs, and cleaned up her mouth and jaw, which were bruised and swollen. Then I put her in my bed, dosing her with some laudanum so she could rest. Bolting the door, I leaned back upon it like a guard. That's when Jeff came up the narrow stairway with murder in his eyes. "You keep away from Bankhead," I said, keeping my voice low in case children might be eavesdropping from the nearby nursery or their bedrooms on the 3rd floor. "And when your father returns, don't tell him what happened here today." "Why not? Cracking that monster's skull is the finest thing my father ever did. Too bad he'd botched the job like always." "Stop saying things like that, Jeff. Disrespect from a boy is one thing, but you're a man now." He nodded grimly and leaned back on the door next to me. "Then you won't object to my taking Jane for a wife?" "I think you'd rather marry someone who'll bring no more strife into this family." "Jane isn't her mother," Jeff said, reasonably, staring at his feet. "I'm set on Jane. She's the prudent choice." I stared, remembering my own seemingly prudent choice. "Oh, Jeff, be careful." "I know what I'm about. My future prospects from my father I consider as blank. From my grandfather, not very cheering." That my husband's fortunes were negligible I knew, but since Papa retired from the presidency, Monticello had never seemed more fruitful or alive. "Why would you say that?" Jeff crossed his freckled arms. "I've seen Grandfather's books. Monticello is large but unprofitable, and unless judiciously managed, will probably consume itself." My father was a sunny optimist, and I was neither entitled nor desirous to know the extent of his debts. But my son was pragmatic and clear-headed, and I believed him. Even so, marrying a woman you don't love— "You won't tell my sisters to marry for love. You want to, but you won't. You don't want them to end up at the mercy of a penniless drunk like Bankhead. It'll be a miracle if they find husbands with their promised 30 cents per annum. Though, with Ellen's caustic tongue, no amount would be enough." "Don't be sarcastic," I said, reaching for his hand. Our shoulders touched in the doorway. "My brothers are still boys," he said. "I'm going to have to provide for all of them, my sisters and brothers. So I can't marry anybody but a rich woman, and Jane's sweet. If I can make myself love her, you can do the same." I glanced up at him. shamed that he should have such burdens. But I'd raised a man who could be relied upon, and that filled me with pride. So I never uttered another word against Jane, not realizing that she'd cost us everything. The next morning, I rocked my grandbaby in his cradle as Anne continued to sleep fitfully in the nearby bed. The movement of the rocking was a comfort when so little else was. Everything seemed in a turmoil. Anne awoke on a gasp. "Where's Charles? I have to go to him," she said, her words slurred because of the swelling around her mouth. "He must have kicked the senses out of you if you're even considering going with him," I said, my heart hurting that this was the reality of my daughter's life. She struggled to sit up against the pillows. "Where else can I go?"
"You needn't go anywhere," Papa replied from the doorway, surprising us both, for he so seldom mounted the steep stairs that the crowded upper floors in which my family lived must have seemed to him like another world completely. Papa crossed the room and rested an age-spotted hand on her shoulder. "You're always welcome here at Monticello, dearest Anne." Bravely wiping away the tears that flowed down her bruised face, Anne said, "But my place is with Charles. By law, he can take the children. You know he can." "He'll soften, fearing the loss of you," Papa said. "His family will talk sense to him."
All his life, I think my father believed in principle that a woman belonged to her husband. But now he tried every way possible to encourage Anne's separation from Charles. Every way but telling her she had a right to do it. Maybe that would have made the difference. "It was my fault," Anne insisted. "He worries when he can't find me." My heart sank to my stomach, where it weighed like a stone when later that day Anne rode off with Charles, their children and belongings.
"Patsy, I had to send him away,"
Papa said from where we stood upon the south terrace, overlooking the garden, the vineyards, and the breathtakingly broad vista beyond. "I know," was my truthful reply. Papa squinted up at the clouds.
"Dr. Bankhead will have more authority to deal with his son, and if I let Charles stay here and Tom found out—"
I knew exactly what Tom would do if he found out that Bankhead beat our daughter. And I didn't know if I should be sorry or grateful that Tom was still too furious with me to come home. Rounding his shoulders, Papa said,
"In the meantime, I've sold my library to Congress to replace the one burned by the British. I'll use the profit to secure property for Anne alone, to make her independent if the worst should come to pass."
"Oh, Papa," I said, pressing a grateful kiss against his aging shoulder. It was startlingly generous, and also startling because my father had never encouraged independence in any woman before.
"I'll save some for Ellen, who'll need to attract a husband of her own soon."
"Given the fate of her sister, I almost wish Ellen would never marry," I said. "I deny loving any of my children more than the others, but you take more pleasure in some." Anne, Jeff, and Ellen were the children I knew best, and to whom I'd formed the first tender attachments. Even amongst those three, Ellen was special. She feels things too acutely for her own happiness. She's like her father, but without his temper, and such people aren't well suited for this selfish world. My father smiled because Ellen was his favorite, too.
"She's the jewel of my soul, but we mustn't be too selfish. We must allow her into society and hope she finds a perfect love."
"Perfect love?" Ellen asked, swishing her skirts as she came up behind us, not even pretending she hadn't eavesdropped. "Anne loves Charles, and look how that's turned out. There may be no such thing as perfect love." My father smiled.
"There will be for you, pretty girl."
Dark-haired, slow-eyed Ellen wasn't as pretty as Anne, but at the age of 19, Ellen was slender and dashing, with supreme confidence. And she used it now to distract us from the sadness of Anne's departure. "I recently met a handsome gentleman who was so perfectly the victim of ennui that it destroyed every attraction I might have felt for him. Truly, I'd bore you to list the suitors I became completely disgusted with visiting Richmond. I'd just as soon become a spinster and devote myself to the care of my beloved grandpapa." She was teasing, I hoped, but the marriage prospects of our daughters were very much on my husband's mind when he finally returned for Jeff's wedding to Jane, with the first hints of spring. Tom had never been a cheerful man, but he returned to me a dour one. He now styled himself Colonel Randolph, and it relieved me that though he'd taken his father's title and demeanor, he wasn't unfeeling toward his children. When he crawled into our bed after having been gone so long, he said,
"Now that our son has taken a bride, it's time to think about the girls. Mrs. Madison extended an invitation to have Ellen in Washington City. She'll find a higher caliber of gentlemen to court her there."
Quietly, I gasped at the expense this would entail. Ellen couldn't properly go to the capital without new dresses, new shawls, bonnets, and triflings of every sort. She'd be advised by Dolly, whose expensive tastes we could scarcely afford. But when I confessed my worries, Tom exploded in temper.
"What sort of man do you take me for? You think I'd help marry my sisters off, but will deprive my own daughter of the few dresses and combs she needs to secure her happiness?"
Lowering my eyes, I said, "I know you'd never deny your daughters a thing if it were within your power. I'm only worried for the expense."
"Did your father spare any expense for your coming out in Paris?"
Tom asked, staring hard.
"I've heard the stories. So many balls you had to limit yourself to not more than 3 a week. Stories your daughters have heard, too."
With that single astute observation, Tom leveled me. I'd so often entertained my children with stories about my days in Paris that any one of the older girls could have named my friends at the convent and recounted their exploits. To buoy spirits in hard times, I'd fed my girls a steady diet of opulent tales. How could I deny my vivacious Ellen the opportunities I'd enjoyed? "You're right, of course. I beg your pardon."
"It's not your place to worry about expenses,"
Tom ranted in a fever of anger that had been brewing since I'd meddled in his military career.
"That's always been the trouble with you, Martha. You don't know your place."
He then proceeded to show me my place, by roughly tugging my nightclothes and pinning me to the bed. I made no attempt to refuse him. I didn't dare. And in truth, I hoped that our coming together, even in anger, might mend the wounds. After all, Tom's ardent kisses usually broke through my reserve, and his release usually unraveled the knots inside him. But on that night, not even pleasure could untangle the trouble between us. In the dark, I whispered, "Tom, I offer my sincerest apologies. I know I've hurt you and offended your sense of honor. But please know that what I did, I only did for fear of losing you. I erred in love." To that, he had no reply whatsoever. Chapter 34. Poplar Forest, 3 December, 1816.
From Thomas Jefferson to Martha Jefferson Randolph. We've been weather-bound at this place. Johnny Hemmings and company will set off on Thursday. Our only discomfort is not being with you. The girls have borne it wonderfully. They've been very close students, and I'm never without enough to do to protect me from ennui. My father knew I'd go through his letters once he was dead. This letter is proof that he meant to spare me from having to burn more than I already have. The company my father mentions in reference to their Uncle Johnny was Sally's sons, Beverly, Eston, and Madison. They were almost always with Papa in those days, engaged in a grand project to build a new octagonal house at Poplar Forest, where we once hid from the British. My father fled there now for the same reason, to escape Monticello, which had become, in some respects, a glorified museum and inn. Though it was a great expense, my father wouldn't deny his hospitality to visitors. It seemed to him somehow undemocratic, or, at the very least, un-Virginian. Strangers stopped without even a letter of introduction, expecting supper and a bed. Most of all, they desired to lay eyes on the former president, the sage of Monticello, and, of course, to satisfy their curiosity about Dusky Sally. Under that scrutiny, Papa increasingly withdrew to Poplar Forest, where he could make plans for his new university and enjoy the sons Sally had given him. But he never wrote their names down in any letter. He knew better, and so did I. Perhaps my father also absented himself to give Tom the illusion of being in command, hoping it might ease the strain on our marriage. And I made myself as obedient and accommodating as possible, even though Tom had scarcely a tender word for me. I missed the husband I'd known, temperamental and morose, but fiercely loving, and I despaired of having lost that love, possibly forever. Meanwhile, from Washington came a steady report on Ellen's beaux. Mr. de Roth was an insignificant little creature. Mr. Hughes was a man of no family or connections. Mr. Forney was aloof. Mr. Logan was not at all clever. Though my daughter had success pricing the scientific dialogues for her grandfather's library, she made no progress in finding a husband, and I couldn't find it within myself to encourage her to try harder, given how miserable my own marriage had become. I tried to count myself content that the love Tom once lavished upon me he now gave to our daughters, but it left me lonely even in a crowded house. I missed Anne unbearably and worried every day what her husband might do to her. As for Ellen, I wanted her to come home straight away from her husband-hunting trip, but Papa sent her the profit from his tobacco so she could visit Baltimore and then Philadelphia, which put me in a near-depressive state until she returned to regale us with tales of her adventure. Everything's so cheap and good in Philadelphia, and the people were most hospitable. Mr. Short came to see me, too, Ellen said, working her polishing cloth over one of the silver goblets Papa bought our last summer in Paris. Nearly the whole of Papa's silver inventory lay spread out before us on a dining-room table, and I looked up from the silver tumbler I'd been polishing, one from a set of 8 that Papa had commissioned a silversmith to make per his own design. It must have been because Tom and I were so unhappy that I felt wistful to hear William's name again, and surprised, too, that William had visited my daughter. Papa had indeed given William an appointment that sent him to France and then Russia. But when Mr. Madison became president, he brought about an abrupt end to William's diplomatic career. For spite, I suppose. No matter the cause,
William's return from Europe had been unheralded and shrouded in mystery. I only knew that he'd settled in Philadelphia, without his Duchess, and I was painfully curious to know more. "Mr. Short called upon you?" I asked, setting the tumbler aside. "Twice, actually," Ellen replied. "He took me to see the house you lived in with Mrs. Hopkinson when you were a little girl. It's now occupied by tradespeople and has nothing to distinguish it. But I gazed on it with mixed feelings of pleasure and melancholy." I, too, had mixed feelings of pleasure and melancholy to think of the man I once loved squiring my daughter about Philadelphia, walking cobblestone streets I once walked, and telling her stories from my youth. Ellen continued. "We also visited the spot where my grandfather lived as Secretary of State, and I strained my eyes to get a distant view of his lodgings while Vice President. I was gratified by the sight of these now humble buildings, which recall those in whom my fondest affections are placed." The swell of my heart made it ache. William had done more than watch over my daughter. He'd taken her places that recalled me and my father, places I was sure I'd never see again. But William gave these memories to my daughter, and it moved me beyond words to think he was still, after all these years, doing for me what I couldn't do for myself. Ellen would do well to find a man like him in the northern states where everything was so cheap and so good. I'd never say it out loud, certainly never in my father's presence. But like Mrs. Nicholas, I, too, now prayed that none of my daughters would bury themselves in Virginia. "Why does Ellen have all the fun?" Ginny asked at my old harpsichord. She'd been playing song after song to entertain our company, and once our guests had retired, leaving only family and near relations, she complained, "First her travels, now Grandpapa intends to take her to Poplar Forest. Not just Ellen, but Cornelia, too." My father gave an indulgent chuckle. "Oh, it's a very monastic sort of existence at Poplar Forest. Ellen and Cornelia are the severest students. In daytime they never leave their room but to come to meals. About twilight of the evening we go out with the owls and bats and take our evening exercise. You wouldn't enjoy it." Jeff added, "There'll be better bachelors at the governor's mansion than amongst owls and bats at Poplar Forest. I've asked Governor Nicholas to host a party for you girls to come out into society in Richmond next winter when the legislature is in session." There were advantages, it seemed, in his having married the governor's daughter, but I worried that Jeff arranged this for his sisters without asking Tom. Hoping to stave off an argument, that night as I got ready for bed, brushing my hair out in front of the mirror over my marbled dresser, I gently broached the subject with my husband. He surprised me by saying, "The girls would like that." I nodded, abandoning my brush to climb over Tom to get to my side of the alcove bed, a ritual that had once been flirtatious but had now turned to annoyance. He stopped me, hands on my hips. "What ails you, Martha?" "What makes you think something ails me?" I was resolved to say nothing about my worries for the expense. My husband would tell me it wasn't my place, even though his generosity, the dresses, the ribbons, the fripperies, would come out of pockets that were already empty. It wasn't my place to question him. My meddling is what had brought us to this unhappiness, so I bit my tongue. But Tom's eyes bored into mine in the candlelight. "I suppose Jeff told you I intend to sell slaves to bolster the family finances, running off to his mother like he always does. He's still tied up in your apron strings." I'm not certain how he could have surprised or appalled me more. When Tom proposed marriage, he said he was against slavery. Since then, of course, we'd quietly reconciled ourselves to the evil, convinced that the poor slaves needed us as children need parents. But selling slaves, how could we ever reconcile ourselves to that? Tell me you'd never do such a thing.
I'm only selling one sullen girl,
Tom answered.
She's difficult to manage, but she could go for more than $500. It'll be an investment in the happiness of our daughters, and maybe the slave will be happier with a new master, too.
I rolled off him. Turning to the wall, a scream echoed in my mind. I'd held back my news as long as I could, but upon hearing the evil thing my husband planned, I was too upset to dissemble. We're having another baby, Tom. I heard nothing but silence behind me. It had been 4 years since our last child, and we'd assumed my childbearing days were over. I'd been grateful for it. But now, at nearly 45 years of age, I was pregnant again and near tears to think it. I already had 10 children, far more than I had the strength to care for. Much as I loved them, I was wrung out with little ones climbing on me night and day. Giving birth to my last had weakened my health. God forgive me, I didn't want another baby. But children were a source of manly pride. So, given a moment or so, maybe Tom would find his composure and tell me how happy he was. Then I'd force a smile and tell him what a joy it'd be. Except it would all be a lie. All of it. So I turned and said, I don't know what to do about it. At these words, Tom eyed me with a mixture of curiosity and horror. Perhaps he was remembering my testimony, in which I claimed to have given his sister an abortifacient. I was remembering it too. It seemed, at the moment, like an answer. We'd never stand trial for it. My father, if he knew, might not even object, for he'd commented almost admiringly on the practice amongst Indians. I'd hate myself, but I already hated myself for bringing another child into the world when we couldn't provide for the ones we already had. And yet, I should never have implied such a solution to Tom, not even as a desperate consideration that I'd talk myself out of, not even to get my husband's reassurances. Tom's lips thinned into a mean line.
There isn't anything to be done about it, Martha.
Chastened, I lowered my eyes and murmured what I believed to be the truth. It's likely to kill me this time. Then I turned back to the wall, where I lay trapped. During that pregnancy, I was so sick and swollen and sad all the time that I couldn't stand myself. The birth left me so insensible that I had to be told I'd given birth to a living babe, a fragile little boy, tiny and blue, for whom my father would eventually choose the name George Wythe Randolph. I was too weak to hold the baby or feed him, consumed with excruciating, debilitating pain and delirium. And though I was grateful to have lived through the ordeal, every time it seemed as if I might recover, I succumbed to a new cough or ailment. Scarcely able to sit up, I was confined to bed and bedpan, and Ellen moved into the room across from mine so that she could nurse me. In the months that followed, my daughters were forced to take turns at housekeeping in my stead, but the entire estate would have fallen to pieces if not for Sally Hemings watching over my girls and instructing them where I couldn't. And I simply couldn't. Neither smallpox nor typhus had rendered me so ill. Not even fears for my father's reputation could get me out of bed. Not even to converse or dine with our guests. Papa's brilliant courtship with the public went on below stairs, But my world was suddenly and sharply confined to the warren of attic rooms at the top of the house. Oh, I saw and heard most everything, for Monticello was a noisy place, with creaky hinges and floorboards, and more than 20 family members in residence at any given time. My window overlooked the same expansive vista as my father's did, but my room was at a higher elevation. I saw more. I saw the reality. I saw, every day, Mulberry Row and all the little nail shop boys who worked from sunup to sundown for our happiness, which only fueled my sickness and melancholy. One night, when Cornelia brought my supper up, she burst into tears. "Oh, Mother, you're so very pale, and I'm such an unworthy daughter." "Why would you say such a thing?" I offered my arms, and when she came to me, I removed her cap and stroked her dark hair. Cornelia cried, "How do you remember the numberless variety of orders and directions for the servants? I'm so tired of putting away the books and other things that seem to get everywhere all the time." "It becomes routine," I assured her, knowing she longed to trade the keys and the cookbooks for her drawing paper and pencils. "You'll get better at it." "Father doesn't think so," she said, wiping her eyes and reaching into her apron for a scrap of paper written in Tom's hand. I worried that he'd written a stern reprimand, but instead it was a poem about her housekeeping. Why, frugal Miss Mary kept the stores of the house. Not a rat could be seen, never heard was a mouse. Not a crumb was let fall in kitchen or hall, for no one could spare one crumb from his slice. The rations were issued by measure so nice. But when spring arrived to soften the air, Cornelia succeeded to better the fare. Oh, the boys were so glad and the cooks were so sad. Now puddings and pies every day will be made, not once in a month just to keep up the trade. It was such gentle teasing from Tom, and so unusually good-humored, that I laughed. But Cornelia wept inconsolably until Tom came to comfort her. Speaking soft words before sending her off, Tom closed the door and pulled a chair up beside our bed. Taking my hand in his, he said, "Your hands are so cold." "I'll feel better in the morning," I said, cheered by this unexpected husbandly affection. "You've been saying that for some time." He clasped my hand tighter and lowered his head. "The physician says you won't survive another birth. And I've no intention of doing what my father did to my mother, or what Jack Epps did to your sister. It may be that we're better off sleeping apart." Even as ill as I was, I didn't want to sleep apart from Tom. For 28 years we'd lain together, and as much as I'd come to resent him in my bed, it pained me more to think of him never there again. "Oh, Tom, can't we—" I trailed off, wondering what to suggest. I hadn't been willing to find an agreeable negress to sate my husband's needs when Dolly suggested it. That unwillingness had nearly cost me my life. But I heard from downstairs the violin of Beverly Hemmings, now 19 years old and a great favorite at Monticello, and it bolstered my resistance. Sally's oldest son had my father's freckles, his posture, and shared Papa's love of music, science, and hot air balloons. The time was coming, I knew, for Sally's son to be set free, and I dreaded explanations that would need to be made to friends, neighbors, and even my children. I'd found a way not to think of Sally's children as my siblings, not to think much of them at all beyond a bone-deep guilt and sadness. A guilt and sadness I never wanted my children to feel. That's why I hadn't taken Dolly's advice, and nothing had changed. So I never found a suggestion, Now Tom made one of his own.
When Governor Nicholas vacates the office, I believe I'd be a good successor. I can be appointed to the post from the state legislature, and the governorship comes with a salary. Money that can't be lost to droughts or tobacco rot or Hessian flies. Money that's certain.
It was as close as my husband could come to admitting that the planter's way of life that had sustained generations of Virginians in wealth and luxury was a lifestyle in utter decay. My father's idealistic visions of an agrarian republic, where men's wealth could be measured in land, no longer reflected reality. At least, not all reality. Tom didn't need my permission, but he seemed to be asking for it.
Richmond's not so far that I can't be at your side within a few hours' hard ride, but I'd have my own bed there, in my own house.
That might be the most important part, I thought. Tom would no longer be living under his father-in-law's roof. No longer a man whose position was uncertain. He might no longer be thought of as Thomas Jefferson's underachieving political and intellectual heir, and dependent, but rather master of a mansion in Richmond and the entire state of Virginia. Of course you'd be a good successor, I managed, as I debated the wisdom of an even greater distance between us. Given the long tension between us, how could I do anything but support him? Chapter 35. Monticello, 1st of January, 1819. From Thomas Jefferson to Francis Wales Epps.
A schoolmaster is necessary only to those who require compulsion to get their lesson.
I smiled to read this letter, filled with stern advice for my sister's son on how to perfect his Greek grammar. Papa never seemed to believe that his own brilliance was unique to him. Instead, he believed his grandchildren all inherited his intellectual capacity, and that if they only applied themselves, they'd easily match his accomplishments in science, architecture, and statecraft. But he was always overly optimistic about the generations that came after him. Jeff was so burdened with his own growing family and managing my father's plantation that there'd never be any opportunity for him to become a man of letters, a thing for which he felt an acute lack. Perhaps one of my younger sons might attend the university my father was founding in Virginia, but until then, our hopes for the next generation of intellectuals rested upon Polly's son. My daughters, meanwhile, were likely to end up spinsters. Nothing came of their season in Richmond, during which the men allegedly considered them altogether too educated in the male arts, and not enough in the womanly ones. In the end, only a single offer of marriage was made, and it was worse than none at all. The offer came from Nicholas Trist, a neighbor, the son of a friend, an idealistic but penniless boy of 17 who wanted to marry my penniless daughter Virginia of the same age. Though I'd married at 17, or maybe because I did, I thought them both too young to be entangled by an engagement that would decide the happiness or wretchedness of their lives. Inexplicably, the young suitor, who aspired to be a diplomat, addressed his request to me rather than to Tom, and so from my sickbed I composed a short note, entreating him to learn more of the world before judging whether Ginny was vital to his happiness. It'd buy time, I hoped, for my daughter to seek an older, more established man with whom to build an easier life, if such a thing could be had in Virginia, where the price of cotton had fallen nearly 25% in a single day. The irony wasn't lost on me that in warning away my daughter's suitor, I was doing exactly as my father had done to me and William. But I better understood my father's position now and felt a pang of sympathy. It was February before I was able to get out of bed and go below stairs, and the first full day I spent upright was on account of a special occasion. There was to be a reunion at Monticello, as we were expecting Anne and her reportedly now sober husband to dinner. So I summoned my girls down from the attic cuddy they had fashioned into a salon for themselves, where they were happier to contend with wasps and rafters than with Papa's guests. Then I had one of the servants carry down for me a comfortable but worn gilded chair from France to the kitchen, where I held my Le Cuisinier Royal cookbook open to my handwritten notes. Amidst the shiny copper pots and sooty walls of the kitchen, Ginny moped in like a kicked puppy, having apparently surmised that I'd thwarted her nascent courtship. Nicholas Trist would never have been so bold as to declare his feelings to her without my blessing, but I remembered the artful games William and I had played, and knew such matters could be understood without being spoken. In any case, if Ginny was nursing a broken heart, she was too much a Jefferson and not enough a Randolph to say so. Instead, she sulked. I don't see what the point of learning this is. A few months of housekeeping badly done aren't going to give me one useful acquirement, not even the industrious habits which would enable me to spend my future more profitably. I'd rather read than sew or keep house. With a sharp look at her sister, Ellen said, "Which will profit you not at all. Taking turns means we can each learn what we need to be useful wives, then go with Grandpapa to study like men do, for gratification and because it's the most agreeable way of passing time." Then Ellen rounded on me. "And, Mother, your insistence on supervising is defeating the purpose of giving you rest." "I've been resting for nearly a year. I'm quite weary of rest," I complained, as the cook and the servants who did the arduous work here all bustled about. "Besides, the less occupation we have, the less we're disposed to do." That day, I rode the girls like an overseer, right up until the great clock reached the dinner hour according to the gong at the top of the house. "Charles is coming along soon," Anne chirped, having arrived ahead of him. "He had to stop first in Charlottesville at the store." My daughter Anne had turned into a scarecrow since I'd seen her last. She and the grandchildren lived poorly. Their threadbare clothes and worn shoes told the tale. And an hour later, Bankhead still hadn't arrived. Jeff was late too. So late that Papa didn't want to hold supper any longer. Finally, at evening, the dogs barked at a rider galloping madly up our road. Burwell went for the door, but Ellen also raced for the entryway with unladylike haste. I tried to follow, but was such an invalid that the blood drained from my head. I nearly toppled Anne when she tried to steady me. "Mother, careful. You're not well yet." "It's only a visitor," Papa said. But I never remembered anyone riding a horse that violently to deliver good news. And Ellen returned to the dining room, ashen, Overseer Bacon behind her, sweating and breathless from his ride. "It's Jeff," Ellen cried, her eyes flitting with fury to her older sister. "Your worthless, malignant husband stabbed our brother." As my heart leapt into my throat, the napkin fell from my father's hand. Papa rose to his feet at once. "Where?" "Charlottesville," Bacon answered. "They came to blows in the courthouse square. I had them carry your grandson inside Leitch's store and put him upon a bale of blankets. But he can't be moved. He's bleeding badly, and the physician doesn't expect him to live until morning." Those words ringing in my head in all their horror, my legs went out from under me. The next moment I was on the floor staring up at the fireplace, where fickle fates carved in Wedgwood danced in blue mockery before my eyes. "Loosen her stays," Ellen insisted while my other daughters crowded around me, fanning my face. In my continued illness from childbirth, I'd swooned away like some delicate damsel when all I wanted was to get to my son. "Jeff," I gasped. Servants rushed in to help, and all the while I kept saying, "Tom, please take me to Jeff." But Tom wasn't there. My husband, the new governor of Virginia, now lived in Richmond, a thing I'd somehow forgotten in the fog of my terror. "A carriage. Someone get me a carriage. I must go to my son."
"No, Martha."
The long-absent steely edge of fatherly command returned to Papa's voice.
"If Charles is on a drunken rampage again, he'll come here next for Anne."
"He can't have done this," Anne sobbed. "Charles isn't drinking anymore. He wouldn't stab my brother for no reason."
"He is drinking again, Mrs. Bankhead."
Bacon accepted a glass of water and chugged it down.
"He literally rode his horse into a tavern. Your brother confronted him. Jeff said something to him about abusing you, and Mr. Bankhead sprang on him with a knife. I had to pull your husband off your bleeding brother myself."
Anne backed away from the truth of Bacon's words. "Not for my sake. This can't have happened for my sake." As deeply as I felt her anguish, I could think of nothing but Jeff. I struggled into a sitting position and grasped at Ellen's shoulder. "Get the carriage." The elegant arched room spinning around me, I looked up at Papa, then to Bacon. "Get the carriage now, please."
"Patsy, you're not well enough,"
my father snapped, using my childhood name to command me.
"Stay with the girls. Bolt the doors. Hide if Charles comes. I'll post Burwell, Beverly, and Bacon to stand guard over you."
Ellen rose and stepped in front of my father. "You're not riding out by yourself, are you?"
"Fetch my horse,"
he instructed the servants in a tone that brooked no opposition.
"Eagle."
Eagle was a far more accommodating mount than the spirited Caractacus had been, but still we worried. The servants wouldn't oppose Papa, but Ellen did. "Grandpapa, it's cold and dark. You can't go galloping into the winter night." But that's exactly what my 75-year-old father did. Hurtling himself up into the saddle like a man half his age, applying the whip, and with only the moon as his guide, disappearing in a clatter of hooves off into the snowy forest. They brought my son home in a wagon, my heart breaking with each turn of its wheels on the icy road. The servants rushed to lift the makeshift stretcher upon which my boy lay covered in dried blood, one limp hand dragging in the snow. Jeff was still alive, but barely. We had him carried into the bedroom opposite my sitting room, onto the alcove bed, which the girls stripped of its damask bedspread. He'd been stabbed in the hip and arm. He'd lost so much blood that he was as pale as a newborn babe, and I still remembered Jeff that way. My father's little namesake, the baby who made me realize for the first time that I loved my husband. The little boy who from his first breath embodied hope for my family. If he died, so would everything hopeful or loving in me. While the physician rebandaged Jeff's wounds, servants got a fire burning and warmed sherry for him. Meanwhile, my daughters crowded in the doorway. "I hope Charles swings for this," Cornelia said, her dark eyes flashing with the Randolph. "I hope he's tried and convicted, and that I'm there to witness him at the end of a noose." Anne recoiled, sobbing into a handkerchief. "You don't mean that. He's the father of my children. Surely you don't mean that."
"Of course she doesn't," I said very calmly. My daughters were Randolphs. Their tempers ran hot, but mine ran cold. A trial would cause a sensation and bring shame down upon your grandfather's good name. Instead, we'll hire a keeper to prevent mischief, lock Charles in a room with all the whiskey he desires, and let him finish himself off. My words made Anne shudder. She eyed me with scarcely disguised horror, backing away, as if she had apprehended a monster in me she'd never known dwelt there before. But I meant every word. I'd done my daughters no favors hiding behind feminine virtues, allowing men to do as they pleased with little more than sarcasm and secrecy for protest. Seeing my son half dead, something changed in me. My willingness to obey, my willingness to accept, to let the men handle it, was gone. When the doctor went out, I went in. On a moan, Jeff tried to rise up on the arm that wasn't nearly severed from his shoulder, and I snapped, "You lay back down. Jane will be here soon, or we'll take you to her when you've recovered." "My arm," Jeff groaned, falling back against the pillow. "The doctor says I'll never be able to use it again." I held my breath, trying to imagine my boy maimed, my strong son with his broad back, who prided himself on his ability to outwork his father, diminished forever in his abilities. And I didn't care so long as he lived. Stroking his hair, I murmured, "My precious Jeff." He gritted his teeth. "Where's Bankhead?" "He's been arrested for attacking you." "He didn't attack me." Jeff closed his eyes in an excess of emotion that might have been shame. "When Grandfather found me lying in my own blood, he bent his head and wept. He wept for me, and I couldn't disappoint him. I couldn't tell him the truth." Jeff cried in anguish. I struck the first blow. I swung down off my horse with a whip and advanced on Bankhead. We quarreled about some things he said about my wife, and I swore that if he did violence to my sister again, I'd beat him down like a slave. He shouted that he could kill Anne dead, and there wasn't anything I could do to stop him. So I hit him with my whip, and I remember nothing else till Bacon was pulling us apart. "Oh, Jeff," I said, one hand to my cheek. "Charles isn't guilty. I am." "You're guilty of nothing," I whispered. I didn't care what the law might say. I never felt prouder of my son and wasn't about to let him think he'd brought this misery upon himself. "Jeff, you're remembering it wrong. Your pain is bending your mind. Rest easy with a clear conscience. Overseer Bacon says Charles attacked you." And I vowed that Bacon would keep on saying it. When the laudanum did its work and Jeff drifted to sleep, I ought to have been too weary to stand. But anger is a kind of fuel, and I went in search of my father. I found him in the greenhouse, near a carelessly abandoned stack of clay pots and digging tools, feeding seeds to his newest mockingbirds, who serenaded him with a French tune. "What are you doing out here, Papa?" I asked, rubbing my arms against the cold. Looking over the dried-out stalks the gardener had yet to prune for next year's planting, he murmured, "It's winter, a time when everything we've planted withers and dies on the vine." No, I would not hear it. I would not. Choking back tears, I said, "Jeff is strong. He'll live." My father hung his head. "Ah, Patsy, what tragedy that two young men of my own family have come to this." "They aren't both family," I snapped. Vows were said. But if Charles were Anne's husband in truth, would he put hands on her the way he does?
I waited for my father to utter some optimistic platitude, but his shoulders slumped.
I fear she'll meet her end at his hands unless we keep her here.
She won't go back with him, I insisted. Not after this. We won't let him take her. But by morning, Anne was gone.
Don't tell me I can do nothing,
my husband shouted, love for his son showing itself as pure, unadulterated fury.
I'm the governor of the goddamned state.
Charles had made bail and fled the county, taking Anne and our grandchildren with him. And having returned from Richmond to hear this, Tom was an inferno.
I wish I'd caved in his skull, even if it ended in my swinging from the gallows.
A savage part of me understood just how he felt, but I wouldn't trade my husband's life for Bankhead's blood. We were promised that if Charles set foot in Albemarle, he'd be jailed. Meanwhile, neighbors were feeding a steady stream of gossip, and my poor son begged us to let the matter drop. It was because Jeff carried guilty secrets with less alacrity than I'd always done, but my daughters all believed it was a gallant gesture to protect Anne, and they privately blamed her for taking Charles's part with a ferocity only sisters can. Cornelia confided that if justice wasn't served, she hoped never to see Mr. or Mrs. Bankhead ever again. Though I had a babe still in diapers to care for, little children who ran about like wild things, and a plantation full of servants to manage, I spent that spring and early summer dedicated entirely to helping Jeff use his arm again. Jeff tried riding but couldn't do it without assistance. Each night he'd collapse in my sitting room, suffering inside and out.
It's no use.
He stared with withering scorn at the offending limb.
I'm maimed.
And when his wife pressed a cloth to his forehead, he shouted,
"Leave it alone, Jane. I'm good for nothing."
When she scurried from the room, Jeff sulked in my chair. A boy might rightly expect coddling from his mother, to be taken against her soft bosom to weep at cruel fate. But it was a soft heart that brought my family to this place. How would you feel if you heard your father speak to me that way? Jeff's eyes blazed.
I have heard him speak to you that way.
There was no use denying it. Well, I suppose you have. But the way you hollered at Jane just now, that's how your sister's husband behaves. Except that you're sober and don't have the excuse of Charles's madness. Jeff lowered his eyes.
I feel so useless, Mother.
I rubbed at his sore shoulder. You can't afford to be useless. Too much relies on you. Don't you know how important you are? There's a reason you're named Jefferson, you know. Your grandfather hurt his wrist twice. It was never the same after, but he never let it leave him maimed. Use your arm until it heals, every day, even if you feel weak as a newborn pup. Jeff's head jerked up.
You don't know what I've done.
The blame is on Charles, I insisted.
I'm talking about Jane. I brought her into this family, and now, because of it, I've led us all to disaster.
Had the laudanum dulled his wits? Your wife is lovely. Jeff seemed unable to swallow over the emotion.
Grandfather keeps these things from you, but...
My hands stilled on his shoulder. You're scaring me, Jeff.
You know about the panic in the banks. Well, Jane's father has become indebted.
What's that to do with us?
Grandfather signed as a guarantor on one of his loans.
Virginia gentlemen did this sort of courtesy for one another, especially when there were family ties between them. It didn't surprise me that the former governor would take a loan or that my father would help him do it. Only that a man of his means would need my father's surety. Are you saying Mr. Nicholas can't make the payments?
Jeff nodded. Because of the panic, they're calling in the loan in total. Hamilton is dead, but his banking system is still ruining the country.
My stomach twisted. Jane's father has property. Surely he can pay his own debt.
Jeff actually trembled. I fear the burden is going to fall entirely upon my grandfather. It could be a crippling blow to his finances.
It seemed impossible that Papa would suffer for another man's debt. How much?
$20,000.
I nearly swooned away again. $20,000 was so much money, I couldn't fathom what might be done to raise it. Chapter 36. Monticello, 22 April, 1820. From Thomas Jefferson to John Holmes.
There's not a man on earth who'd sacrifice more than I would to relieve us from slavery in any practicable way. But as it is, we have the wolf by the ear, and we can neither hold him nor safely let him go. Justice is in one scale, and self-preservation in the other.
Everyone's so sad, Ginny cried, swishing into my sitting room. We're estranged from Anne. Jeff's afraid to look Grandpapa in the eye, and Ellen's so dispirited she's thinking of teaching school. Anne, Jeff, and Ellen. My oldest three understood harsh life. While Papa put stock in the assurances that Mr. Nicholas wouldn't leave us on the hook for even $1, Ellen and Jeff refused to pretend that all was well. If Anne was with us, she'd have done the same. But the rest of the children, their memories were here at Monticello, where they'd always lived in luxurious comfort and their grandfather's cheer. All this sadness and strife can't be borne, Ginny chirped. For Grandpapa's sake, we should be happy and gay. So I'm inviting you to a dance. I allowed frustration into my tone. A dance? Yes, a dance, she replied. On Saturday next, the youngsters of Monticello will adjourn to the South Pavilion and dance to Beverly's music. I'd like to invite Jeff's wife, who must be mortified that her relations put ours in jeopardy. After the stabbing and now this, we're in need of cheer, and so is Grandfather. All this gloom can't be good for his health. That I couldn't argue. I wondered if Papa could weather such distress at his age. Well, if your grandfather has no objection. He doesn't. Ginny clapped her hands. He's going to invite scholars from the university to form up like soldiers and have Ellen make a speech for him, perhaps in Greek. But he said if you object, we must give up the idea. I'd never deny my father anything that would add to his happiness. If he wanted a dance, he'd have a dance. So we gathered on the terrace with a mountain-top view of the countryside below, so clear that it was as if we could see the whole nation my father helped build. A nation as beautiful, imperfect, and unfinished as every other project my father ever undertook. And it was there we gathered to listen to Beverly Hemmings play his violin. While Beverly worked his bow and filled the air with music, from the corner of my eye, I caught Papa staring at Beverly with fatherly pride. Sally watched with pride, too. And it broke my heart, because the servants didn't know what was coming. If Papa was forced to pay even half of the $20,000 debt, slaves would have to be sold. Jeff would have to undertake it on Papa's behalf. He'd start with the field hands. But what about the families on Mulberry Row? Not the Hemmingses, of course. Papa would never agree to sell them if it weren't by their own choice. But what of those who worked in the textile mills or Papa's nailery? Those slaves we knew. We saw their faces every day. The idea of selling them was barbarous. Yet we fiddled and danced and laughed, because it would have done no good whatsoever to cry. When evening fell, I followed my father into the house, leaving the young people to their festivities. We stopped together in the empty book room, alone together for the first time in a good while. "He's 21, Papa said. Beverly, he meant. The boy's birthday had come and gone in the chaos of stabbings and debt. I hadn't remembered it. My father obviously had. Papa was kind to Sally's children, but he wasn't in the habit of showing them fatherly affection, at least not in front of me. So I was surprised to hear him say, "He can read and write and play music. He takes as much joy in science as I do, and if he's pressed, he knows carpentry and how to make nails and how to be useful on a farm. Beverly's grown to be a fine man, hasn't he?" "I believe so," I said, cautiously, wondering if I'd feel the pull of jealousy at my father's pride in his son. But all I felt was the truth of the sentiment. Beverly was a fine young man. The overseer complained about him not going to the carpenter's shop for about a week or so, but I've never heard another word spoken against him by anyone. My father's expression betrayed great anxiety. "Beverly knows his freedom has been promised. It's time, but I worry." I refused to let myself calculate Beverly's monetary worth and the loss it would mean to my father's estate. "What worries you?" Papa looked stricken. "I'm worried about the explanations that'll be demanded of me when I petition the legislature to grant Beverly permission to live and work in the state of Virginia as a free man." That's when his anxiety infected me. Since the last slave revolt years ago, freed Negroes couldn't live in Virginia without special dispensation. And the moment my father asked for that dispensation, there'd be 1,000 questions. Beneath my sheer linen cap, a cold sweat broke across my brow. "You mean to acknowledge him?" My father's lips tightened into a grim line. He knew, surely a man of his political genius knew, that to ask for dispensation would be to acknowledge Beverly as his son, and every old story about his Congo harem would be splashed again on the front page of every paper in the country. Had pleas from men like William Short finally reached into my father's guilty heart and shaken something loose that he would want to admit to his relationship with Sally after all these years? "Papa, after all the denials—" He'd left his friends and family to deny it. I'd have denied it and defended him anyway, but a great many people were likely to feel deceived. They'd never forgive any of us. It'd taint his legacy and our whole family. "You chose to keep this secret long ago." He lifted his tired blue eyes to mine. "I also made a promise to Sally." Did he think me so heartless that I'd want him to break it? Somewhere inside me was still the naive girl in Paris who so ardently wished for all the poor slaves to go free. But my concern was my father. He'd promised to let Sally's children go free, but he hadn't promised to sacrifice himself on the altar of public opinion. If Beverly wanted his freedom, there were other ways to get it. "Can't you just let him walk off this mountain?" "I've considered that," Papa said quietly. "I could call him a runaway and never send anyone looking for him. But then he could never return, and this is the only home he's ever known. Where else could he go and make his way?" Beverly was a capable young man, I thought. He could make his way anywhere. Washington, maybe. He might enjoy living as a free man in a city that our father brought into being. The capital isn't so very far away.
Far enough we'll likely never see him again,
Papa snapped. Was he angry with me, with Beverly, or himself? Papa had always been possessive. He'd never forgiven Sally's brothers for insisting upon the formality of their freedom when he'd allowed them to live as free men in practice. Did he resent Beverly for insisting upon the same? But when Papa turned his head to hide a sudden welling of tears, I realized it wasn't resentment of Beverly's freedom that upset him. It was love. Beverly shared his looks, his temperament, his taste in music, and his interest in science. Beverly was a young man who was always aware, much as I was, that our father had penned the lines that began, "All men are created equal." My father would have been a monster not to feel a prick of pride that his son wanted liberty. But the price of that liberty was steep. "Papa, Beverly can live as a freed black man here in Virginia with your reputation in tatters, or he can forge a new identity as a white man anywhere else. It seems to me that you ought to ask Beverly his preference. It's his future, after all." That had seemingly not occurred to Papa, so I left him pondering, congratulating myself that I'd handled the situation with as much grace as might be expected of me and done right by Beverly besides. So it was with alarm that I awakened the next morning to find Sally Hemings inside my bedroom. Her back stiff against the door, her hands behind her on the handle, as if to steel her nerve, and her eyes filled with hatred. "Mistress Randolph," she said, instead of Miss Patsy, as was her habit since our childhood. "I realize the sight of me offends you, but I beg you not to take it out on my son." I rose from my bed, bewildered. Whatever can you mean? Sally met my gaze levelly, but her lower lip was a tremble. "I loved your sister. I loved Miss Polly all her life, and she loved me too. But I could never win your affection." I started to tell her that she did have my affection, but she ran over my words. "That's why I've always kept out of your way and made myself of use to you so that someday you might feel some small bit of love for me." "I do feel it," I protested. "Of course I do." "Then why are you trying to take my son from me?" Her anguished question echoed through the room, and I was speechless in its aftermath. She pointed with an accusing finger. "I know it was you. Your father wouldn't speak to anyone else about such a thing. And whatever you said to him—" "I advised him to ask Beverly what he wanted," I cried in defense of myself. But this appeased her not a bit. "Beverly? My son is too young to know what he wants." "Older than you were when you had to decide, I thought. He's a grown man, Sally." She shook her head, nostrils flaring. "He thinks he knows what's out there for him in the world. Thinks he can leave this mountain behind without regret and make his own way. But it's a decision he can't take back. I want him free, but I'm not ready to let him go." How could I blame her? Especially after so nearly losing my own son. But from the edge of my bed, I said what I believed to be true. "Wouldn't it be kinder to let him go, Sally? His Negro blood, it's only 1/8. He's legally white. If Papa petitions to keep Beverly here in Virginia, everyone will know your boy as a former slave. He'll live with the taint and the shame of it all his life. But if Beverly leaves, he can pass, Sally. Beverly can marry into white society. Isn't that the best future you can give him?" She blanched, wiping tears with the backs of her hands. "That's what you'd want, if he was your son." I thought hard about her question. I'd been afraid for my son when he marched off to war, terrified when they brought him back to me in a wagon, bloodied and maimed. Each time, the thought of parting with him forever nearly unraveled me. But if I had to give my son up to save him, I would. I was sure Sally would too. I'd always known her to be a protective mother, and it had taken the courage of a mother lioness to confront me this way. Yes, I would, Sally. God is my witness. And this time, it was no lie. She narrowed her eyes, hugging herself, bronze arms against a bright white apron. What happens when your father dies, and his estate passes into the hands of a man who hunts Beverly down as a runaway slave? Though I couldn't bear to think of my father's death, his health and vigor wasn't what it once was. When we lost him, his estate would pass to my husband and my sons. I'll never let anyone hunt down Beverly. I vow I'll never let that happen. When she was 16, she'd relied upon my father's promise, staked her whole life upon it. I couldn't say she'd been wrong too, but she was less trusting now. And my vow mustn't have persuaded her, because she kept Beverly at Monticello and sent him back to work as a slave in the carpentry shop. Jeff's father-in-law died in the autumn of 1820, leaving everything and everyone ruined. His people, his plantation, his once haughty widow, and quite likely my father, too. The only good news was that Jeff was moving his arm. It still pained him, but he had the use of it, which improved my spirits and Tom's, too. Returning from Richmond for Sunday dinner, my husband set down a carefully folded piece of paper onto the writing table beside me. "A letter from Nancy for you." I smiled, blandly, not wanting to tell him all the letters we'd exchanged since I took her part against Randolph of Roanoke. "Nancy sent crayons for Cornelia," Tom continued, rubbing the back of his neck. "And the girls tell me she sent you an extraordinary cup and saucer." He turned, his muscles knotting tightly beneath his white shirt. "Martha, I know what you and your lady friends did for Jack Epps during his campaign against John Randolph." My stomach clenched because I couldn't be sure who my husband hated more, Jack or John or me. "We did it for your sister, but it didn't work." "Oh, it worked," Tom said, turning to face me again. "Mr. Morris took my sister's side in the matter before he died, didn't he?" Thankfully, that death couldn't be blamed on Nancy, having come about due to Mr. Morris's botched self-surgery with a whalebone to remove a blockage from his urinary tract. "My sister is a wealthy widow now, and she has you to thank. You kept the villain from doing real mischief." "But John Randolph won the election anyway," I said bitterly. "Doesn't matter. He'll think twice before going after Nancy again. Besides, anyone could have beat Jack Epps in that election. With the war over and Virginians so angry, Jolly Jack would never make a proper representation for popular rage." He didn't use the word jolly in any complimentary way. Nevertheless, it was, I thought, a correct assessment. "I'm glad to have been any help." "You're adept at influencing people, Martha," he said, staring out the window at the mountains turning leaves, as if contemplating the bleak winter to come. "You're clever at social discourse. You'd be an asset to me in the governor's mansion." By that point, we'd lived apart for nearly 2 years, during which I'd learned to prefer loneliness to my husband's hostility. I'd assumed he was happier without me. That's what gave me pause.
But Tom took my hesitation for something else and snapped, "Martha, without you, I'll lose this upcoming election and the salary that goes with it. You ought to do at least one of your duties by me, since I'm not holding you to the others." Our marriage bed, he meant, which irritated me enough to resist. "My father needs me here." "Are you his wife or mine? Sometimes I wonder." I didn't dignify the question with an answer. Instead, I fumed, no longer able to soothe my temper by reminding myself that ladies were never angry. "Are you so very unpopular a governor, Tom?" He crossed his arms. "If I'm not now, I soon will be. Because I intend to introduce a bill for the emancipation and deportation of slaves in Virginia once they reach the age of puberty. I want to abolish slavery in Virginia." The import of these words crashed down upon me like a house in collapse. Congress had just wrangled its way through an unhappy compromise to admit the new state of Missouri to the Union while prohibiting slavery north of it. There was no cause of greater controversy, and now my husband wanted to take up the anti-slavery banner. "Martha, I decry the new morality which tolerates slavery in perpetuity." "As do I said swiftly because I felt accused. "Of course." "Your father says the same, but he won't lend his support to my proposition. His voice would carry enormous weight, but he says he must leave the accomplishment of ending slavery to the work of another generation." That startled me, though it oughtn't have. For years, Papa had been asked to advocate more actively against slavery. William Short had all but begged him. Friends like the Coles, who had sheltered us in our flight from the British all those years ago, had tried to shame him into it. And now my father was old, tired, and often in ill health. Sometimes I believed the love of Virginians, the love of the nation, was all that sustained him. To throw his weight against the slaveholders of the South would surely be a struggle for him beyond his strength. But as his daughter, I might serve as a symbol of his authority. And I realized with some astonishment that Tom was asking me to be just that. He was looking to me to help him tackle the moral problem of our time. And if he deserved my obedience in anything, it was in this. But it would be more than obedience, for Tom's request rekindled in me an old flame of Parisian idealism that I thought long snuffed out. I wanted to play a part in dismantling the system of pain and degradation that undermined our Union. My father said that the work of ending slavery belonged to another generation. Maybe he was right. Maybe it belonged to me and mine. The governor's mansion was a mess. My husband had been living like a lonely bachelor. Everything was in disorder, windows unwashed, carpets unshaken. I couldn't find a square inch of the place not coated in a layer of dust. That was the first thing I set right that Christmas season. Then, of course, was the matter of sociability. Tom was thought to be an irascible hermit by Virginia legislators, so I determined we'd make the rounds of parties and dinners and holiday balls. I acquired for these functions a beautiful white crepe robe, a lace turban and ruff, and looked fashionable for the first time in more than a decade. I'd played the part of First Lady for my father. Now I played that role for Tom. I went with him to academic lectures, to see an exhibit of jaguars and elephants, and together we strolled the cobblestone streets where we might be noticed by newspaper men. On his arm, I smiled so persuasively I almost convinced myself that we were happy. But that illusion came unraveled after a supper at the governor's mansion one evening in early December. "Your turban is very becoming,"
said a courtly gentleman, David Campbell, a dashing man of great political future, who knew my husband from their service during the war.
"It's as though you mean to become the incarnation of Dolly Madison."
I smiled, flattered. I can think of no better lady to emulate.
"Can't you? I suppose you hope to be as popular."
I sensed in him some hostility and wondered at his angle. "I hope to be anything that will do honor to my husband." Mr. Campbell sipped coolly from his glass.
"You're going to get him re-elected."
I smiled more brightly. "Oh, Governor Randolph's own conduct will secure his re-election for him, not mine. His ideas are right-thinking, courageous, and worthy of the greatest consideration."
Mr. Campbell raised a brow. "You're going to stand loyally beside him? I suppose you owe him that much."
My head tilted as I tried to form a genial reply, "As do all his friends."
"It wasn't his friends who destroyed his military career."
My smile froze upon my face. So shocked was I to be confronted on such a matter. "I beg your pardon, sir." Mr. Campbell's eyes were cold, though he spoke with a chuckle.
"You ought to beg your husband's pardon."
I had begged my husband's pardon. I'd begged it 100 times. But never did I think Tom would confide our troubles to an outsider, especially when no one need ever have known that I took part in his reassignment. Tom might have spared himself the greater part of the humiliation he felt if only he'd kept quiet about it. But alas, self-command was never one of Tom's virtues, and in that moment I feared it wasn't going to be mine. "Mr. Campbell, during my visit I've become acquainted with a number of rare creatures. They're my favorite curiosities, so I'm afraid you must excuse me, as I'm in search of that rare creature still left in Richmond called a gentleman." With that, I left him. Mr. Campbell later wrote that I was cold, vain, and sarcastic. But I was satisfied there in the crowded gallery on the cold winter day when my husband was re-elected to the governorship, feeling within myself a stoic satisfaction in my duty well done. Would that I could have been as effective when it came to my husband's policies. Papa had worked the levers of power with geniality and personal charm, but he'd always properly gauged the public mood. I remembered a time no gentleman of Virginia would ever advocate for slavery, even if none of them took steps to change it. But that was all changed now within a generation. My husband's proposal to emancipate the slaves was met with fierce and bitter opposition, even though it promised to compensate slave owners for the loss of their property. No matter what Tom said to the legislators, and no matter what I said to their wives, our efforts to cleanse Virginia of slavery fell upon deaf ears. For Virginians now argued that slavery was a moral good, encouraged by the Bible. I thought it had more to do with the fact they were discovering that slaves were more than an asset in and of themselves. They could be bred. They could be bred for sale to barbarous plantations in Georgia and South Carolina. Though Tom was ready to empty the state's treasury to bring about an end to the evil, the gentry resisted the anti-slavery movement as nothing but Northerners bent on consolidating power by taking advantage of the virtuous feelings of the people. I was ashamed of Virginia that year. Tom's proposal would have failed even if my father had supported it. But because it failed without Papa's support, it further embittered Tom. It also revealed my father's paralysis on the matter of slavery, a paralysis brought about by his true intimacy with it. For there was one wolf Papa could neither safely hold nor safely let go. The last time I saw Beverly Hemmings was at Christmas the next year.
just before he took his violin outside into the snow to play holiday songs for the slaves on Mulberry Row. Shortly thereafter, he left Monticello and didn't return. I was there when my father grimly took up his pen and listed Beverly as a runaway in his record book. I'll send his sister to him on a stagecoach with enough money to establish herself, Papa said, eyeing me, as if anticipating some objection to the money he meant to give his illegitimate children. I put my hand atop his withered one. "Your kind and generous father." He looked away, and my heart broke for him, because I could imagine the pain I'd feel to send my children away, knowing I'd never see them again. But I believed it was a generosity to part with Beverly and Harriet this way. Beverly might never be known as a gentleman, but Harriet had a good chance of becoming a gentleman's wife. She'd come of age in a genteel household and could both read and write. She'd been trained in the womanly arts of spinning and sewing and keeping house. She was more beautiful than her mother had been, which meant that so long as Harriet disavowed all connection to the Hemmingses of Monticello, she might do better than my own daughters in securing her future. And in the end, I was right about Sally. Her fierce determination that her children should be free overcame all other instincts. I saw her on the terrace, her arms round her only surviving daughter's neck. When they finally parted, Sally stood there, staring after her daughter's carriage, knowing it was likely to be the last time she ever laid eyes on her. Then Sally quietly walked to her room by the dairy and shut herself inside. For weeks, Sally didn't take meals, nor did she answer the door when her youngest two sons knocked, nor even when my father sent for her. She pled illness, and my father pretended to believe her. For with the departure of Beverly and Harriet, our gentler way of life was more fiction than it had ever been before. Chapter 37. Monticello, 26 January 1822. From Thomas Jefferson to Alexander Keach. It's not in my power to give you a definite idea of when our university may be expected to open. We shall be truly gratified should it become an instrument of nourishing those brotherly affections with our neighboring states, which it is so much our interest and wish to strengthen. What a pair of schoolmasters we've become, my father said when my youngest boys dragged their school desks from my sitting room into a circle round his stuffed leather chair for a Latin lesson. Having recently taken a fall that put his arm in a sling, and with the winter weather harder on his bones than it used to be, Papa was housebound. The weather kept visitors away, so during our quiet winter respite, we made a little university out of Monticello. And because Sally was less and less at my father's side since her eldest children left Monticello, Papa looked increasingly to me for his happiness. I enjoyed every moment of our harmonious idyll, but when spring thawed our mountain, Papa was restless and called to Burwell, "I want my horse." We'd always relied upon Sally to quietly and sweetly dissuade Papa from folly, but the competent and devoted Burwell was too pliant, leaving only me to protest my elderly father's insistence upon riding. "At least take a servant with you." "I've been roaming this country since I was a boy. No one knows these lands better than me." Soon after, he was up and into the saddle, riding off with the air of power he still carried with him, even at his age.
That busy day saw me chasing after my recalcitrant boys, who insisted on pelting one another with china berries from their grandfather's ornamental trees. Ranging in age from 5 to 17, my 4 rowdies were as noisy and dirty as the half-alligator, half-horse man that infested our western country. They kept me so busy that the great clock chimed the dinner hour before I realized my father wasn't home. In the parlor, Cornelia looked up from the architectural rendering of my father's university and dusted her fingers. "I'll ride out and look for him. Let your brothers go." But before I could call them, we heard a commotion near the terrace where my father, frail, soaking wet, and muddy, was being helped up the stairs by Sally's sons. Papa's good arm was draped over an adolescent Eston, who in the light of that early spring evening looked much like my father in his youth. Supporting my father on the other side was 18-year-old Madison. My tongue let loose before I could measure myself. What the devil happened?
"Fell in the river,"
Papa said, and nothing more than that. He was shaken, but he didn't seem injured, though when we finally sat down together at the table for a meal that had gone cold, he explained,
"The horse fell upon me and pinned me under the water. I'm mortified that if I'd drowned on that shallow spot, everyone would think I'd committed suicide."
I gasped. "That's what mortifies you?" Papa raised his now bushy white eyebrows.
"What's Hamilton remembered for? That he'd died in a senseless duel with a traitorous madman. My days are waning, and it would mortify me to perish in an unbefitting way."
His mind was on legacy, and the family he'd leave behind. That evening he said,
"Patsy, arrangements must be made in the case of my death. I must know you'll be taken care of. I fear Tom won't be able to provide for you, and whatever I leave will be swallowed up by his creditors."
I didn't want to speak of it. Could scarcely bear the thought of life without him. Give what you like to the children and don't worry for me.
You are my primary worry. Anne has already been provided for monetarily if she should get free of her husband, and I've made provisions for Jeff in part. The remainder of my holdings will be divided amongst the other children. But you'll have a life estate in Monticello, so that you may always have a home here.
My heart hollowed at the thought of living at Monticello without Papa. And into the space of my mournful breath he added,
"We'll have to see the younger boys into professions. Medicine and the law."
He was more of a father to the boys than my husband had been. We all basked in Papa's unfailing kindness. My father could be an exacting man, but he was predictable and steady. I knew how to make him contented. Would that I knew how to do the same for Tom, because in the winter of that year, after 3 increasingly contentious terms as governor, Tom was finally coming home. We hadn't shared a bed in years, and though there was no longer danger of children, I greeted the prospect of his return with acute anxiety. Alcove beds were one of my father's favorite space-saving innovations, and Papa didn't understand why I wanted to be rid of mine. I couldn't tell him that I didn't want to be trapped between Tom's body and the wall. Instead, I prevailed upon Papa, night and day, on the subject of converting my alcove to a much-needed closet, until he finally lapsed into a dignified but resigned silence that I decided to take as consent to do as I pleased. Upon setting down his satchel in my renovated bedroom, Tom said,
"You've changed it."
These were the first words he spoke upon his return. His spine was stiff as he took in the closet filled with floral hat boxes where our bed used to be.
He noticed the laced valances, too, which I'd fashioned from the scraps of an old dress long ruined, and how they now framed the view I enjoyed each day upon waking, in all its bittersweet majesty. "Do you like it?" I asked of the feminine touches I'd put on this room to make it mine. "My writing table is gone," Tom said quite peevishly. "I see everyone has gotten along here quite well without me. I shall now feel even more the intruder." Having predicted this very glum prognostication, I said, "Nonsense. I have a surprise for you that I hope will make you feel as if you have a place of your own." We walked together to the North Pavilion, where I'd had the slaves move my husband's writing table. "What's this?" he asked, genuinely surprised at the neat rows of books upon the shelves where I'd carefully ordered his science and agricultural journals. "It's a study for you, a place for you to read and write in solitude when the noise of the children grows too much, a place to escape Papa's guests, your very own sanctuary." A sanctuary as far away from my own bedroom as it was possible to get on this plantation. It was a fact not lost on him as he eyed the chaise. "Where you should like me to sleep, I gather." I think he meant to shame me, to make me feel as if I were refusing his love, when for years now he'd been refusing mine. "I'd like you to stay wherever you can be made happy, Tom. It would mend much between us if you could be happy beside me, but if you can't, then you should sleep here." Tom's chin jerked up. I thought he might upbraid me, but instead a flash of anguish crossed his face. "Dear God, Martha, don't you know that beside you is the only place I've ever been happy?" Our reconciliation, tentative and fragile, bolstered my health. I still suffered the aches that had plagued me since giving birth to George, but I resorted to a charcoal remedy and rebelled completely against the household management of my daughters. My spirits were also brightened by my friendship with Dolly, who brought with her into every room a constant sunshine of the mind. In short, that first year after Tom's retirement from the governorship was a happy one. I think that's why its end was so devastating. On the morning of her birthday in January of 1824, Septimia raced down the narrow staircase, certain her father had brought something special back for her from a recent business trip to Richmond. "What do you think it is, Mama? Could it be a new pet? Maybe a songbird of my own, like Grandpapa's?" As the family gathered round, Tom was near manic in his merriment. He had gifts for Septimia and stories of new curiosities in Richmond, including an Egyptian mummy. "It's wrapped in dusty old bandages, preserved eternally, the insides having been scooped out." Tom's description set the children mad upon the subject of the mummy, hoping they could see it for themselves. Then Tom reported, "There's a new Unitarian minister, too." The children wanted to hear him speak, which exasperated me. Haven't we done enough already to scandalize the neighbors? We already stand suspected in religious matters for shunning their revivals. To do so in favor of a Unitarian— But my concerns had no place amongst the frivolity of a birthday party, and Ellen rightfully twitted me for it. "Mama wants to go to a revival." Laughing, I said, "Heaven forbid! I cannot bear the ranting. But think of the amusement." Ellen smirked, taking a bite of gingerbread. Throughout our little celebration in the bright parlor, my husband maintained great cheer and humor, virtues not amongst his chief traits. I didn't take it as an ominous sign until he overlooked the misbehavior of our sons at the table. You see, Tom indulged our daughters to the point of criminality, but never our sons.
So I found myself wary. When the cakes were eaten and the children put to bed, I found Tom in the solitude of his study, hunched over his chair, head in his hands. "Tom?" I asked. He never looked up. Perhaps he could not.
"Martha, there's something I must tell you."
And with those ominous words, he explained in halting words the derangement of his financial affairs. "How much is owed?" I asked, sure that if I knew the number, it'd make it more solid and less frightening.
30,000, he murmured.
I barely suppressed a gasp. How wrong I was. Knowing the number made it worse. A debt of 20,000 had ensured that my father would never know true security again, but he had resources in his possession. What did Tom have? Only Edge Hill and Verena, the latter of which he'd been unable to sell. Though he was a Randolph, a former congressman, a 3-term governor, and the inventor of the furrowing style that had been adopted in nearly every farm in Virginia, he was 55 years old. He could never pay back that debt in his lifetime. He'd end up leaving it to our sons, and only if the creditors didn't call in the loans first. The truth was, my husband was ruined. Finally and utterly ruined. After years of struggle and loss, of financial instability, Colonel Randolph's long shadow had finally swallowed Tom up. I went to him where he sat, bent and miserable, and stroked his hair as he buried his face against my belly. "You mustn't reproach yourself, Tom. You've rarely spent even the 1/4 of your income, nor ever the 1/2 of it in any year. Our expenses are small, and your profits would have maintained our whole family in affluence, were it not for—" I trailed off, wondering what it was. Bad luck, his father's spite. I didn't know, but Tom wept in my arms as he'd done all those years ago when we were first married, when he'd loved me so fervently and so blindly. His financial ruin was a profound humiliation to him, I knew. But we were more fortunate than most. My father would provide for the children. They'd always have a roof over their heads and food on their table.
"I had to go to Jeff," Tom blubbered. "The shame of going to my own son for help. But he's going to take on my debts because they won't foreclose on him. Creditors are more apt to be lenient with Jeff. He still has his youth, and he's the grandson of Thomas Jefferson."
It was a sensible argument, and yet I was horrified. How could we expect Jeff to risk it? I argued against it. I railed against it. But in the end, the men in my family negotiated together in private the instrument that put the burden of the whole family upon Jeff's shoulders. "Why won't anyone let us do something to support ourselves?" Cornelia sniped, sighing over the figures in my account book. "I suppose not until we sink entirely will it do for the granddaughters of Thomas Jefferson to take work in or keep a school." Ellen stared gloomily out the window from a stealthy place behind the curtains. It was Sunday, the day of the week I distributed rations and heard the concerns of the slaves. But it wasn't our people that made my daughter frown. "There's a carriage. I suppose it's another visitor trying to avoid paying an innkeeper at our grandpapa's expense." I shared Ellen's hostility toward the leeches and hangers, so I didn't scold her even when, overhearing the visitor's Bostonian accent, she rolled her eyes. It wasn't enough that we had to wine and dine that strange wandering dullard who walked the length of the country with nothing but one change of clothes to his name. In the face of so many other indignities, we must receive Yankees, too?
Our visitor was Joseph Coolidge, a Harvard graduate who had just returned from a recent tour of Europe. "I've now come to see the greatest wonder in our own country," he said, "the Sage of Monticello." We'd heard it all before, albeit perhaps not from such a well-formed mouth. Mr. Coolidge was a handsome man, and it seemed to me that rather than charming my Ellen, the man's beauty irritated her beyond reason. Snorting at him indelicately, she said, "You do realize, of course, that my grandfather isn't a monument but a man, one who cannot be prevailed upon by every stranger to—" "You're welcome here, Mr. Coolidge," I broke in, "and while I can't say my father is well enough today to receive you, I'll be sure to give him your warmest regards." I'd become something of a palace chamberlain, a keeper of the gate. My father couldn't possibly pass time with every stranger who came to the mountain, so I made excuses. To my surprise, however, Papa was eager to meet this stranger because he was from Boston. "Maybe he'll have some news of Adams." In spite of the damage politics had done to their friendship, the two survivors of the Revolution reminisced and lived on each other's memories. In truth, I sometimes feared that when John Adams died, my father would not be long in following. At supper, which we took at several drop-leaf tables, arranged to accommodate everyone in a style half French, half Virginian, the conversation turned to poetry. And while my daughters engaged in every subject upon which their grandfather opined, Ellen was subdued. "I fear my knowledge of poetry isn't expansive enough to impress Miss Ellen," Mr. Coolidge teased. "Forgive me, sir," my daughter said, "but you seemed impressed enough with yourself for the both of us." "Ellen!" I cried. Her capacity to drive away suitors was now legendary, but seemed hardly sufficient excuse for rude manners. "It's quite all right, Mrs. Randolph," our visitor said. "I've done too much speaking tonight and not enough learning. Perhaps Miss Ellen would allow me to make up for this lack of gallantry by taking me on a tour through the gardens. If so, I promise to hold my tongue." "I'm a poor tour guide for the garden," Ellen replied indifferently, and I remembered how I tried to put off her father in much the same way. The garden was my sister Anne's domain. She said her sister's name with such sadness that Mr. Coolidge sobered. "Oh, dear, I'm afraid I didn't know of her loss." "Oh, Anne isn't dead," Ellen replied, "though she might as well be." A sharp look from me silenced her. The tensions in our family weren't to be shared with outsiders, not ever, and she knew it. Mr. Coolidge cleared his throat. "Perhaps some music?" Ellen frowned. "Music is my sister Jenny's domain. Art is Cornelia's." "And your domain, Miss Ellen?" He surprised us both, I think, with his persistence. "My grandpapa's book room," she finally said. "I'd very much like to see it," he replied with a triumphant smile. "I'm afraid you can't," Ellen said with a triumphant smile of her own. "It's part of my grandfather's private suite of rooms. Strangers aren't allowed beyond a peek through the glass panes. But if you'd like to borrow a book during your stay, I'm sure it can be arranged." It seemed that the crueler Ellen was, the better he liked her. Days later, at the end of his visit, he declared himself smitten. "That's wonderful to hear," I told the lovelorn young man, "but certainly yours has been a very short acquaintance for such a depth of feeling." With a smile, Mr. Coolidge replied, "Long enough to know my heart. Now I need merely win hers. Then Ellen and I shall live our lives together happily ever after." How simple he made it seem. The winning of hearts, living together,
eternal happiness. But after 34 years of marriage, I now saw union between man and woman was the same as union among the states, as a series of debates and compromises that might hold it all together for a few more years or end in a painful separation. My husband, you see, had gone mad. Both our defenders and our enemies will say his madness was always lurking in the savage wildness of his Randolph blood. I let them say it because it absolves me. Tom was always a man of temper, that much is true, but he was driven to madness. His callous father, his bad luck, his choice to marry the daughter of a great man. His sense of himself was always fragile, his spirit easily broken. But in the end, I think I'm the one who snapped it to pieces. I had argued against allowing our son to assume all our debts, but it seemed never to have occurred to Tom that our boy would take one look at the books and decide there was no hope for it but to sell everything, lock, stock, and barrel.
So he means to sacrifice me.
My husband had come to confront me in my sitting room, where I'd retired to write a letter to his sister Nancy, and where silhouettes of our children adorned the blue-painted wall. Holding a near-empty glass of liquor in his hand, the length of Tom's body filled the doorway. His voice was low and dangerous.
Jeff says you support this decision.
I laid my quill aside, tasting bitter indignation on my tongue. Why did it always come to this? To be forbidden from making decisions, asked for my advice only after the fact, and then blamed for it as if I'd made the trouble in the first instance. Sally had blamed me when my father took my advice about her son. Now Tom blamed me for agreeing with Jeff, and yet neither dilemma had been my making. But my heart filled with agony for my husband, for I understood why he hated Jeff's decision. I hated it too, even as I advocated it. I see no advantage in putting off the evil day to sell everything, Tom, for come it must, and with accumulating interest for every day that it's delayed. Tom's glass went hurtling across the room, where it shattered against the fireplace and fell into the fire. I cried out, but not before Tom was across the room and upon me, shaking me in his steely grip.
After all these years, in this one critical moment you desert me. You want to see me unmanned. Is that it? To witness the final humiliation of my losing my land?
Tom, land isn't everything. There are many ways a man of your experience.
Land is everything. Without it, you'll see me stripped of not only my honor and pride, but even my citizenship.
Only men who owned 50 acres could vote or hold political office. Without property, Tom would lose even the fig leaf of status, and I felt his impotent rage burning through his skin into mine. He was still strong, so strong that I couldn't squirm away. Tom, we're irretrievably ruined, but Jeff needn't be. I'm thinking of our children's future.
Just one child, Jeff, your favorite. Our son has swindled me, and yet you're choosing him over me.
It was Ellen, always Ellen, who was my favorite, if a favorite must be named. But Jeff was no swindler. If anything, my son's efforts to save something for the family were heroic. The creditors had given him a year to wind up the affairs of the estate and sell for the most profit possible. Our support was the least he deserved. The men in my family had conspired all my life to keep me from thinking in the language of money. But I knew enough to argue now. Mortgages and deeds of trust embrace the whole of your property, and if the banks foreclose, they'll sweep it all away and leave our son as burdened as your father left you.
That boy's malice and greed will see him always secure. He's trying to steal Edgehill from me."
My lips thinned at such an unjust insult hurled at the son who could have easily abandoned us all. Jeff has submitted so affectionately and cheerfully to the privations which we've cost him that he's due nothing but gratitude. For when not distressed with our problems, he's been distracted with managing his grandfather's affairs.
"Now we come to it,"
my husband said, his words fumed with liquor, as he gave a baleful glance at the locked door between my sitting room and my father's chambers.
"Your father is your true worry. No one can ever shine so brightly in your eyes. He's always been your first concern, first and foremost, and you've been artfully persuaded that if I'm completely sacrificed, your father can be saved."
I could make no sense of this. My father's plantations aren't tied to your troubles.
"I'm entitled to Monticello,"
Tom shouted, his fingers digging so hard into my arms I was sure they'd bruise me.
"For 30 years I've worked his plantation, sat patiently at his table, indulged him in every way, asking no recompense, merely waiting my turn to one day be the master of my own family. But you'll never have that, will you? You only serve one man, even if it means my ruin."
The only way to shield Monticello upon my father's death was to leave it to trustees, a plan to which I'd given my consent, without realizing my husband would believe himself disinherited. "Tom, so long as the property is vested in me, you'll always have a home. Papa is only using the law to protect me and the children."
"My children? They aren't the center of your life. Your father is."
I might have denied it. It was my duty as a wife and mother to deny it. But in that moment, looking into the bloodshot eyes of a husband come utterly unhinged, a defiance rose up in me. I didn't deny it. I only whispered, "You're hurting me." That made him shake me harder.
"How could I ever hurt you? You never feel a thing. You're unmoved. You're like him, unbending as marble, a statue. What man of flesh and blood can live with that?"
What man, indeed. By any other measure, Tom would be counted a great man. By any other measure than my father's. "You're hurting me," I repeated. Tom let me go all at once before making his retreat, his boots crunching on broken glass. He slammed the door, the sound exploding through the house. I remember that sound and the way it shook me to the marrow of my bones. I remember, too, that Tom slammed the door with such force that the frame cracked and the door bounced back open again. Weeks later, it was still broken, and through that open door walked a man I'd longed to see for years. Chapter 38. Boston, 29 August, 1824. To Thomas Jefferson, from Lafayette.
Here I am on American ground. I will hasten to Monticello. How happy I will be to embrace you, my dear friend. And I know the pleasure will be reciprocated.
Lafayette had survived it all. 2 wars, the Reign of Terror, imprisonment, and even Napoleon. He was the last surviving general of the American Revolution, and President Monroe had invited Lafayette to celebrate the 47th anniversary of the Battle of Brandywine, where he was wounded in our cause. During Lafayette's triumphal tour, he paid a call upon John Adams, accompanied by John Quincy, the Secretary of State. Lafayette also traveled with the widow of Alexander Hamilton, whom he still called his brother, and in anticipation of Lafayette's reunion with my father, people were already flocking to our mountain top.
Given my state of distress and the rage the mere sight of me evoked in my husband, I closeted myself up with the servants in my sitting room, planning menus and making lists of supplies that must be purchased, while my daughters tended to the locust swarm of visitors. I startled when a knock came at my door, and instead of a servant, in walked a hallucination or apparition or miracle. I couldn't decide which. Not Lafayette, but William Short in the flesh. Mon Dieu, I cried. Chère Jeffy, he said, his green eyes twinkling with mischief at my convent nickname. It's been too long, Mrs. Randolph. Indeed it had, I thought, rising to take his hands. A glance out the window at his fancy-hired carriage and heavy baggage told me that William hadn't come all the way from Philadelphia on mere impulse. So how did he take me so unawares? My father hadn't warned me to expect him. Was Papa's memory failing him? Or did he hope Mr. Short's visit would be a happy surprise? Suddenly I clutched at my cap, over-aware of my curls, which had with age gone from copper-red to reddish-brown. Mr. Short, you've caught me in quite a state of déshabillé. He drew my hand to his lips for a kiss. Not as great a state of déshabillé as a man with my proclivities desires. It was a highly inappropriate remark to direct to a lady, married or otherwise. The kind of remark only a Frenchman would make. I blushed like a schoolgirl, but we were surely both of an age to render harmless such flirtation. He studied me while I studied him, taking in the changes. I knew I was thicker about the middle, my face rounder. His hair had silvered, and laugh lines crinkled at the corners of his eyes. I found his presence more reassuring than I could admit. "What happened here?" Mr. Short asked, motioning with his chin to the broken door frame. "Don't tell me your father is tearing all this down to start over again." I would not discount the possibility when it comes to Papa and his projects. "But Monticello is nearly perfected," I replied, deciding upon evasion. "Johnny Hemmings will send one of his apprentices to fix the door shortly." By one of his apprentices, of course I meant Madison and Eston. But there felt to me something deeply disloyal in mentioning Sally's sons to William, who knew their father was also mine. "We're all being kept very busy in the preparations for Lafayette's visit." Glancing at the array of little papers and notes stored in all the cubbies on my overflowing desk, not to mention the line of servants waiting with baskets outside my open window, he said, "So I see. I'll make sure a room is readied for you." "Oh, no, I've already picked one out. I'm staying in the room with the trellis wallpaper," he said, with a little incorrigible smirk. "I hear Madison favors it, and it amuses me to think of leaving my nail clippings there for him to find when he stays here. So don't let me interrupt whatever you're doing." Fighting a smile that would only encourage him, I said, "I'm buying up all the eggs and vegetables the servants can provide me with from their own gardens." "Aren't your father's own gardens productive here?" "Certainly. It's only that Papa is a scientist who insists upon growing 50 different varieties of peas, and we must have some variety on our plates for the arrival of Lafayette." Mr. Short laughed. "Well, I hope I can be a help rather than a burden in the preparations." "Oh, William, you could never be a burden." But by evening, I knew that to be a lie, for it taxed me to hide our family troubles from him. Since the night Tom slammed out of my sitting room, my husband spoke not 2 willing words, sour and taciturn at any question addressed to him. Not even by the power of my father's authority and conciliatory nature
could my husband be compelled to stay sober? And that first night of Mr. Short's visit, by the time the girls and I returned with the tea tray at 7 o'clock, Tom was drunk. Papa retired at 10 o'clock every evening and kept to this routine as religiously as he did his morning foot baths. But to discourage Tom's drinking at the table, my father called an early evening.
"I must meet the welcoming committee in the morning, so I'm afraid it's time to retire."
Then, smiling at Mr. Short, he said,
"Still, I'll sleep easier tonight than in many years, having set eyes upon you again, my friend."
William smiled, rising to his feet to take his own leave, but my husband didn't follow suit. Instead, taking another bottle of wine from the dumbwaiter, Tom asked,
"Still a bachelor, Short?"
William was so famously a bachelor that we'd have assuredly heard if his status had changed, but he merely gave a rueful smile.
"Alas, I'm still without a wife." "Lucky,"
Tom murmured, pouring more wine. My girls froze, their teacups half aloft. My boys stiffened in their seats at the far table, their biscuits left without a nibble, all looking to their older brother, Jeff, whose eyes told them to keep their peace. Meanwhile, my shame at Tom's indictment was so acute that I couldn't move from my place. The open insult to me, fallen so casually from the lips of my husband, came to me like a knife in the dark. I dared not look up from my tea, but merely set the cup back down so no one would see my hand tremble.
"Unlucky, yes," Mr. Short replied at length, pretending to have misheard. "As you say, Randolph, very unlucky. But perhaps that's to put too much upon luck. I'm to blame by declaring myself for women who were too wise to marry me."
My gaze locked on my teacup with the cornflower garland pattern, my stomach churning with upset. Mr. Short's self-deprecating remark was to be understood as chagrin about his wayward duchess, but I understood it to include me. And that was salt in the wound my husband had just opened. Into the awkward silence, Septimia blurted, "Mr. Coolidge declared himself for Ellen. She says she can't be persuaded to marry him, but I don't believe her." "Tim, I can't possibly marry Mr. Coolidge," Ellen explained, as if to distract from the undercurrents. "Firstly, I'm an avowed spinster and will make an unreservedly excellent old maid. More importantly, Joseph Coolidge lives in Boston. I couldn't possibly leave Mother and Grandpapa and the rest of you." In that moment, I let myself understand, really understand, why Ellen rejected all her suitors. Ellen was my companion, and my father's nurse when I couldn't be. Did she feel so bound to us that she'd turn away love, as I once did? Into the wound went more salt. Septimia chewed her bottom lip. "But if you truly love Mr. Coolidge, you have to marry him, even if it takes you from us. Don't you think so, Mr. Short?" I dared not look at William during his excruciating hesitation. Finally he said, "I'm the wrong man to ask. In my experience, the heart is always torn between competing attachments. I once considered my fate a great tragedy, but now I think it a blessing. After all, I've known extraordinary love and have nephews to whom I look upon as sons." "Sons," Tom snorted. "Everyone counts sons a blessing, but I assure you, daughters are a man's only comfort in the end." The veins on Jeff's good arm swelled as he clenched his fist. For months now, my eldest son had endured his father's hostility, but his honor could finally stand no more. He glared at Tom.
"Do you want to say what you mean, sir?"
Under the table, I put a hand on my son's knee, silently pleading with him to swallow his bile. He could do it, I knew. But Tom's dark eyes flashed savagely.
If you were any kind of son, you'd leave me a few acres on Edge Hill for a vineyard or a sawmill.
I gasped that Tom would broach our financial troubles in front of a guest, even William, perhaps especially him.
I'm the kind of son who won't lie to you, Jeff shot back, shoving from the edge of the table. I can't leave you even an acre. If we somehow manage to keep Edge Hill in the family, I need the whole of it to produce tobacco, and to produce Negroes, Tom accused. Jeff winced. Do you want to leave your wife and children with nothing for their survival but the charity of my grandfather? Is that what you want? Tom stumbled to his feet as if ready to beat my boy, and my daughters let out terrified cries. Gentlemen, our guest interrupted, white-faced with anger, and with an authority few men but my father possessed. It's unseasonably warm in here, William said with calculation, like the diplomat he'd once been. I'll escort the ladies outside where the cool mountain air may calm and soothe. It ought to have shamed them, both of them. If a quarrel was inevitable, it ought to be taken outside. Instead, my children and I were forced to flee our tables while the argument raged on. And somehow I found myself on the winding flower walk in the glow of the setting sun, staring at showy scarlet plumes of coxcomb and golden marigolds, fighting back the tears that burned behind my eyes. Anne, my beautiful eldest daughter, whom I sometimes despaired of ever seeing again, had planted those flowers. And now the rest of my family was splintering apart, with my oldest and dearest friend as a witness. How much is the debt? William asked. I couldn't tell him. Not even as furious with Tom as I was. It would have been a disloyalty. It doesn't matter. It's no excuse for what you were forced to witness. I apologize. Don't you apologize, William broke in with a sharp edge of anger. Mr. Randolph is shockingly disrespectful to you. I cannot imagine your father would countenance it. He wouldn't. He doesn't, I insisted, trying to find the words to explain. It's simply that Tom feels abandoned. As I recall, you were once just as angry with me, and for the same reason. William must have known that Marie reported back his long-ago furious renunciation of our love. He couldn't deny it. Instead, he asked, Is it true that your son intends to use his father's property as a slave-breeding farm? I swallowed, shaking my head. I might have lied to him, as we lied to visitors and to ourselves all the time. But it wasn't in me to deceive him. I don't know what Jeff intends in that regard. It was a mortifying admission, one that revealed the ugliness beneath the glow of all the pretty flowers. An admission far uglier than I'd allowed myself to accept before. William paused beside spires of lavender and pinched the bridge of his nose, a gesture that filled me with overwhelming shame. No one else could have made me feel shame for it. Could never condemn the men in my life who relied upon slavery, especially when my lion of a father believed himself impotent against the evil, and my idealistic husband had been politically ruined for his efforts to stop it. But I was now standing beside the man who had offered me a different reality, a different life from which I had turned away. And I felt some shame and regret for that, too. On the 11th of September, in her best dress, Virginia made her bridal procession, not at her father's home of Edge Hill, but at Monticello. And awaiting her upon the grass-green floor of the entry hall was her happy groom,
Mr. Trist. My new son-in-law beamed with joy as he spoke his vows, and we all sighed happily when my sweet Virginia spoke hers. Everyone but Tom, that is. He stood stiffly at my side, as if he were merely a guest and not the father of the bride. He delegated all those responsibilities to her grandfather, saying that he didn't wish to ruin the wedding with his malaise. I think he recognized in himself the malignant spirit that had broken free and meant only to shield Ginny from it. But our poor daughter kept searching out her sullen father's eyes in the crowd, pleading a smile from him. And it seemed to take all the strength Tom had just to lift the corners of his mouth. He didn't laugh or mingle in conversation. He didn't dance, and he didn't offer toasts, though he drank deeply whenever they were offered. So, for the bride's sake, I tried to be happy enough for both of us. It wasn't difficult. For nearly 6 years, Mr. Trist had been constant in his attachment to Ginny. They'd resisted all our attempts to discourage their love until we were simply forced to acquiesce to its power. Theirs was not a marriage for money or advantage, but born of long friendship, shared troubles, and a true meeting of hearts. They might live poor as church mice all their lives, but their romance was perfectly obvious to everyone. And when the bride and groom pledged themselves to one another, their voices trembling with emotion, it wasn't Tom who gazed at me with wistful remembrance of our wedding day. Instead, I felt William's gaze upon me, as if imagining the wedding we'd never had. Glancing furtively at him over the punch bowl and floral arrangements, I found myself snared by his wistful smile. I remembered that, like my new son-in-law, he, too, was once an aspiring diplomat that everyone feared would be penniless. My eldest daughter had married a man more like her father than I wished to contemplate. But Ginny was taking the risk I never took. Later, William sat beside me to listen when Papa gifted Ginny with a gilded cittern guitar, with which she serenaded her new groom. Love endures, I thought, then tried to shake the thought away. But it was a thought that stayed with me well into the night. Thereafter, Tom absented himself from Monticello. He didn't come for dinner, nor take tea in the early evening. It was only after the music was played and our guests had retired that he returned, hiding away in the North Pavilion, refusing my company. I knew my husband was in pain, shattered to atoms in body and spirit. I hurt for him. I wanted to reassure him of my love, of my father's love, of his family's love, even Jeff's love. But the only thing Tom wanted from me was to persuade Jeff to leave the creditors unpaid. And for the sake of our children, that was the one thing I wouldn't do. "Where do you think he goes during the day?" Ellen murmured as the younger children ran inside the house ahead of us, their feet pitter-pattering across the cherry and beechwood parquet floor. I suspected Tom actually went to Charlottesville to drink in the taverns, but couldn't bear to tell even Ellen as much. "I'm sure I don't know." Ellen leaned against one of the columns of the west portico. "I can bring my father a tray tonight. He's made a recluse of himself in the North Pavilion, but he might open the door for me. If not me, then Septimia." Yes, he might open the door for Septimia, because she was a child, but I didn't intend to use her in such a way. Your father has always suffered dark moods, then he comes out of them. He always comes out of them. So we must give him privacy. From the parlor, where he'd been setting up a chessboard, my father called, "Ah, Ellen, come play." Papa was inordinately proud of both his granddaughter and his chess set, a gift from the French court.
I've been telling Mr. Short that if you'd been born a man, you'd have been a great one. So show him how you've learned to use my chessmen."
William had been examining Papa's magic double doors, which, by some ingenious innovation, opened of their own accord. But he looked up when Ellen pulled a crimson damask chair to the board by the window and challenged him to a game. "You won't go easy on account of my sex, will you, Mr. Short?"
William smirked. "To the contrary, I'm contemplating asking special dispensation on account of my age."
Ellen threw her head back in laughter, a dark tendril of hair escaping the bun at her nape, and proceeded to a ruthless victory. Smiling in easy defeat, William turned to me.
"Your daughters have inherited your talents, Mrs. Randolph. Ellen's wit, Virginia's music, Cornelia's artistry, why, her architectural drawings rival those of professional draftsmen. I've advised your father to hire her for the university."
My girls were delighted by this praise, and I was too. Even so, I felt compelled to say, "You forget I was an abysmal artist in my youth. To this day, I can scarcely sketch a pea."
"I remember perfectly well," William countered. "It's only that paints and pencils were never the tools of your trade. You were a different kind of artist. The craft you mastered was spycraft."
"Spycraft?" Ellen asked, eyes round at the mention of the disreputable business. My children were fascinated, and William looked very satisfied.
"Shall I tell your children how you rooted out an English spy?"
I gave my assent with an indifferent shrug and a secret smirk, deciding that so many years had passed there could hardly be scandal in it. The story of how I'd stolen papers from the rooms of Charles Williamos was one my father had never heard before, and in hearing it, poor Papa looked as if he didn't know whether to scold or congratulate us.
"The secrets come out only when your children think you're too old and feeble to discipline them."
We laughed together beneath the rows of paintings that my father prized. All of us had needed to laugh, which left me even more grateful for William's visit. He paid court to my father with the affection and comfort of an old friend, bolstering his spirits. He played games with my children and told them stories about Lafayette, which put them in even more excited anticipation of setting eyes upon our beloved Marquis. William made us forget our troubles. He made it easy to pretend that my husband wasn't lurking on the grounds each night, or even that I wasn't married at all. After winning another game, Ellen announced, "Mr. Short, you're paying too much homage to your queen, but I'll allow you to avenge yourself with one last game."
"I'm content to leave the field in ignominious defeat,"
William said. She clasped her hands together. "I fear your years in Philadelphia have turned you into a Yankee. No Virginia gentleman born and bred would bow so easily." A Yankee. It no longer had the same bite on her tongue as it did the day Joseph Coolidge came to our door. That's how I knew that my Ellen was in love with a man she wouldn't marry because she feared to abandon me. That night, I took her chin and made her look into my eyes. "If you can be happy with Mr. Coolidge, then marry him. You must go and be happy." Her long dark lashes fluttered with surprise. "But I'm accustomed to spinsterhood, and my duty—" "Don't let duty chain you," I said, though it would break my heart to lose her. Not to me, not to your father, not even to your grandfather. Ellen blinked, her brow furrowed. "But I wish to do as you've always done, Mama." My heart sank at the sentiment, sweet as it was. There had been sacrifice enough for duty. Ellen deserved to make the choice I hadn't been able to. I grasped her hands. "No, Ellen. You've done your duty. It's time to consider your own happiness." For I was determined that my precious daughter, the one I clung to the way my father clung to me, would well and truly find it. I awakened to the silhouette of a man in my bedroom doorway. It was my husband, drunk and ornery. He stumbled into my closet, where he must have still expected to find a bed. Smashing instead into trunks and hat boxes, he uttered a dark curse. "Tom," I asked, not fully awake. He never answered. Instead, he followed my voice in the dark, then hefted his body onto the bed, climbing atop me. "You're my wife," he snarled, yanking down the blankets. "You're drunk," I accused, pushing him away. "So you're the wife of a drunk," he said, forcing upon me a rough, wet kiss. I didn't want him. Not like this. Not angry and rough and stinking of wine. "No, Tom, we decided—" My words were cut off by a blow to the face. I tasted blood and anger, even as my head swam with terror and shock and pain. "You decided," Tom said, pinning my arm and getting his knee between mine. I might have cried or pleaded or used feminine wiles to prevail upon him to let me go, but I did none of those things. Instead, when he tugged at his trousers to free himself, I freed myself with an upward jerk of my knee. Unsteady from drink, he toppled from me, howling in pain. I rolled out of the bed, my bare feet pounding on the floor as I ran. He gave chase, knocking pictures from the wall, tripping over a small table in the hall, sending knickknacks clattering to the floor. Hearing the commotion, Ellen flung open the door to her room, while children stumbled down the stairs from their rooms above. Crowding around me, the children whimpered in confusion, and George began to cry. Tom glared at me where I stood within the refuge of my children's arms. There was something akin to pure hatred in his eyes. By Tom's accounting, he'd been rejected by everyone in his life. His father, my father, the legislators and voters of Virginia, and me. This refusal of him was another betrayal. But he didn't pry me away from our children to force himself upon me. Instead, without a word, he lumbered back down the stairs. And I didn't follow or even call after him. Instead, I found myself grateful that William's lodging on the first floor had kept him from being witness to yet another humiliation. Chapter 39. I fell out of bed, I said to explain my bruises. Sipping chocolate, Papa sighed. "You wouldn't have fallen from an alcove bed." I nodded absently, grateful that my children said nothing of their father's rampage. They all joined into the conspiracy of silence. But William Short wasn't fooled for a moment. He was unusually subdued as we took our chocolate from my father's favorite urn, his face as serious and stoic as the plaster busts hovering over us of Washington, Franklin, and Lafayette. And later, once my increasingly frail and elderly father found his ease in his Campeche chair, William followed me on my rounds beneath the mulberry trees, delivering rations to slave cabins. "Your husband mistreats you." I could say nothing. I could only hurry along the road, hoping our people would swarm around me for their parcels and force William to some other subject. But he was, as always, a dogged man. "Did he strike you?" "William, leave it be," I said, picking up my pace, suddenly desperate to flee, to escape his infernal prying into facts. William darted in front of me,
blocking my path. I thought you loved him.
One look into William's eyes, and I came undone. All the emotions, the anger, the bitterness, the fear, everything I'd so carefully wound tight into my pleasant and placid smile now unraveled, and I fled. Dropping the basket in the road, I took hold of my skirts and hurried away from him down the hill into the vegetable garden, for it seemed the most likely avenue of escape, past rows of artichokes and beans and brown Dutch lettuces. I didn't think he'd follow me, because it meant sinking his well-made shoes into the autumn muck. But he more than followed. He chased. "Patsy!" he cried, taking the liberty of using my childhood name. And when we reached the garden pavilion, he took the further liberty of grasping my wrist before I could close the glass-paned door in his face. Again he insisted, "I thought that you loved him." "And I thought you loved Rosalie," I shot back. "So love has carried neither one of us to the destination we wished." Startled, he let go of me, and I retreated inside the square little fortress lit by tall windows on every side. My father had built it so that he might peacefully survey the whole of his world in any direction, but I tucked myself into a corner, feeling vulnerable and exposed. At length, William mustered the courage to step inside, rubbing his face in his hands. "Rosalie said she wouldn't marry. She feared for her husband's reputation. She feared to leave her elderly relations. She feared to leave her country. But the truth was, she simply wouldn't marry me. When last in France, I learned that she'd married the Marquis de Castellon, an aging nobleman of some prestige. So trust me when I say that I understand perfectly what it is to love someone who can never give you what you want or deserve." I withdrew farther into the corner, wrestling the sob that threatened to overtake me. He stood beside me, our hands brushing where they dangled. We touched, skin to skin, an unmistakable intimacy as his finger linked softly, tenderly with my own. And a longing I'd buried so long ago coiled within me anew, very much alive. We breathed in perfect harmony, bound again, finger to finger, even as we ached for more. And I felt the strength and comfort which I'd not experienced this way in more than 30 years. His voice was a whisper. "I loved Rosalie, yes, but I loved you first, Patsy. Always have loved you. Always will." He turned to me, touching my bruised lip very gently, right where it hurt. A very tender gesture. Then he moved in, lowering his head as if he meant to kiss me. And it took every bit of strength in me to turn away. "Who is he to you?" The growled words startled me, coming from behind me in the wash-house where I'd come in the cool of the evening to search out some missing stockings. Sally was there, having set soiled clothing to boil in a copper cauldron outside. Sally disliked when my daughters and I visited the dependencies, where the slaves did their work, for my father's concubine ruled here in her quiet and competent way. Perhaps that's why she turned her head with scarcely disguised imperiousness to see who was stooped in the low doorway. But I knew before I looked. It was Tom, having lumbered down from the nearby north pavilion where he was sleeping these days, his face red from cheek to jowl, with rage or liquor or both. "Get out!" he barked at the laundry girls, and they darted past him in the doorway. Sally was slower to obey, her glance flicking to me.
Only when I nodded did she tug at the bodice of her gown to make it straight, then gracefully ducked under my husband's outstretched arms to make her exit. We stood there then, my husband and I, the sound of the laundry bubbling and hissing in the cauldron behind him. Then Tom roared, "Who is he to you? William Short, that sanctimonious stock jobber, that morally bankrupt lecher. I saw you. I saw both of you." My heart leapt to my throat like a shot from a pistol, and I could do nothing but brazen it out. "I can't imagine what you mean." "You left your basket in the road," Tom said, his teeth clenched together like an animal trap that had taken so long to spring it was now rusted shut. "Couldn't fathom where you'd got to until I looked up at the garden pavilion. I saw you there, with him, in his arms. I saw it." Sweat broke across my brow and the nape of my neck, not only from the big fire under the cauldron, nor even the heat of this stifling little room, but because guilt seared its way through me until I worried I might faint dead away. Haltingly, I began to say, "I wasn't in his arms, Tom. You know he's an old friend, a dear one. He offered me comfort and solace in a moment of need. That's all." That was a lie. That wasn't all William Short had offered me in my father's garden pavilion. He told me he loved me. He tried to kiss me, too, but I'd turned away. "Nothing carnal took place," I insisted. "He was my suitor once, in France, but I spurned Mr. Short, then married you." I hoped it'd soothe his wounded pride. It didn't. "William Short makes whores of other men's wives." These words carried such quiet fury that they frightened me more than if he'd shouted them. Tom came toward me, very slowly, very quietly, wrapping his big hand around my throat like Charles Bankhead had once done. Tom didn't squeeze, but merely held me there against the wall, slightly suspended like a rag doll hanging from his string. "Short is infamous. His exploits are so well known he was too ashamed to make his home in Virginia. But you're giving him what you won't give me. Isn't that right?" How absurd it was. Beggaring belief, even. At our age, for two men to be vying for a mother of 11 children. "Tom, you're letting jealousy poison your mind. Don't you realize the absurdity?" "Tell me you haven't betted him. Go on, lie to me, you convent-trained whore." My husband's chest heaved with anger so deep and divisive that it seemed to open the very earth between us. It seemed to make strangers of us. And perhaps we were strangers now. For I was no longer the young wife who believed that her husband's violence was her own fault. And slowly, pulling from some reserve inside myself I didn't know I had, I stood taller on my side of that chasm. "Whatever I am, Thomas Mann Randolph, you're not worthy of." On that last, I broke free of him. But I didn't run. I'd run from him when he'd tried to force himself upon me. Run from him like Anne ran from her maniac of a husband. But I was done running from Tom. I walked out of that wash house, even as my husband called after me, "I'll have satisfaction, Martha. I'll call him out." I snorted with bitter laughter, grateful to be certain of one thing. William will never fight a duel with you. If he won't, it's because he's no Virginia gentleman. No, Tom. He won't duel you because you aren't. Not anymore. William and I met in the grove,
a canopy of autumn leaves overhead, strangely reminiscent of that long-ago day he found me on the ground, having fallen from my father's high horse.
Patsy, say something.
Those words, too, were an echo of the past, but I was hearing them again now as he pleaded,
Your silence cuts me deeper than the sharpest rebuke.
He was wrong. My words would cut him deeper, I knew, and I wished I could say anything other than what I'd come to tell him. But we weren't young comrades amongst a tangle of saplings at the start of our journey any longer. We were grizzled veterans standing atop the rotting fruit of our long struggle. And so, with the stink from the leaves of my father's chinaberry trees in my nostrils, I forced myself to speak, even as the words themselves left a painful sting on my lips. I must ask you to leave Monticello. William reeled, as if he'd taken a blow.
I meant to comfort you and have made a fool of myself with unwanted attentions. I'll leave, of course, if that's your desire, but I promise I'll never allow myself such a lapse. It will never happen again.
I wanted it to happen again. I wanted that desperately. You're no fool, William, and your attentions are not unwanted. To the contrary, they're temptations that my virtue is no proof against. He startled, his expression lighting upon some hope that I was soon to dash. But Tom saw us. He saw us in the garden pavilion. So you must go and never come back.
God,
William said, though the word carried with the sound of a profane curse. Color came to his cheeks, and he put a hand to the back of his neck.
I'll speak to him. I'll assure him of your blamelessness.
But I'm not blameless. My heart cried out that I never wanted to part with him, that now, more than ever, I wanted to keep him near. And you must go, because he means to call you out.
An unexpected bloodlust filled William's eyes. Does he?
He thinks himself betrayed, here under his own roof.
Your father's roof,
William corrected, then blanched at his own words. I didn't have to explain to him the scandal of gentlemen with pistols meeting on my father's lawn, only weeks before the arrival of Lafayette. And that was to say nothing of the fact that such a duel might very well end in blood and tragedy. I had no doubt whatsoever that my husband would try to put a bullet in William's brain. Even if he missed, even if it was William whose aim was true, it'd make a widow of me and an orphan of my children.
Please forgive me, Patsy. I should have never...
Loved me? I asked, tears welling in my eyes. I'd made of myself the model Republican wife and daughter, reputed for virtue and spotless reputation. Tom would try to take that from me now. He was angry enough to tarnish me and my father's legacy, the only thing of value my children might ever inherit. And I'd been reckless enough to give him the means with which to do it. I had no excuse but one. Don't regret loving me. I beg you, because I return your love 1,000-fold. William blinked, and when he finally found his voice, it quavered.
I worry that you're saying it because this is a trying time, one of overwrought emotion, and here I am, conveniently...
I love you, I insisted, certain to the marrow of my bones. Do I need to carve it in one of these trees? I loved you first. I loved you always, and will never stop loving you, which is why I'm begging you to go. We must never see one another again. This must be goodbye. He stared, his throat bobbing with emotion.
How can you ask me to leave you at the mercy of that man? Not after you tell me what I've waited 30 years to hear. If I leave Monticello, Patsy, leave with me."
He wanted me to leave with him, to leave Monticello behind, the beauty and grandeur, the violence and slavery, and my father. It was more impossible now than it had been in France all those years ago. Then I had only my father and my sister. Now I had children. My hand to his cheek, I whispered, "My dear, beloved man, I'm married to another."
"I don't care," he said hoarsely. "Divorce him or leave him, I don't care which. I'll live with you as husband or lover, in discretion or open scandal. I've been the subject of notoriety before. I don't care about reputation. I don't care."
It was a wild and reckless dream, one that I would cherish, but one that could only ever be a dream. I cared about reputation, and always had. I'd sacrificed for it again and again. Reputation had toppled governments and lost people their heads. Taking a lover, as French women did, would shame my father and hurt my children. But more than that, it would destroy me, William.
Why should it?
Because I'm my father's daughter, and you're his adoptive son. That is why you must go before we both bring down disgrace on him. This must be goodbye. This must be goodbye." I didn't need to say more than this. Twice he'd offered me a life with him, and twice I'd turned him away. Within the hour, William called for a carriage. He made an emotional farewell to my father, excusing himself on some urgent business up north. He requested that we express his regret to Lafayette, pleading forgiveness for any distress his visit may have caused. As I watched his carriage roll away from Monticello, I believed that I'd never see him again, and a part of me died, leaving a cold and hollow spot inside my heart where he used to be.
"He's gone,"
Sally informed me while I scattered feed for the chickens. A job that wasn't mine, but useful work, was the only defense against profound misery. "I know," I said, without looking up from the flock of birds pecking in the dirt. "I wish Mr. Short could have stayed longer, but his early departure leaves us with another bed for Lafayette's entourage."
"Your husband is gone,"
Sally said sharply.
"Massa Randolph packed up his things from the North Pavilion and took his leave, asking me to deliver you this message."
Sending the chickens scurrying with a swish of her skirt, Sally pressed into my hand a letter, and in her eyes I saw a shade of disapproval. She'd been witness to Tom's rage at the wash-house. No doubt she'd overheard his accusations. Perhaps she even believed them. I didn't think it was an accident that he'd chosen Sally to deliver his note. Though numerous men sought her charms, even my cousins, the Carr brothers, a thing I always hinted at when any stranger raised the subject of the scandal, Sally never allowed my father to fear that she shared her body or her heart with any other man. Not for a moment. Not even when she burned with grief at losing Beverly and Harriet. And if there was a haughtiness in her, it was in that. I suddenly understood why my father's enduring attraction ran much deeper than her beauty. Though she was a servant and a concubine, Sally had nearly perfect self-command. She'd borne a lifetime of slavery without allowing anyone to know her beyond what she was willing to be known. She seldom let pass an unguarded word. She kept a near iron rein over her passions, a virtue my father prized and admired more than any other. It was my strength, too. But in this, Sally believed she'd finally bested me. I could read it in those amber eyes when she said, "I fear it'll embarrass your father to have to explain why Master Randolph has absented himself for the ceremonies in honor of Lafayette." What she feared was that it was Tom's intention to cause embarrassment, and that I'd allowed matters to come to this dreadful crossroads with a lapse in virtue, or at least in judgment. I didn't defend myself, but broke open the seal and read my husband's note. I don't recall the exact words of Tom's note now. I burned it straight away, for it was both obscene and demented, promising vengeance upon me for my betrayals. And it hardened me against Tom, because I'd just sent away the man I loved and admired to honor vows to the husband I no longer respected. So instead of feeling compassion for a husband in the grip of madness, I felt only relief that Tom was gone, and fear that he'd return. In the soft golden veil of that Indian summer, my poor father was nearly 82 years old, and though he never celebrated his birthday, only the birthday of the country, there was no denying any more the slow and steady degeneration of his body. Thankfully, his mind and spirits remained intact, but it pained me to think anything in connection to me might disturb the latter. "Don't fret," Jeff said, chewing uncouthly upon a stalk he'd plucked from the edge of the lawn, while the groundskeepers scurried to clip every stray sprig from a bush. "Lafayette will have an escort of 120 armed and mounted men. Not even my father is foolish enough to attempt violence with them present." The number of this horde astonished me. 120 men. Jeff nodded. "At least 200 more on the East Lawn. There isn't a gentleman in Virginia who doesn't want to witness this reunion." When that glorious and golden November day came, the first thing we saw were the banners of the horsemen in red, white, and blue. A bugler blew his horn in small mimicry of the grand French ceremonies to announce the arrival of the prancing smoky white horses and Lafayette's elegant calash. All this delighted my young sons, who were arrayed in their finest clothes, standing next to their sisters, whom I'd dressed in white robes for the occasion. Until the bugle blew, I'd allowed myself to feel nothing but anxiety that everything should go well. But seeing the cavalry with their pikes and the train of carriages roll to a stop at the edge of the lawn, I found myself longing to see our old friend. And my father, standing at my side amongst the Doric columns of the portico, slipped his aged and shaking hand in mine and squeezed with all his strength. The footman set down a stare for Lafayette, and the guest of the nation emerged gingerly, bulkier than in his youth, and without the powdered wig that covered his now cropped graying hair. But it was him. He limped from the wound he'd taken in our war, or from whatever they'd done to him when he rotted away in the dungeon at Olmutz. But at the sight of me helping my father to slowly and painfully make his way down the steps, Lafayette hurried toward him, crying, "Ah, my dear Jefferson!" At this, my father let go of my hand, and his decrepit shuffle somehow became a run. "Ah, my dear Lafayette!" They fell into each other's embrace, both of them bursting into tears. By my accounting, no two men in the world had done more for the cause of liberty. Together, they'd changed the world, and I loved them both. These two giants of my childhood now come together in the evening of their lives, and emotion swelled in my throat, forcing from me a little sob. I wasn't the only one caught up in the storm. There wasn't a dry eye in the crowd as the two men kissed each other's cheeks in the European fashion and sobbed on each other's shoulders with abandon. We watched in respectful, sniffling silence. Even the slaves choked back cries of their own. When at last the two heroes broke apart, my father led Lafayette up the stairs.
"This is my daughter, Randolph. You knew her slightly in France."
"Slightly?" Lafayette looked at me with red and watery eyes.
"Mon Dieu, I remember very well tall Patsy, the schoolgirl from the convent, the indomitable young mistress of her father's house."
Lafayette kissed both my cheeks, then captured my hands and brought them to his lips, pressing tearful kisses into them with great affection.
"Madame, the sight of you makes my heart sing with pride and joy."
My vision blurred with tears. My heart sings in echo. 400 people waited for introductions, but Lafayette lingered with me, drawing my hand to his stout chest, placing it over his heart.
"My dear, you won't remember this, but there's a moment in time as real for me still as if it were happening now. I was leading the royal procession into Paris, facing down thousands of angry citizens with pistols, swords, and pitchforks.
Oh, but I remembered that day perfectly well. It was the first time I refused William. The first time, but not the last time, my head conquered my heart. And the scars of that victory throbbed with such renewed vigor that I said, "How could I forget, General? It is emblazoned on my soul." Our eyes met again, and he shook his head very slowly.
"You cannot remember it as I do, for you cannot have guessed your part. I was still a brash young man then, a soldier who thinks more of glory than fears the loss of his life. What I feared that day was to lose a king, a queen, a whole nation, and be blamed for it. In truth, even as the people chanted my name, I'd never been more afraid. Then, in my terror, I looked up at a window and saw a flash of red hair, like the very fire of liberty itself. There you were, my Lady Liberty, looking down at me, a reminder of your father and his words. You gave me courage, for I couldn't bear to disappoint him or you."
These words obliterated me to dust, then lifted me toward the heavens on a breeze. I had been Lafayette's Lady of Liberty. Made timid by the reverence in his eyes and the stares of onlookers from whom I couldn't hide my tears, I tried to shrink away, but he still held my hand against his lion's heart.
"You were my touchstone, sweet lady."
And he had been mine. I felt somehow that we were two veterans of the same wars. Perhaps we were. Looking into his eyes, his courage became mine once again. The debts, my husband's madness, the loss of my love, like Lafayette, I knew I'd somehow survived them all. And I whispered, "I remember you bowed to me, General. And never before or since have I received a bow of which I was so proud." I showed him then the old faded tricolored cockade pinned to my hat. I've kept mine all these years since. Lafayette inhaled deeply, filling his chest until it puffed out with pride.
"How blessed my friend Jefferson is to have such a lady at his side. Are these your children?"
I nodded, introducing each and every one of them as they crowded around, eager to touch the hand that had wielded a sword in our great revolution. With this and other introductions, we were treated to addresses. Then, at last, we retired into the entryway with its Indian trophies and antlers and animal bones. a fireplace burning a cherrywood fire, leaving the crowd to wave handkerchiefs in farewell, cheering, "Vive Lafayette! Vive Jefferson!" Inside the house, we retired to the crowded dining room where tables had been squeezed to accommodate nearly 50 people, with not an inch to spare. There, the two aging patriots presided at the main table, recalling stories of the Revolution in the heavenly glow of the skylight overhead. And so animated did they become, with such eloquence did they speak, that, carried away by the enthusiasm of the moment, we found ourselves abandoning all decorum, rising from our own chairs to surround the two old sages. Even the servants drew near, so as not to miss a word that fell from their lips, as the golden glory of the setting sun shone through the many-tinted mountains behind which it was sinking. Seeing them sit together, their heads bent in the occasional quiet remark, I could imagine us in Paris, all of us young again, for this visit had restored Papa's vigor to the point that he wished to stay awake past 10 o'clock. The next day, Lafayette was to be feted at the University of Virginia, with Presidents Jefferson, Madison, and Monroe. What a sight the four patriots made in their carriage! When Papa returned, he said, "The government is voting Lafayette a pension, you know. He deserves it." I didn't doubt that for a moment. As do you, Papa. You built this country. My father's dry lips pulled to a thin line. In truth, I merely held the nail. Lafayette drove it. But, of course, even two such old and loving friends cannot be at ease in all things. The general wasn't shy to confront my father in the presence of our servants. Their faces strained to show indifference. But I wasn't blind to the way their bodies leaned in, how they made themselves busy in such a way as to best hear every word when Lafayette said, "I gave my best services to and spent my fortune on behalf of Americans, because I felt you were fighting for a great and noble principle, the freedom of mankind. But instead of all being free, a portion were held in bondage. My old friend, surely you must concur that it would be mutually beneficial to masters and slaves if the latter were educated and emancipated." "Indeed," Papa replied easily. "I believe there'll come a time when the slaves will all be free. But I leave its accomplishment to the work of another generation. At the age of 82, with one foot in the grave and the other uplifted to follow it, I do not permit myself to take part in any new enterprises." Of course, Tom's experiences as governor taught us the difficulty of the enterprise. But my father was ever an optimist, and spoke those words with confidence and conviction. "I do favor teaching slaves to read, but to teach them to write will enable them to forge papers." "For the better," Lafayette had insisted. "I've heard it argued that black faces cannot make their way in white society," he said, his eyes flicking briefly upon Madison and Eston Hemmings, where they readied to entertain us with their violins. "But I put this to you. Whatever be the complexion of the enslaved, it does not, in my opinion, alter the complexion of the crime the enslaver commits, a crime much blacker than any African face. It's a matter of great anxiety and concern to find that this trade is sometimes carried on under the flag of liberty, our dear and noble stripes to which virtue and glory have been constant standard-bearers." My father was unaccustomed to anyone speaking so baldly to him on the matter, but Lafayette was more than a guest. He'd saved our lives and our revolution, and enabled us to live in this beautiful house atop the mountain in Virginia. He had the right more than any man alive to harangue us. My father endured it gracefully, and I could never bring myself to be angry at Lafayette. not only because of all I owed him and all he'd inspired in me, but also because he was the only guest present who never asked me to account for the absence of my husband. Tom had left himself and us without a fig leaf. We couldn't say that he was ill, because he was seen in taverns by our neighbors. We couldn't say he was about urgent business, since everyone seemed to know he was ruined. So we employed artful dodges when possible, and inartful ones the rest of the time. In spite of this, I was enormously relieved not to have him there. He left no lonely gap in our society, no awkward place at the dinner table. His absence left us strangely comfortable as a family. And as I hosted the greatest patriots of our age, I was as content as I'd never been before in my place as the mistress of Monticello. Chapter 40. Monticello, 5 June, 1825. From Thomas Jefferson to Thomas Mann Randolph. You can never want a necessary or comfort of life while I possess anything. All I have is devoted to the comfortable maintenance of yourself and the family. I have no other use for property. Restore yourself to the bosom of your family and friends. They will cherish your happiness as warmly as they ever did. I should burn this letter, for what it reveals about my husband's abandonment of me, and perhaps mine of him. But these words are testament to my father's character, proof of how warmly he reached out to my husband, when I could scarcely find it within myself to do the same. That spring, I found Tom brooding in a little white house in Milton he said he was using as an office, alone, drunk, unshaven, and in squalor. In the dark recesses of the entryway, for he'd shut the curtains against the sunlight, Tom heard my plea, then said, "I'll never go back to Monticello with you." "I'm not asking for myself," I said, trying to quell my rising anger. "I'm asking for Ellen. She wants you at her wedding." "Of course you're not asking for you. You'd have been happier if I'd died in the war." "That's not true," I said, knowing that most of the bitterness between us had arisen precisely because I was desperate to keep him from dying in that war. Tom snorted. "I won't subject myself to the supercilious stares of your father's guests, so get out, Martha. Go." I stood there, wringing my hands, wishing I knew the words that might help matters. But it occurred to me that everything we'd ever had to say to one another of import, we'd said skin to skin. And though he was still, even at his age, rugged and well-made, my desire for him had died completely. "I said get out," Tom shouted, launching his boot at me. Fortunately, his drunken aim was so poor that the boot sailed harmlessly by my head and crashed with a clatter into the wooden door behind me. "Just go and be grateful that I haven't taken the children from their whore of a mother." A chill swept over me. Not for the insult, but for the threat. Tom couldn't take the older boys because they wouldn't go. But Louis, Septimia, and little George, my husband could take them. I'd simply never believed he'd be so monstrous as to try. Why, he was more cruel, barbarous, and fiend-like than ever. Ignoring the stench of an unclean plate upon his table in the room beyond, I wrapped my shawl around me. "However much you blame me, surely you wouldn't make the children suffer." "Oh, I do blame you, Martha. But I blame my ungrateful son even more. Understand that if my children step one toe over Jeff's threshold, you'll never see them again. Don't think I can't do it, for it's the only thing still in my legal power, and by God, not even your father can stop me." I didn't stay to argue with him. When I told Ellen, she straightened before the mirror and smoothed her wedding gown. My father ought not be made to suffer embarrassment because he has no dowry to give me. His pride has already endured too many blows. How could I be happy today knowing I'd brought him low? She was devoted to her father, in spite of his weaknesses, and I wouldn't have it any other way. My dear daughter, still as precious as two angels in one. And so Ellen married Joseph Coolidge in the drawing-room of Monticello, without her father, her hands shaking so badly she could scarcely hold a prayer book. Her sisters sent her to Boston with gifts they made themselves. Cornelia fashioned for her a painted screen to shade her from the sun. Mary packed a basket of cakes and wine, and Septimia presented her with a bracelet of china berries she'd strung like beads. Then our dear, witty Ellen was gone, leaving her grandfather lonely. My other daughters took turns sitting with him, but Papa confided, "I didn't know what a void Ellen would leave in our family." I didn't despair at losing Ellen. To the contrary, I gloried in her escape from the sinking ship upon which the rest of us now sailed. In December of that year, Edgehill went up for auction with all its slaves and livestock. I worried that the notice would attract traffickers in human blood, Negro buyers who'd take my husband's slaves deep into the South to grow cotton or rice, putting them to such hard use it'd leave them in the ground. And I couldn't stomach the sorrow of seeing our house servants and their children sold out of the family. "There's nothing you can do for them," Jeff said, trying to reassure me. "I can try to arrange for buyers for them amongst our friends and neighbors, and failing that, I can bid myself on your household favorites. But there's nothing you can do to spare the slaves from sale at all. You mustn't blame yourself, Mother." Then why did I feel to blame? In the face of such a system of injustice, I determined a course of action. Having learned bitter lessons from the unhappy fate of so many ruined friends and relatives, I said, "There is something I can do. If I give up my dower rights in my husband's holdings, I'm entitled to 1/9 of his estate before the creditors are satisfied, and if I take that value in slaves—" My son's eyes bulged. "You'd be better off to take—" "No," I said, twisting a kerchief in my fists, understanding the import of what I was saying. "I'll take the slaves." And with those desperate words, I agreed to become a slaveholder. For the first time in my life, I'd own human beings whose entire fate would rest in my hands. It shattered me to do it, but would have shattered me more to do nothing. Better that they were mine than given over to some breeding farm or a field in the deep South. I spared from the block Sally's relations, the wives of her brothers, but I did so over Jeff's objections. "They're aged, Mother. They wouldn't have sold for much. If slaves are all you're taking from the estate, you need strong young men." But I went on sparing the women. I took 11 in all, including Burwell's daughters, though my son thought my choices emotional and without good sense. What I'd done was all that kept me sane on the bitter winter day of the auction. First on the block was Susan. So bad a servant, so negligent, so heartless, and of a family of such bad disposition generally that we ought to have been glad to be rid of her. But I was overcome with nausea when the auctioneer cried out into the biting bitter wind, 500, 500, this nubile girl, strong arms, wide hips, 500, do I hear 6? The discomfort of slavery I had borne all my life, but its sorrows and all their bitterness I'd never before conceived.
Tears slid down Susan's black cheeks when a man offered a higher bid. And feeling a fracturing in my soul, I lost all sense of decorum. Rushing to her, I begged that she be allowed to choose for herself amongst the buyers, a thing that embarrassed my son as he pulled me away, mumbling apologies to the bidders. "You aren't planning to do something even more foolish, are you? You cannot rely now on my father for anything anymore. What you've taken in human property is now all you have of your own to provide for the 6 children you still have in your care, all under the age of 17. He was afraid that I'd free them, and I might have. But just because I couldn't bear to see these slaves naked on a wooden block for rich men to inspect didn't mean I'd cast them out into the world without any way to support themselves. That's what I was thinking when the auctioneers cried out the price for Edgehill's parcels, hour after hour. 16 an acre. Do I hear 17? Standing there as everything Tom and I built was sold away, earth, animal, and human, I felt my husband's accusing eyes on me. But however much he hated me that day, I hated myself more. I hated myself and slavery and Virginia and everything. Everything. For 4 hours the auctioneers cried out, extolling the virtues of Edgehill, a plantation with the healthiest climate of the whole earth, sheltered from cold winds, well-watered with pure springs, nestled amongst woods of oak, hickory, walnut, and ash, until, finally, at the end of the 4th hour, with bidders beginning to go off, my son offered 17 and took the whole of Edgehill. "You swindler," Tom sneered, drawing so near to my son I thought they might come to blows. "You took advantage of a father's distress to get possession of his property and turn him adrift in his old age, penniless. You didn't even raise enough to satisfy my creditors, and now they'll consume my earnings for the rest of my life. You've even taken from me a roof over my head." He reached for our son's bad arm, as if to wrench it, and I stepped between them. "Tom, you can never want for a home while my father possesses one, and our son won't leave you." "I'll take nothing from a thief." Tom trembled like a man swept up in a storm, clutching at his chest, all the color gone from him. Then he limped away. To escape the prying eyes of onlookers, I hastened to the carriage, murmuring, "He's ill," for I knew no other name for it. His health's failing from excessive anxiety of mind. Handing me into the carriage, Jeff said, "I cannot have yours doing the same, so I've made arrangements with a common friend to assist him. He won't accept help from me, but he'll take it from a friend, and I'll reimburse that man for his pains." I grasped his hand, grateful beyond measure. This had been no easier on Jeff than on any of us, but he'd borne it. "Your father won't appreciate it, but I do." The tapestry of my life was unraveling, one strand at a time. Once the grandeur and radiance of Lafayette's visit was gone, I looked around me and saw everything at Monticello in disrepair. The paint flaked off the walls and railings and molding. The roof let in melting snow and rain. My father, so proud of his house, so fastidious and attentive to its appearance, didn't seem to notice. And I told myself that Jeff had been too busy with the calamity of my husband's bankruptcy to give my father's estate his attention. But that winter, one of my father's loans had come due, and Papa couldn't pay. "What can you mean that he can't pay?" I asked Jeff as the carriage jostled us along, having relied upon my father's promises to look after me and the children, no matter what befell my husband's fortunes. "Grandfather overestimated the value of his holdings. Jeff told me gravely. Monticello is difficult to make profitable. Water and supplies must be hauled up. The house itself requires an enormous amount of firewood to heat it. There's the expense of supporting the Negroes. We'll have to move the family to Poplar Forest. I didn't understand what he was saying, and he braced himself, continuing on. We'll take with us only the necessary furniture and a small household of servants. Then we'll sell or rent the whole of Monticello and auction as many Negroes as we can to pay the debts. The blood drained from me so suddenly I sank into the cushions of the carriage in a near swoon. This had already been the ugliest day of a life filled with its share of ugly days, and this blow nearly stopped a heart that was already broken. Leave Monticello. It had been the constant star, the steady anchor in all our troubles. Surely Jeff was overstating the financial situation in which we found ourselves. But the price of crops will go up. They do, up and down. Mother, Jeff said, covered in a sweat in spite of the cold, you've no notion of the debts Grandpapa has acquired. More than my father's debts. More by far. And the crisis is at hand. To delay it will be complete ruin only a few years down the road, without a home to shelter you or the children. I couldn't fathom selling Monticello. It'd be a bitter sacrifice to leave its comforts, but nothing compared to the anguish of seeing my father turned out of his house and deprived in his old age of the few pleasures he was still capable of enjoying. Have you told your grandfather this plan? It'll kill him. And it nearly did. I was there, holding my father's hand, when Jeff delivered the news, and the shock was as dreadful as we foresaw. My father, my strong giant of a father, began to weep. I've lived too long. My death can only be an advantage to my family now. You're very wrong, I cried, for his death was the thing I most feared all my life. My son, always pragmatic, echoed my horror but explained the financial reality too. Grandpapa, even independent of our love for you, your death under existing circumstances would be a calamity of frightful magnitude. Your life isn't only precious to our hearts, but necessary to the interests of your daughter and grandchildren. What he meant was that just by living, my legendary father cast a shield over us all. While he was alive, the most ruthless of our creditors wouldn't dare to strip us bare. They say tragedies come in threes. There was first the auction of Edgehill. Next, the blow that we might lose Monticello. And then, my daughter Anne came to us in the dead of winter, battered, bleeding, and bruised. Anne staggered into Monticello, clutching a threadbare shawl too small to cover her swollen stomach. She'd been badly beaten, her eye half shut with swelling, bleeding scrapes on her elbows and knees. Anne wasn't very heavy, even with her rounded, pregnant belly. She was nothing but shivering skin and bones. "I can't stay with Charles," she said, weeping, as if we were in any doubt. And when we got her in front of a fire, she said, "He'll kill me. I fear he's already killed the baby in my womb. Please don't tell Jeff I'm here. He'll convince Grandpapa to turn me out, and I'd deserve it. I'd deserve it." "Never," I said, rocking her as if she was still a small child. "Jeff's in Richmond on your grandfather's business, but even if he were here, he wouldn't turn you out, nor would your grandpapa ever hear of it. You're safe here, my precious Anne." "How will I face my sisters? The last time Cornelia saw me, she nearly turned me to stone with those Gorgon eyes."
Your sisters will be as delighted to see you as I am. And if they weren't, I'd make them pretend. Because Anne had never been taught to do anything but honor and obey a husband, and none of this was her fault. Anne was too weak to go up the steep stairs to the family bedrooms, so we put her into the same bed Jeff had used to recover from his stabbing. And for the same reason. Both my children were victims of that vile wretch Charles Bankhead. Would he come after her? Would he dare? My husband had abandoned us. My father was frail, and none of the slaves or even the overseers were brave enough to confront Bankhead with the force required. So I made my own plans to defend us. My sons, James, Ben, and Louis, were all young men now, between the ages of 16 and 20. While closing every paneled shutter over the windows of the house, I told them to arm themselves, not with a horsewhip or a fire iron, but with pistols, because if the moment came, I didn't want them to injure Bankhead, but to see him to his grave. Instead, we saw Anne to hers. In scream-inducing pain, she gave birth to a little boy. Seeing the bruises on her body and the bleeding that wouldn't stop, the physician dosed her heavily with laudanum. Anne didn't want it, and I protested the physician's prescription, but the doctor said my daughter had internal wounds that couldn't be repaired. Then he gave her a dose that left her speechless and insensible. Slipping into much the same condition, I lingered with Anne, holding her hand. Such was the state of my own distress that for a moment I saw not only my beloved daughter dying in childbed, but also my dear sweet sister who'd lost her life in childbed. I'd blink at Anne's brown hair, and for a moment see my sister, then my mother, then my daughter again. I was so lost in time and place, I scarcely heard the words of the doctor, who finally said, "Mrs. Bankhead is past hope." I suppose I heard these words. They were simply too shattering to accept. Inside my head, I screamed a glass-shattering scream, but in truth I made not a sound. I sat there with my dying child, the grief swirling like fury in my skull, blind and deaf to the whole world. I couldn't rise until afternoon, after Anne breathed her last. Even then, it was only because, like a sudden dam that must be built to fend off the flood of anguish, I was frantic to do for my child the very last thing that I could do for her in this world. I couldn't cry. I couldn't swoon away. I couldn't lock myself in my room and pace the floor, howling and smashing and breaking things. I couldn't ride through the woods in madness, though I wanted to. How desperately I wanted to. Instead, I went to my father and said, "We must arrange for her burial." "Ah, poor dear Anne." My father wept. "My little garden fairy. I'll never see flowers again but with her in heaven. Though now heaven seems to be overwhelming us with every form of misfortune, and I expect the next will give me the coup de grace." I couldn't hear it, couldn't accept how frail and dispirited and heartbroken my father was, because I needed him now as I'd perhaps never needed him before. "Send for Bankhead." My father cried, indignant. "Charles?" "Yes." My mind was quite made up. "Send for Bankhead and ask him to bring the children and Anne's best dress." "Surely a servant." "We must send for Bankhead," I insisted again, speaking to my father with a commanding tone I'd never employed before, and scarcely recognized within myself.
We must welcome him home to bury his wife. We must offer hope at reconciliation after so many bitter years. We must elicit from him a warm glow of gratitude in his grief and guilt. And in the moment he's most vulnerable, we must ask him to leave the children with us. I said this with perfect clarity of mind and terrible resolve. I wouldn't lose Anne's children as I'd lost Polly's, and not to a man like Charles. I believed, sincerely and utterly, that even if we were fated to abject poverty, my grandchildren would still be better off with me than at the mercy of that drunk, violent monster. I'd swallow down any poison to wrest Anne's babies from her murderer, and so I felt no compunction in demanding cooperation from the family. The natural consequence of our having the children will be a reconciliation with their father. When Bankhead arrives, there will be no accusations, no recriminations, no coolness to him in any respect. We'll smile at him and make up our quarrel. Even you, Jeff. Something in my voice, something in my dry eyes, seemed to frighten the family into perfect obedience. And when the slaves shoveled dirt over my daughter's grave, Charles sank to his knees by Anne's grave, trembling and retching in guilt and grief. There was no hope for Anne, and there was no hope for him. The only hope was that my grandchildren might be saved. So I did the most difficult thing I'd ever had to do in my life. I forced myself to put a hand upon Bankhead's accursed shoulder and offered him the solace and forgiveness that would bend him to my will. Then I whispered sweetly in the ear of my daughter's murderer how her babies would be best left with me, until, at length, he agreed. And I am not sorry for it to this day. Chapter 41. Monticello, 17 February, 1826. From Thomas Jefferson to James Madison. If a lottery is permitted, my lands will pay everything. If refused, I must sell everything here and move with my family, where I have not even a log hut to put my head into. The friendship which has subsisted between us now half a century, and the harmony of our political principles and pursuits, have been sources of constant happiness. To myself, you have been a pillar of support through life. Take care of me when I am dead, and be assured that I shall leave with you my last affections. I learned that my father had concocted a lottery scheme from the newspaper. When I confronted him, holding Anne's orphaned infant in my arms, Papa explained that one night, awake with painful thoughts, a solution to our financial problems came to him like an inspiration from the realms of bliss. If the state legislature approves the plan, we'll sell tickets all across the country for a chance to win some of my lands, the most beautiful and valuable property in Virginia, and the profits will save Monticello. My father was optimistic that the legislature would approve the scheme. The people had voted Lafayette a pension, he reasoned. They wouldn't possibly deny a former president the chance to live out his days in comfort. Why, there's every chance that in patriotic fervor the government will burn all the tickets and simply make a gift to me of Monticello. I was too encouraged by my father's revived spirits to tell him that his faith in his fellow citizens was misplaced. There'd be no bonfire of lottery tickets to honor my father's service. Virginians would genuflect before my father the monument, but they wouldn't pay 1 penny in taxes to support the man. It was against their creed, and so were lotteries. Now, more than ever, The state legislature was filled with ranters and evangelists who thought games of chance were a sin. And even if they approved a lottery, the one thing no one needed in Virginia was land. We could hope patriots in other parts of the nation were hungrier for it, but I was afraid to hope. My life had become such a tissue of privations and disappointments that it was impossible to believe any of my wishes would be gratified, or, if they were, not to fear some hidden mischief flowing from their success. And on the day Jeff delivered the news we hoped would be our salvation, he was as ashen as the day Bankhead stabbed him. He came in from the drizzly cold, tracking mud on the floor from his riding boots, and we went together to knock on my father's door. Where Sally was, I couldn't guess, but Burwell let us in, leading us to Papa, seated at his desk, his legs raised up to keep the blood in them, squinting through his spectacles as he tried to write with his own withered hand. Jeff cleared his throat. "The lottery has been approved, with a condition that Monticello must be the prize." Papa went white from his snowy white hair to the tips of his fingers. So white I feared he'd become a statue before my eyes. His lottery scheme had been meant to save our home, but might prove to be no better than if we'd auctioned it off. When Papa finally spoke, he asked, "That's the only way?" Jeff nodded, scarcely able to meet his grandfather's eyes. "You'd be able to live here until your death, and my mother until hers. But after that, Monticello will pass out of the family. I need to know what answer to carry back to Richmond." My father swallowed, removed his spectacles, set down his pen. "I need some time to think and consult with your mother," he said. Jeff pulled a chair for me, then found one for himself. My father stopped him. "Only your mother." There was a moment, a heartbeat of confusion, before Jeff nodded and went out. Then Papa and I were alone together. We sat together in silence for a time. Papa finally said, "I never believed it could come to this." "It's only a house," I wanted to say, but I knew better. "We'll manage somehow." He stopped me mid-thought, bringing my hand to his lips. "I've been in agony watching you sink every day under the suffering you endure, literally dying before my eyes. Do you remember, Patsy, when we first started playing music together?" I smiled a bittersweet smile, remembering Paris, where I had learned to play the harpsichord, where we'd made music together, and where I played for him when he could no longer play due to his enfeebled hand. Oh, yes, I remember all our duets. I have been hearing them lately, in my sleep, realizing that my whole life has been, in some sense, a song that could never be sung without you. There is almost nothing I've ever been that I could have been without my dear and beloved daughter, the cherished companion of my early life and nurse of my old age, and your children as dear to me as if my own from having lived with me from their cradle. That's why I leave it all to you." Unless the lottery wildly surpassed our expectations, there'd be nothing to leave, I thought. And worse, anything he gave to me would be taken by Tom's creditors. Papa, Tom's debts. I'll settle the remains of my estate upon Jeff to hold in trust for your sole and separate use until your husband's death, in which case the property should go to you as if you were a femme sole. This would shield everything from Tom's creditors, but was also an acknowledgment, at long last,
that I needed no man to rule over me. And as if to underline his trust, he said,
"I'll need you to look after Sally."
"Dear God, Papa." I brushed back welling tears. He took both my hands.
"Burwell, Joe Fawcett, and Johnny Hemmings. I intend to free them with a stipend and tools and a log house for each of them. And the boys, Madison and Eston, they'll go free on their 21st birthdays. I'll petition the legislature for them to be allowed to remain in the state as if it were a favor to Johnny Hemmings, naming them as his apprentices so that he can start a carpentry business."
It was, I supposed, the only option. My father couldn't do for Sally's younger boys what he'd done with Beverly and Harriet, without depriving their mother of all her children. But I believed anyone might be able to see right through emancipation of Madison and Eston, unless... The ruse, of course, depended upon Sally's enslavement. Papa wouldn't free her, couldn't free her without exposing everything, which is why he was leaving it to me. In the end, he left everything, all of it, to me.
"Tell them to make my coffin now,"
Papa said from the confines of his sick bed, where I fanned the flies away from him in the still heat of summer. He'd come home from some business in Charlottesville, slumped in the saddle, scarcely able to hold the reins in his crippled hands. Old Eagle clopped slowly along, careful and somber, as if he knew just how feeble Papa was. And once we got Papa down from the horse, it became manifest that his powers were failing him. His plan was to fight old age off by never admitting the approach of helplessness, not even in the approach of his death, which he intended to arrange to his satisfaction. My father used his life, his talent, and his fortune to secure the rights of men to control their own destinies, and he still intended to command his. He'd decided to die, and nothing could discourage him. Not even my cry of pure anguish when he ordered his coffin be made. After that, my whole world reduced to the intervals of wakefulness and consciousness between my father's slumber. I shuddered when he said, "Take heart, Patsy. Jeff has promised to never abandon you. And when I'm gone, you'll find within that drawer," he said, spending his precious strength to point to it, "a little casket of gifts for you." The pain that swept through me in anticipation of the end was nothing I'd ever experienced before, even for all the other losses. Nothing I thought I could survive. Even the thought of losing my father was a crushing, grinding agony of the spirit that left me not just shuddering, but quaking in its wake. "No, Papa, not yet."
"Not yet,"
he agreed, taking shallow, rasping breaths upon his pillow.
"I want to breathe my last on that great day, the birthday of my country."
July the 4th, he meant. The 50th anniversary of our independence. The day he became the most profound voice of his age. Of any age.
"Mother, let us relieve your vigil,"
Jeff insisted, his comforting hand upon my shoulder.
"We'll stay with him all night. We'll drag in pallets so that he's never alone for a moment, if only you'll get some rest."
I couldn't consent to it, especially not when Sally sat so resolutely, her spine straight upon a wooden chair nearby. I don't know what words of farewell she exchanged with Papa. What they'd shielded from the world all their lives they still kept, with possessive silence, to themselves. And I had to be coaxed away from my father's sick bed like a lamed animal to water.
So violent was my own pain at the expectation of him being torn from me, I had to be pried away, until, at long last, on the 3rd of July, my father's suffering seemed to demand a wish for the end. Struggling for breath, Papa would ask, "Is it the 4th?" Because we couldn't bear for him to perish with even one more disappointment. We told him it was. An expression came over his countenance that my children naively believed to mean, "Just as I wished." But I don't believe my father was deceived. Even after his limbs took on the clamminess of death, and his pulse was so faint only the doctor could feel it, Papa stirred again to ask, "Is it the 4th?" This time the doctor said, "It soon shall be." I stared at the clock, willing the hands to move, wishing I had my father's indomitable will to shape the world and make the laws of the universe bend. Gladly would I give up a day of my own life, a day from the lives of everyone living, to deliver my father into the morning of his glorious 4th. But the physician said softly, "He has no more than 15 minutes now." An hour later, my father was still alive and refused his laudanum. He then fell back into a disturbed sleep, and in a vivid dream he roused himself, anxiously gesturing with his hands as if to write upon a tablet. "The Committee of Safety ought to be warned." My children wondered what he could be dreaming about. I didn't have to wonder. I knew. He was, in his final breaths, readying for the British invasion, readying to fight the war for independence all over again. We'd later learn that in Quincy, Massachusetts, John Adams was also on his deathbed, equally determined to see the morning of the 4th. He'd die on the cherished day, my father's name on his lips. But all we knew was that in Virginia, the struggle went on and on. My papa's frail chest rose and fell under the obelisk clock that ticked the interminable stretch. Mr. Short had that clock made for Papa, and in remembering that, it seemed as if William, too, was hovering over Papa in vigil. Burwell helped to arrange Papa's head upon his pillow. Jeff swept his lips with a wet sponge, which my father sucked and appeared to relish. Just a few more hours, I thought, until the 4th. And I turned to see Sally, too, straining to see the hands of that same clock move. When the clock finally struck midnight, sighs of relief exploded around us, and upon seeing the faint breath of my papa upon a glass held to his lips, I felt a grim satisfaction, like a commander upon a battlefield who has seen a victory. But Papa didn't leave this victory to chance. He soldiered on until noon, when, with eyes wide in apprehension of his triumph, he ceased to breathe. That moment, for me, was an eclipse of the sun, a blackening of the whole earth, an unfathomable grief in which I no longer knew myself or the world or my place in it. But my father, who had always known his place in that world, passed like the hero he was, from life into legend. On Mulberry Row, a white sheet draped over a thorn bush, flapping ghostly in a light summer breeze to signal to neighboring farms that my father was dead. In the carpentry shop, Madison and Eston helped their uncle sand the rough edges of Papa's wooden coffin. On the western side of the mountain, slaves dug the grave. And I did nothing.
Numb with grief, overwhelmed by loss, I couldn't seem to catch my breath. "Take some fresh air," one of my children said. I don't know which one. I was blind and deaf to everything. I couldn't feel my limbs. All I felt was the slow calcification inside me, spreading so that I couldn't move. Someone grasped me at the elbows to prompt me outside onto the terrace. Someone else called for the doctor to tend me. And it was there, on the terrace, in the most acute distress, that I heard the pounding of horse hooves. Papa, I thought. Was he riding hard upon Caractacus, as he loved to do in his youth? Then the vision swam before my eyes, not of my father, but of my husband. Tom, in his youth, a young and handsome horseman, riding up the road toward our house. I blinked, and the vision came clear. It was Tom, no longer young or beautiful, but still riding like a demon. Where he'd gotten the horse, I didn't know. Nevertheless, my husband swung down from the saddle of a frothing, pawing animal. "Is he dead?" At my elbow, the doctor nodded. "Mr. Jefferson expired 1:15. To hear it said again, I nearly stumbled. Behind me, the children must have gathered, because I heard little George blubber, while Septimia choked out tiny, delicate sobs. "Grandpapa is gone." "You poor children," Tom said, a light in his eyes strangely fueled by the sight of our misery. "Look how grieved you are to lose him. But not your mother. Her eyes are dry as always. Can't you shed a tear, Martha? Not even for your father." The physician stiffened at my side. "Colonel Randolph." Colonel Randolph. He was entitled to be called that, of course, but I could only think of his father. That's who Tom had become, a miserable old rotter like the one who begat him. Tom advanced upon me in a scatter of flies. "Don't you think it's unnatural for such a devoted daughter to lose her father without even a tear? And Thomas Jefferson, no less, a great man that the whole of the country will mourn, but not his own daughter." The doctor barked again. "Colonel Randolph." All that escaped me was a tiny keening sound, and my husband's face twisted in feigned concern. "Don't you see, Doctor? She can't cry. My wife must be suffering from a morbid condition. Won't you prescribe some medicine to cure her?" The outraged physician said, "The medicine she needs is quiet, sir." The admonishment did nothing to dissuade Tom. In fact, a maniacal grin broke over his face. "Quiet? Oh, yes, by all means, give her quiet. All the country will be firing cannons, tolling bells, and wailing in grief, but Martha will quietly go on. She'll quietly persevere. She has ice water for blood." "Enough, Tom," I finally said, all the emptiness my father had left filling up with a terrible rage. That my husband had descended into madness was without question, but I was sure to follow him there if I let this go on today of all days. "You don't tell me what's enough." Then he began working the muscles of his face, spasming and contracting them as if to manufacture the sudden tears that swept down his cheeks. "I know you won't mourn me when I'm dead, but I thought you might be able to muster a tear for the only man you really loved." Tom sobbed, howling as if to mock me, "And I loved him. He was my father, too, and I loved him." "You hated him," Jeff snarled, having come out of the house with a bang of the door to encounter this scene. "You hated my grandfather in life, and you neglected him in death.
You're only here to harangue my mother like some scavenging beast over the corpse. You're more ferocious than a wolf and more fell than a hyena."
Jeff put himself between his father and me. The other boys drove my husband off, but I knew he'd be back again for the funeral. It was open to the public, so we couldn't keep him away. I knew there'd be talk, whether because my lunatic husband was absent or because he was there. There was nothing for it, and I was scarcely sensible enough to care. My world was shattered. The loss I felt unfathomable, and it wasn't just my own loss, for my father belonged to the people, perhaps now more than ever. The bells had tolled for my father's death, and the townspeople closed the city. Donning black armbands, they formed a processional up the mountain that was delayed by the rain. While we waited for people to arrive on the dismal and dreary day, Sally and I stood on either side of the open grave, Papa's coffin between us, held up on planks. Huddling with her enslaved family against the rain, Sally wore a plain black dress with the locket my father had given her long ago, her eyes trained not on the coffin, but on me. She must have known her fate now rested in my hands, but there was nothing servile in her expression, only an expectation of justice. She seemed to believe herself a free woman and didn't lower her eyes in deference, not even for Tom when he appeared to taunt us. "Here are his 2 widows, and neither of them shedding a tear." In that moment, I wished Tom straight to hell and believed Sally did the same. "Let's start," Jeff finally said, fearing my husband wanted witnesses to cause a scene. He wasn't wrong. Tom quarreled with him that we ought to delay on account of the rain, then held himself over Papa's coffin, wailing in affected grief, while I looked on like a statue in the driving rain. "You've got a heart of stone," Tom shouted at me. But his words didn't pierce me. He was right. Until that moment, I believed my heart was flesh and blood like any other. But my heart had turned to stone. The sky itself might cry, but I wouldn't. My tears, when they came, if they came, wouldn't be for Tom. All my life I'd held back my tears. For my father's sanity, for his reputation, and now for his legacy. However much I wished for release, for a moment to feel the loss, no one would ever see me fall to pieces. No one would ever see that. Certainly not Tom Randolph. So I endured his taunts. I endured the shoveling of dirt over my father's grave, and I endured the silence that followed. Our silence. Our special silence. Others would suffer, truly suffer for what my father hadn't said in his lifetime. But I'd always divined his wishes in that silence, and could hear his words echoing in it even now. And those words were, "Take care of me when I'm dead." Chapter 42. Monticello, unknown date. From Thomas Jefferson to Martha Jefferson Randolph. Farewell, my dear, my loved daughter, adieu. The last pang of life is in parting from you. 2 seraphs await me, long shrouded in death. I will bear them your love on my last parting breath. This is his last letter. I read it often, wondering sometimes if he left one like it for Sally. If there are letters, tokens, evidence, Well, she has good reason to keep them quiet. Along with the linens, the artwork, the furniture, and the rest of the slaves at Monticello, she's been priced for auction. Her value has been set at $50. But she won't be sold with everything else. On the night we buried my father, we faced one another in Papa's chambers, and she gave me the keys she'd claimed as her own for decades. She surrendered to me her dominion over my father's private sanctuary and her place in his life. She hadn't bargained for her freedom in France, only for the freedom of her children. But she will have her freedom. I'll see to that. I'll let her walk off this mountain like Harriet and Beverly did. She'll be given her time, and her silence is the price. I make Jeff swear upon God and country and his honor as a Virginia gentleman, and upon his grandfather's honor, too, that Sally will not be sold. He doesn't ask me why. My son knows better than to ask. I wouldn't tell him the truth anyway. If it comes to it, I will lie about Sally to my deathbed. But in exchange for Jeff's vow, he demands that I make one of my own. I must agree not to witness the rest of the slaves being auctioned off at Monticello. I feel as if I should be there, as if I must witness the final destruction of everything, as if I need to see every tear as my father's people are ripped away from their mountain, from the only home they've ever known. I ought to hear their sobbing as the auctioneer calls out their worth. But Jeff says, "It's making you sick." I am sick now, but shall be well again, because I have to be. My work, my father's work, remains undone. And as with Anne's death, I must hold myself together until I've finished doing for my father the very last thing that I can do for him in this world. Jeff puts a hand on my shoulder. Spare yourself the bitter anguish of seeing his abode rendered desolate, the walls dismantled, and his bedroom violated by the auctioneer, and take the children before my father snatches them from you. Perhaps he fears that in my grief I'll become as unhinged as his father, whereas what I fear is his father. I am uniquely vulnerable to Tom as I never was before in our marriage. I am his wife, and he has dominion over me, without having to answer to Thomas Jefferson. His conduct at the funeral is proof enough of his intentions. He will come for me now, either to claim me or tear the children away. The law would say I must submit to him. The scriptures command it. But I do not wait to lower my head meekly and do what is expected of me. Not after all I've seen and lived through. No, I do not stay to see the slave auction and wait for the whirlwind of Tom's wrath to come down on my head. Instead, I pack up the children swiftly and take them to Boston. There are no slaves in Boston. There's more housewifery to do because the servants are unreliable, Ellen complains, showing me about her luxurious new home on Beacon Hill. They're lazy because they know they can leave any time for better wages or any reason at all. Why, I've gone through 3 cooks in the past 6 months. But I cannot wish to ever return to a slave state. You should never. I catch myself by surprise with my vehemence. Land and Negroes in Virginia are to 9 persons out of 10 certain ruin and a vexation of the spirit that wearies one of life itself. And I am weary of life. I've really suffered so much that I cannot comprehend the possibility of better days. Consumed by despair, every morning is a struggle to get out of bed. I do it for the people yet depending on me, while I depend upon Ellen. She does everything in her power to cheer me. She shows me the city, which has grown enormously since I was here with my father as a little girl. Everywhere I look now is perfect luxury and wealth. The stately homes, though all squeezed together, are unimaginably well furnished. In Ellen's house, I wash my feet each morning in a plain basin that cost at least $30, and the water's deep enough I might take a swim. The dining table glitters with cut glass and silver, and surrounded by such wealth, I'm consumed with guilt for the discomfort in which I left the rest of my family at Monticello. We celebrate Christmas with trips to the theater and visits. Ellen arranges a party in an oval drawing room with paintings, silk damask curtains, and carved mahogany chairs. We dine on oysters and lobsters and other bounties of the sea. There's ice cream and every variety of cake in silver baskets. And people keep asking how it is that my father, remembered for his responsible management of the nation's finances, could have died in penury and embarrassment. And I always reply, his public virtue was the cause, if you should call that an embarrassment. I never shall be ashamed of an honorable poverty. It's the price we've paid for a long and useful life devoted to the service of this country. Ellen owlishly watches my every move, so I smile for her sake. Until my father's debts are extinguished, I have no income but the monies earned by my servants, who have all hired themselves out in Virginia. Their wages won't be enough. Until a sale of my father's papers can be arranged, I'm now, like Nancy Randolph once was, utterly at the mercy of my relations and their goodwill. So I don't dare object when Ellen's husband enrolls Septimia and George in school. The children behave well enough there. It's only when they return home that they give themselves over to the Randolph, bickering like children who have no reason to know how precarious our circumstances are. My older children know. When it becomes clear that the lottery will be cancelled, Cornelia writes bitterly, "It's over then. After 60 years of devoted services, his children are left in beggary by the country to whom he had bequeathed them." Ellen impresses upon me that I have no choice but to stay in Boston. "Live with us, you and the children together. My husband rented a place for you in Cambridge so as not to crowd this house. We'll send for Mary and Cornelia and see them married off well." It's a generous offer, but it makes me uneasy to be a burden to Ellen's husband, who is already worrying about overcrowding the house. Ellen mistakes my hesitation, holding tight to my hand. "I know it pains you to leave Virginia, but I fear there are no ties which should bind any descendants of Thomas Jefferson to the state any longer." She's echoing the sentiments of my sister's son, Francis. Polly's precious boy wrote with bitterness over our plight, arguing that the liberality and generosity and patriotism of the Old Dominion has vanished under the influence of Yankee notions and practices. But I don't blame the Yankees. The lottery, grudgingly approved, was the only thing Virginia offered my father in his waning days. But the northern states raised money. Donations came from New York, Baltimore, and Philadelphia, where William still lives. William sent money, tried to, anyway. But these and all donations Papa refused, out of pride or fear that it'd undermine the lottery. I burned William's letter of condolence, filled as it was with tender sentiments and an unwise insistence that I visit him. I don't trust myself to see him. I'm so unmoored of everything but grief, I don't trust myself or my virtue. And my virtue must be pristine. For my father's reputation, and what is imputed to it by mine, is an asset I use shamelessly. In the outpouring of national grief over my father's death, I see that Tom is given a public employment. Hopefully an income will restore my husband to his right mind. More importantly, it will keep him away. Milton, 6 August, 1827. From Thomas Mann Randolph to Septimia Randolph. I have loved your mother and only her with all my faculties for 35 years next December. I wish to spend some happy years yet in the decline of life with her. I am always reading letters now. My father's to me, mine to him, his to everyone else. Letters from his friends, condolences, tributes, poems. And now I'm reading another letter, having nothing to do with my father at all. A letter from Tom expressing his wishes to reconcile. I linger over the part where he writes, "He has loved me and only me." On its surface, a tender sentiment. But I know it's also an accusation. I loved Tom, but not only Tom. Not ever. And I feel no regret for that. Especially because Tom's declaration is to guard himself against divorce. My son-in-law, Mr. Coolidge, explains, "I'm sorry to inform you that even in Boston the only grounds for divorce are consanguinity, bigamy, impotence, and adultery. None of which apply, I assume." I flush, shamed to even be discussing it. But he continues, "On the other hand, you may obtain a legal separation for cruelty or desertion." Tom has certainly been cruel, and I'd argue that he deserted me, that he always deserted me in times of need. But it's equally true that I've deserted him. I fled to Boston in the darkest hours of my grief, and now there must be an accounting for it. Tom will want to see his children, and I can't keep them from him forever. He would take them from me forever if I tried. Ellen's husband replies in his cool, flat Boston accent, "You can keep the children from Mr. Randolph for a few years at least. Then they'll be too old for him to force to his will. Unless there are grounds for legal separation, there must simply be a separation of miles. Even if Mr. Randolph comes for the children, I can see to it that they're hidden away at some distance where he can't get them into his hands." There seems something immoral about this scheme, as well as impractical. I married the man and gave him children. The law puts me completely in his power, even though he's destitute. As if sensing my hesitation, my son-in-law says, gruffly, "You needn't fear him. From what I hear, Mr. Randolph is holed up miserably in a little house, with much liquor and without a second blanket for his bed. Nicholas Trist will keep him from Monticello, and I'll keep him from here." Far from alleviating my fears, this strikes me as profoundly unjust. Tom, barred from Monticello, as unwelcome there as he was at Tuckahoe. Monticello is, until we can find a buyer for it, my home, and if it's mine, it must also be my husband's. That was always my father's intention. It was our vow to Tom, implicit and explicit. I cannot countenance abandoning Mr. Randolph to poverty. I finally say, "Then he'll take your money," is my son-in-law's harsh reply. In honor of Papa, the states of Louisiana and South Carolina have voted me $20,000 in bank stocks for my upkeep. Not enough to save Monticello, but perhaps enough to support those who depend upon me. It's a generosity I hadn't solicited, but which makes me the target of opponents who think me unworthy, as my father wasn't a soldier and I wasn't his widow. I suppose they believe I've done nothing and meant nothing to this country. It's a sentiment that has made me redouble my efforts to edit my father's papers, and it's made me think hard upon my own character. So long as property is vested in me and Tom is destitute, I must make some effort for his support.
Surely you aren't thinking of returning to live as his wife,
my son-in-law replies.
He can make no mischief for you or the children in Boston, but I can't keep that animal away from you in Virginia.
Ellen winces, carefully turning her head so her husband doesn't see how calling her father an animal causes her distress. Whether it's for love or shame, I cannot say. I suppose I must now be beyond both love and shame. What matters now are my children, my grandchildren, and my slaves. There's an option that my son-in-law hasn't considered, one I learned from my father: negotiation. And I'm my own best ambassador. So in the spring of 1828, I return to Virginia and step into the now dilapidated White House in Milton to find my husband drunk and unkempt in the middle of the day.
"Patsy?"
Tom asks, squinting at my appearance in the doorway, as if I were a hallucination. I want to be angry. I want to remember that this is the man who destroyed himself with resentments, the man who struck me and beat my children, the man who tormented me at my father's funeral. But when he tries to get up from a threadbare chair and his knees nearly buckle under him, I'm nearly undone with sorrow to see the ruin of him. I'm shocked by the sight of him, so pale and haggard, truly shocked. He's so emaciated I cannot think he's had a meal in weeks. Why hasn't anyone told me how very ill he is? Don't stand, I say, helping him back to his chair before he falls. Clutching my arm, Tom barks,
"Why have you come?"
I've come to have a frank discussion. I hurry forth with the rest, taking advantage of his astonished speechlessness. I can see that you're cold and hungry and suffering. You haven't a proper bath. And though you've come to this sorry state through your own stubbornness, understand that I'd never willingly leave you in poverty so long as I have a shilling in the world.
"My stubbornness,"
Tom says, eyes bulging.
"What of your son?"
You must give up this hatred of your own flesh and blood, I insist, strangely unafraid. Then again, what can Tom do to me? He's as weak as a newborn babe. Or do you want us to remember you the way we remember your father? Tom's once beautiful mouth thins.
"That's all you want?"
That's where it must start, Tom. If we come to an agreement, we may all reside together at Monticello until such time as it's sold away. It's an unfurnished place now. But it's better than keeping rats for friends, as you must be here.
"What are you saying, Martha?"
I'm saying that I want you to come home to your family. Of course, given your unsocial habits and hatred for the necessary restraints of civilized life, I assume you'd prefer a little establishment of your own on some sequestered spot of Monticello. He takes the opportunity I've given him to save face, but a bit too far as always.
"I'd live entirely in my own room, making no part of the family and receiving nothing from it in any way whatever."
As you like. Though I'll insist he take food. Tom's eyes narrow.
"What about Short?"
No, I will not discuss William. It's better for both of us to drop a curtain over the past. There's enough warmth of heart between us to live in harmony, Tom. But upon such subjects as we cannot agree, we must be silent. He nods, and it's enough. Truthfully, seeing him in such a state, he could have refused all my terms, and it would still have been enough. Because I realize, even before my daughters and I get him settled into the North Pavilion, that he's afflicted by more than hunger. He complains of stomach pains and gout, and is so meek and softened of temper that I think he must be dying. My daughter Ginny is a disapproving sentinel at the door. "Mother, your children shall have a right to interfere if things between you return to their former state. He won't be allowed to disturb your rest." "I'm not tired or in need of rest," I say, because after 2 years of grieving for my father, I'm finally awakening. I said that I was sick but would be well again, and now it's come to pass. Would that Tom were as fortunate. I see to it that my husband has food and blankets and healthful teas and medicines to ease his pain. I sit by his bedside hour upon hour, day after day, reminiscing about the good times, of which we can both recount surprisingly many. One morning, Tom's eyes, bleak and teary, meet mine. "Did you love me, Patsy? Did you ever?" "Oh, I did." I'm heartbroken by how easily the admission falls from my lips now. The young man who told me he preferred trees stripped bare of their leaves and kissed me so passionately in a schoolhouse. The young husband who tried to coax a slave girl's infant to suck at a cloth soaked in milk. The man who rode so hard, worked himself sick in the fields, fought for his country, and wrote poems to his daughters. Yes, I loved you, Tom Randolph. My throat tightens, and tears, real tears, roll down my cheeks. I loved you truly and deeply. As if he's been waiting for my tears his whole life, Tom reaches out and touches the wetness, smooths it with the pad of his thumb. "Oh, Patsy, my adored wife." He weeps. We weep together. And when we're done, he says, "Send for Jeff. I cannot die without making friends with him. Cannot leave him in anguish as my father left me." My heart fills at that. Jeff comes straight away. My husband asks for my son's forgiveness. And my tall, upright boy has the heart to give it. Tom has kind words for me and the children and the grandchildren. We nurse him, stroke his hair, hold his hands. His daughters surround the bed, fanning him of his fever during the day and his sons through the night. Tom gives some strange directions about his shrouding and burial, then takes them back, fearing they'll confirm the idea that he's insane. And he looks to me a bit fearfully as he asks to be buried not at Tuckahoe with his kin and his own father, but with my father at the head of his tombstone. It's only fitting, I tell him, moved by this final request, even though I know it will put Tom eternally in the shadow of my father's monument, as he was all his life. Then Tom begs for Jeff to stay with him in his dying hours. All I want is for his suffering to end, and for him to die in peace with everybody, which is just what he does, on the 20th of June, without a struggle or a moan. My sons must dig the grave because my father's people have been sold off. I'm told the auction at Monticello was no less heart-rending than the sacking of an ancient city with children wailing and women rending their garments. And I feel as if I hear the echo of their anguish here. They're all long gone, except for Burwell, who continues from habit to tidy the empty house. Sally and her sons live in Charlottesville now, so I know better than to look for her at the gravesite. But once we bury Tom and make the slow walk home past Mulberry Row, my eyes drift to her old cabin, as if I expect to see her standing in the doorway in her apron, those amber eyes saying, "Now it's done. We've both buried our husbands now." And so we have. Every unkind feeling has been buried too. No longer an object of terror or apprehension, Tom became one of deep sympathy. But the bonds of affection were so much weakened by the events of the last years of his life that after the first burst of grief is over, we cannot but acknowledge that all is for the best. Returning health would have brought with it the same passions and jealousies. The Randolph was quite beyond his control. It would have poisoned our family and our memory of him. His peace and good end is Tom's legacy. I'm afraid he has no other. The whole of his possessions amount to some $600 worth of books and a $20 horse. And it's left to Ellen to write an epitaph for him. Thomas Mann Randolph of Tuckahoe, Virginia, born 1768, died June 20th, 1828. He was a man of talent and of learning, charitable to the poor, a good son to his mother, and a kind father to his daughters. No father seek his merits to disclose, or draw his frailties from their dread abode. A fair and fitting tribute. I know of only one way to do him the basic justice Papa and I always wished him to have. Tom will be remembered, almost entirely, I think, through his letters to my father and my father's letters to him, of which I will shape every word. Chapter 43. Monticello, 1829. From Martha Jefferson Randolph to Ellen Randolph Coolidge. We are at present engaged in a business that precludes work, writing and reading of every kind but the one, revising and correcting the copies of the manuscripts. This is the last letter I'll write from Monticello. It's now a house of ghosts, dark and dilapidated with age and neglect. Bare trees loom like skeletal fingers in the yard, all pointing toward the heavens, where my father and his angels surely now reside. The hall, once filled with statues and natural curiosities, is empty but for a single bust of my father. Bare walls once covered with paintings, and a defaced floor no longer polished to a high sheen, open into the once gay and splendid drawing room, now comfortless. And yet, Monticello is still an attraction for tourists. A vulgar herd of strangers has stomped over the gardens, taking away my choicest flower roots, my yellow jasmines, fig bushes, grapevines, and everything and anything they fancy. I feel like a spirit of the place that has survived the death of its body, now deprived of even its purpose and going on because my father's papers are ready to publish. On the day the work is done, I somehow rouse myself from a cold bed to watch the last wagon load of books and papers packed into crates to be shipped away for sale. There will be no groundbreaking, no bugles blowing, no commemoration dinners for this patriotic monument. But I perceive in it an achievement, more than an achievement, a triumph, a secret triumph. For years now, sometimes for 8 to 10 hours a day, I've scoured every letter, every record book, every receipt and scrap of paper in my father's possession. I've burned some, In other instances, I took a razor to cut words away, just as my father once cut away what he believed to be untrue in the Bible. Eventually, I entrusted the political letters to my daughters, whose eyes were better suited to such work, and kept the personal letters for myself. In the end, the collection will bear my son's name as editor, but the work is mine, and I feel both gratified and damned by it. I must leave Monticello now, and I feel an unbearable sadness, such that I might be better off to lie down and die. After all, I cannot feel at home or happy anywhere else. And when I think of what might be done with the place, that it might be transformed into an inn or a boarding house, it seems like profaning a temple. I'd rather the weeds and wild animals that are fast taking possession of the grounds should grow and live in the house itself than see my father's home turned into a tavern. Indeed, there's a part of me that might be gladdened by the sight of the house wrapped in flames, every vestige of it swept from the top of the mountain. I'm there on the terrace, watching the men load up the wagon, wondering where I might get a torch to set Monticello ablaze, when I hear the jingle of a carriage coming up the road. More marauders, no doubt, come to chip off a piece of red brick from the house, or snatch away a broken rail as a keepsake. I don't turn to greet them. My eyes are for the men who lift each crate of my father's papers, as I warn them with crossed arms and an unfeminine scowl that their cargo is precious.
Patsy, you're going to catch your death standing here in the cold.
The voice pulls me from my dark thoughts. I know it intimately, and I turn to see a face at once familiar, beloved, and impossible. William!
I didn't mean to startle you.
He tucks a top hat under his arm, taking in a deep breath of cold mountain air.
Did you really think you'd never see me again?
In truth, I was sure I'd never see him again, and now I half wonder if he is only the conjuring of a mind bent with secrets and sadness.
You're shivering.
He removes his long dark coat with its high shawl collar and wraps it around my shoulders. The warm brush of his hands against my neck nearly convinces me he's here. I cannot invite you in to sit, Mr. Short, for there are no chairs. We close up today. Why have you come all the way from Philadelphia? He cannot want a memento, though I'd find something to give him if he does, for he has as much right to a token of Thomas Jefferson as any man alive. You cannot still have business in the area.
Urgent business, he says with a meaningful stare. I'm told there's an effort afoot to purchase Monticello for you, Patsy.
After all our struggles, there's some chance to keep Monticello? I'm afraid to believe it. There have been too many false hopes. But who?
It isn't important to. What's important is that I've come to put a stop to it.
I can make no sense of this whatsoever. It's hard enough to credit that I have an anonymous benefactor, but nearly impossible to believe William would stand in the way of anyone helping me. Have I finally turned him so thoroughly against me? It's been years since, in tearful confessions of love and longing, we said our goodbyes. But now he's here again, to witness my violent parting from this place. Has he come to take some pleasure in it? No, I cannot think it of him. But you were behind the donations from Philadelphia, I murmur, remembering the receipts I found in my father's papers. Money in your own name, and more than that, too.
His eyes fall to his feet. Not enough, it would seem.
Much more than was expected of you, or Philadelphia for that matter. I'm sometimes left to wonder why my father's own Virginia, which has most benefited by his talents and virtues, has given him a grave and left others to give bread to his children. And now all he built here will crumble to dust.
So what if it does?
William asks. I startle, thinking I've misheard. But the grim line of his mouth tells me that I haven't, and I'm appalled. You cannot mean that. I cannot believe that you, of all people—
This house isn't your father's greatest work. This is a plantation, and it ought to be abandoned, for it was, even at its height of beauty, built on ugliness.
How dare you? I say, wanting to slap him. Am I fated to have the men I've loved torment me in my weakest moments? Tears sting the corners of my eyes, my heart hammering painfully beneath my breast, much as it did all those years ago when he confronted my father in the woods. And William is no less relentless now. His words run over mine.
This is a place impractical and cruel,
and you, who were a guest here and enjoyed its benefits—
He doesn't dignify my accusation with an answer. He isn't here, Patsy,
William says, taking my arms. How can you say that?
Emotion nearly strangles me.
He's here, all around, his hand in everything.
He's gone. This isn't his home anymore, and it's not your home either. It's a set of chains.
His words reach me in places I have never let anyone reach, in places inside me that I don't even let myself touch. They recall to me a vivid memory of my childhood, and a rider who came up this mountain to warn, "Leave Monticello now or find yourself in chains." And William was there. He was there from the start, and so was I. I want to strike him, pound my fists upon his chest, and I do raise my fists to strike him, but my agony of spirit leaves me only the strength to lay them on his chest as I howl with anguish. And for the first time since my father's death, or perhaps even longer than that, I fall to pieces. In truth, I fall forward into William's arms, crying tears I dared not shed until the day I finished editing my father's letters. And now that I've done it, I have not even duty to hold me up. Lowering me to the stairs before I collapse, William whispers, "Abandon this place, I beg of you." My tears burst forth like a broken dam, first a trickle, then a pouring, and I scarcely recognize the sounds that come from me. I weep for the loss of my husband, for my children, for my sister and her babies, for Sally's children too. And I finally weep for my mother, whom I was too frightened to cry for when she died. I cry the unshed tears of a lifetime until I am quaking and limp and so frail I don't think I can rise ever again. "Let me take you from here," William whispers, his forehead pressed to mine. "It will be better for you. I promise you, it will be better for you to get free of it. It's the only way you can be happy." Be happy. That's what I want for you. My mother spoke those words to me when she asked me to watch over my father. But somehow I forgot them. That command was swallowed up in the enormity of my dedication to my father. But now Papa is gone, and my vow has been discharged. All except for that. be happy. Remembering my mother's words, the ache somehow eases in the contemplation of leaving Monticello. Where will I go?
Anywhere you please.
I don't know where I would go. I don't know what would please me, because I've never before asked. This is the first time I can, the first time I've ever allowed myself to even consider it. And I can't help but marvel at embracing my father's beloved ideal of self-determination for the first time at the age of 56. And as a woman at that. For now, all I know is that I wish to leave with William Short. Somehow I find within myself the strength to rise. We walk together from the terrace. At first, my steps are bent and painful. But the farther I walk, the less I feel the pull. Mindful of the cold muck on my feet, I straighten like the Amazon William always said I was. Like the Amazon I am. William hooks his little finger into mine, guiding me toward his carriage. But I pass it by. I look back once, then not again. I want to walk from this place. I want to run. Epilogue. Washington, 7 February 1830. From Andrew Jackson to Martha Jefferson Randolph.
The President of the United States thanks Mrs. Randolph for the cane she had the goodness to present him, with feelings of deep sensibility as a testimonial of her esteem derived from the venerated hands of her father.
I live now in Washington City with my daughter Jenny and her husband, who has taken a clerkship in the Jackson administration. We live in a rented 2-story house with an excellent kitchen, beautiful fireplaces, and a large, cheerful room for me where I keep my dressing table, a sewing table, portraits of Papa, and the coverlet under which he slept, which now warms me at night. We live only 2 blocks from the President's house, which has been rebuilt since the war. It's now inhabited by Andrew Jackson, whose riotous inauguration has scandalized my lady friends. They've all warned of the new administration's vulgarity. Nevertheless, I'm thunderstruck when I am summoned down the stairs one morning to find the President of the United States in the parlor.
"Madam,"
he says with a courtly bow. Though I've known personally 5 of the 6 presidents before him, I'm somewhat awed by the craggy-faced war hero turned populist politician. "Mr. President," I say, curtsying before I think better of it. "You must be here for my son-in-law."
"To the contrary. I've come to call upon the sole surviving daughter of Thomas Jefferson,"
Andrew Jackson says, as if he were in some awe of me.
"Would you do me the honor of sitting for a spell, Mrs. Randolph?"
We find a sunny spot at the front of the house, overlooking the streets of the now bustling capital, filled as it is with shops and the comforts of a thriving city. And no sooner have I congratulated him upon his election than does he say,
"I need you, Mrs. Randolph."
"I can't imagine what you might need from an old woman." He throws his head back and laughs.
"Next to me, you're a young lady."
Though he can't be much older, it becomes a small joke. He encourages me to call him an old gentleman. And finally at ease, I say, "Whatever you need, I'll be happy to give it if it's in my power."
"What I need is a woman more worthy than my niece, who has failed me utterly as First Lady. I need a woman of tender sentiment who will prevent the harpies in this town from shunning the wives of my cabinet members.
He must be speaking of the notorious Peggy Eaton, wife of his Secretary of War, John Henry Eaton, whom the ladies of Washington will not receive because they believe she was a tavern whore.
Nasty bit of slander,
Jackson says,
the kind of thing that killed my dear wife. I'd rather have vermin on my back than the tongue of one of these Washington women on my reputation. There's nothing I can do to stop their pettiness. But you're one of the worthiest women in America, deserving of honors long overdue. I'd like to have you at the White House at the seat of honor beside me.
Why, sir, I'm beyond flattered. With that, I cheerfully agree. My swift assent sends his eyebrows up, his eyes wrinkling with happy surprise.
You've no scruples against Mrs. Eaton's attendance.
There isn't a speck of anything but sympathy inside me for the women of public men. I look very much forward to meeting her. And I look forward to blasting anyone who takes pleasure from the pain of such women. A feral glint comes to his smile, and he takes a small pouch from his pocket, digging out some tobacco to chew, as if he means to stay a while. I think he'll ask me to tell him stories of my father, but he asks my opinions. He becomes my friend and ally from that moment on. I am his standard-bearer of Jeffersonian democracy. He has my unwavering support for the primacy of the Union over the rights of the states, and I don't mind that he wields me like a silk-clad sword against the ladies of Washington. I am, after all, now the grande dame of the place. The ladies will find it difficult to shun anyone I embrace, as I'm now regarded as a paragon of virtue. So formidable is my reputation that even John Randolph of Roanoke must praise me as the sweetest woman in Virginia. I'm not in Virginia anymore, of course, and I am grateful for it. Virginia is stained now in the blood of Nat Turner's slave rebellion and consumed with terror that whites will be murdered in their beds. My son Jeff is an unflinching advocate of abolition. In the tradition of his father and grandfather, he's introduced legislation to remove the evil by emancipating slaves. But I'm sure this will destroy his future in politics, just as it destroyed his father's. The mean spirit of jealousy will win out, and in anticipation of that day, I've concluded that Virginia is no place for the family of Thomas Jefferson. Virginia's glory is gone, but our glory, I think, is returned. Here in the capital, the seat of liberty my father built, his family thrives.
Do you have a smile for me, Mother?
It's my son Louis, bedecked in green coat and cap, complete with bow and arrow. He has a government clerkship, but tonight he's Robin Hood at a costume ball at the rebuilt White House, where everything is a cherished reminder to me. There is my dear father's cabinet, his favorite sitting room. My unmarried daughters swirl past in gay colors as varied as nature. They're popular in the capital. Ginny's husband, whom William Short has taken under his wing, is to become the new American consul to Cuba. My son Ben is to graduate from his grandfather's university as a doctor. George has become a naval officer. I'm a very proud mother. At the costume ball near the dance floor, I spy the notorious Mrs. Eaton, at whom I'm sure to smile. Not far from the embattled woman is a senator who has sought my support for his legislation, and I escape him by turning to the punch bowl. It is by this happenstance, as I reach for the refreshment, that I come face to face with a beautiful woman whose piercing blue eyes stop me where I stand. My father's eyes. I see through her mask. Through the palest amber sheen of her freckled hand, bejeweled as it is with a wedding ring, I know her at once, and she knows me too. We stand there, a breath apart, until Harriet Hemings begins to tremble. Strolling to my side, the president asks unwittingly, "Are you ladies acquainted?" Then he introduces Harriet to me by another name. In terror of discovery, Sally's daughter cannot seem to speak, and on an impulse, I reach for her hand, squeezing it in soft reassurance and encouragement, bound as we are by a singular secret. "Mr. President," I say, "you're so attentive. Someone may think you're courting me."
"What if I were?"
Jackson asks, loud enough that everyone may hear.
"After all, I'm the president, and you're America's first daughter."
The guests all laugh at his wordplay, and I flush with triumph at this acknowledgement. It's a victory as complete as I could ever ask for, tainted only by the bittersweet stare of my secret sister behind her mask. For if I'm America's daughter, so is she. William and I cannot marry, because I promised Tom I'd never take another husband. Nor can we live in scandal. But at our age, who could censure our private visits? Especially when I travel so often as to never rouse suspicion. I've been to Washington, New York, Boston, why not Philadelphia? When I go there, William and I stroll together the cobblestone streets I've not seen since I was a girl, and my heart fills to brimming at the constancy of his heart. But in other matters he has changed. "I thought you believed that the races should commingle," I asked.
"I do, but I fear that whites will never allow freed slaves to achieve equality here,"
he says, explaining his latest philanthropic efforts for the colonization of an African nation called Liberia. He's still struggling with the sin that taints our founding, and I still struggle too. Though I know I have no right to sacrifice the happiness of a fellow creature, black or white, and I try to do right by all the people in my care, the truth remains that I am a slaveholder, even still, and will probably be until the day I die. It must tarnish me in his eyes, but I feel as if our sparring helps me do better. When we're alone, he presses a fond kiss to my brow.
"You must have your portrait made before you leave to visit your daughter in Boston. I'd like for everyone to see you so clear-eyed, so pragmatic, your father's traits in the planes of your face."
"Who would want such a portrait? And think of the expense," I complain. But he won't hear of it, and before the visit is over, I'm painted for posterity. William observes the final portrait with approval.
"Your eyes are sparkling, your color heightened, and your whole countenance lit up."
Jenny agrees. "Mama, I had no idea the attentions of an artist would do you such good." It is not the attentions of the artist, but of William Short that have invigorated me. The touch of his hand when we dine alone, the candlelight so soft I could almost mistake him for the young son of liberty in France, and the darkness of another, kinder alcove bed, where two sweethearts from an imaginary painting long ago finally find their happiness. But further recollections of this kind are not to be written or spoken of or mused about while my daughter looks on, oblivious. Like my father, I too have a secret passion in my old age. Stolen kisses, clandestine assignations, love letters that are burnt after they are read. For our love belongs to William and me alone, and it is a love that endures. William reads my mind, a smile of complicit mischief upon his aging face, his eyes still twinkling. You must be looking forward to your adventure, Mrs. Randolph. Indeed I am, for I'm to travel for the first time upon a railway train. It is a marvelous invention, a machine of such power and potential my father would have wanted to know the workings of it from the engine to the smallest gear. And on his behalf, I'm more excited to see it than I was to see air balloons as a child. William goes with us as far as Providence, where my children and I crowd together in a little car by the train engine. As the fire is fed and the roar of the machine begins, I wave to William on the platform, which is draped in flags of red, white, and blue. Then sparks fly through the air and burn little holes in my dress where they land, and I don't care, because they look to me like fireworks bursting in celebration of our American independence, and I'm exhilarated with the possibility and promise of our extraordinary journey. Author's Note: Martha Patsy Jefferson Randolph's relationship with her father, the third President of the United States, not only defined her life but also shaped the identity of our nation. For nearly everything we know of the author of our independence is what she let pass to us in posterity. She came of age in a time of war. Colonial girls of her age and social station scarcely left the plantation, but she accompanied her father across the country and to foreign shores. At a time when women were dissuaded from involvement in politics, her father made her witness to 2 revolutions and the secret torments of the men who fought them. Intelligent, highly educated, and fiercely loyal, she lived an extraordinary life of her own while defending her father's legacy, and in his shadow, she became one of the most quietly influential women in American history. We wanted to write that history through her eyes, ever mindful that it would be biased in favor of her father and his politics. At the time of this writing, the Thomas Jefferson Foundation and most historians believe that given the weight of the historical evidence, including DNA testing, Jefferson fathered the children of Sally Hemings. If true, it's all but impossible that Jefferson's daughter didn't know about it. And if she knew, a very different picture emerges. A picture painted in this book. A picture only hinted at in her famous portrait by Thomas Sully, the one she posed for at the end of this story. In her time, Patsy was known as a conventional woman of perfect temper, but our research revealed her to be as complicated a heroine as any writer could wish for. She was a privileged, passive-aggressive, morally conflicted, gritty survivor with a facile relationship with the truth. She was also heroically devoted and capable of both enormous compassion and sacrifice. Her contradictions captivated us, and we hope you enjoyed reading the story she inspired. Now to the explanation of the choices we made. We couldn't have invented William Short if he didn't exist. A political acolyte who was present at the most crucial junctures in the president's life and also carried on a doomed romance with Jefferson's daughter? A man of radically progressive ideals for his time who challenged his mentor on matters of race and equality? No one would have believed it. But the romantic relationship has a basis in history, as explained by Patsy's biographer, Cynthia Kierner. Though the seriousness and duration of this romance is not known, nor even if Jefferson was aware of it, the remarkable frequency with which William Short's life intersected Patsy's at crucial junctions is astonishing. Short was reportedly there when her family fled Monticello. He was there in Paris, where their flirtation began. He was present when the Sally Hemings scandal broke. He visited Monticello just prior to the final destruction of Patsy's marriage, and he was apparently involved in discouraging anyone from buying Monticello for her once it was put up for sale. Consequently, we've romanticized him for dramatic purposes and assumed that theirs was a very long love story. Of course, when it comes to the personal lives of the Jefferson family, much must be assumed. The Jefferson family papers were edited for posterity, a laborious family project. The letters they chose to share with the public are fascinating, but from what they held back or destroyed, much can also be discerned. With predictable regularity, letters missing in the historical record coincide with events that might prove embarrassing. One such example is Thomas Mann Randolph Jr.'s first election loss, where Jefferson's letters hint at a troubling episode, but Tom's letters from this period, the existence of which are recorded in Jefferson's notes, are missing. There is also the mysterious case of Jefferson's letter index for the crucial year of 1788, the only volume missing from a 43-year record of correspondence. Even letters have disappeared to and from Jefferson's daughters during this year, which is when the relationship with Sally Hemings is thought to have begun. Additionally, the very letters most likely to shed light on Sally's pregnancy and whereabouts during the spring of 1790 are gone. All of which, of course, fits a very specific pattern supporting the charge of obfuscation by Jefferson's heirs. No note to or from Sally has ever been found. That may be because Sally wasn't literate, or because Jefferson never wrote her, or because someone made sure such letters vanished. And if so, that someone was assuredly his daughter Patsy. If Sally Hemings was with child upon her return from France, no evidence of that child remains, which left us to incorporate the contemporary rumors that the child was a boy and named after the president. And the Jefferson family would have had many reasons to keep all of this quiet, including a little-known fact that sexual congress between a man and his wife's sister held the taint of incest until the 19th century. As with most works of historical fiction, the most outlandish bits are the true ones. Patsy did, indeed, want to be a nun, an ambition frustrated by her father. She did give suspicious testimony after the scandal at Bazaar Plantation. The colorful characters in that strange case are all drawn from history. The duels and threatened duels are all a matter of public record. Bankhead did beat his wife Anne at Monticello. He was set upon by Tom with a fire poker. He did stab Jefferson Randolph and live as a fugitive, even as the family sought to quiet matters, and Patsy mused on ways to let him finish himself off. Harriet and Beverly Hemings were permitted to run away from Monticello. Lafayette did, in fact, bow to Patsy Jefferson on that fateful day he escorted the king to Paris, and did also praise her publicly upon his return to America. Tom tormenting Patsy in her time of grief and instigating gravesite drama is a matter of record. And while we cannot know what Jefferson's daughter saw when she came upon her father the night of her mother's death, for she wrote that she dared not describe it, Jefferson's letters reveal that he was suicidal at this time. Pistols didn't seem a far stretch, and dovetailed nicely into the equally strange but true encounter he'd later have with a man who'd just blown off his head. As for Patsy's estrangement from her husband, it's impossible to know whether Tom beat her, but we know that he beat her children, and those same children said that she suffered from his sullen moods and angry fancies. It is our belief that his documented behavior fits the pattern of a classic abuser, so we adopted that interpretation and faithfully followed the chronological deterioration of their marriage, stemming largely from financial problems, alcohol, resentments, and possible mental illness. But we couldn't help but notice that Patsy's daughter Ellen mysteriously blamed the marital trouble, in part, upon Tom's hatred for Patsy's best friends. William Short might have been one of them. We confessed to a reckless disregard for the almanac and a certain ruthlessness in condensing our heroine's story. Patsy's life was a long and full one, shared with one of the most iconic men of all time, a man who wrote so many letters that we know where he was and what he was doing almost every day of his adult life. In fact, some of his biographers required several volumes to tell the tale. Entire books are dedicated to the flight from Monticello and the Paris years alone. And because Patsy's life was so tied up in her father's, it was a challenge to tell her story in the space of a novel. Extremely painful omissions had to be made. There simply wasn't enough room to explore all the fascinating people in Patsy's life, like the colorful Aunt Marks and the omnipresent Priscilla Hemings. Nor was there space for all the details of Patsy's political and family circumstances, or even all the important contemporary events she witnessed. Instead, we've combined or simplified events for maximum dramatic punch, and the astute reader might notice subtle changes in the timeline. For example, Jefferson's famous headache in Paris occurred in September before his departure. However, we posited it slightly earlier, in our desire to consolidate the maelstrom of emotional and revolutionary events in Paris during the summer of 1789. The Mary affair actually erupted in late 1803, but we moved it to accompany our heroine's documented comeback. The secret trip Jefferson made to Monticello to deal with the Walker scandal coincided with a secret letter he sent to his daughter in 1803. But because the possibility of a duel dragged out for another few years, we portrayed the whole thing at once in 1805. In short, where a shift in the chronology didn't fundamentally change the choices faced by the people involved, we erred on the side of brevity. And to give the reader a front-row seat, we've sparingly placed our protagonist and other characters where they might not have been. For example, Patsy seems not to have been at her mother's deathbed, though she describes the immediate aftermath in great detail. She and her sisters were inoculated from smallpox away from Monticello, and there's no documented evidence of Patsy attending a ball at Versailles. But during her 16th year, her father described himself as being at Versailles almost daily, and she was known to have danced with a member of the Polignac family, then in residence at Versailles, so it seemed a reasonable conclusion to draw. Another example is Susan, the slave that we describe as being sold on the block, who actually arranged for her own sale with the help of the Randolphs. However, since it prompted Patsy's embittered rant against the horrors of the auction she never actually described, we thought it proper to shift the date of the sale by a few months. Moreover, where a witness appears to have been in error, such as Overseer Bacon's account of how many children Jefferson's wife had, when she held up her fingers on her deathbed, we've simply corrected it. And what of the villains? Did Charles Bankhead beat his wife to the point it hastened her death? We don't know, but Jefferson feared for his granddaughter and took for granted that she would fall by his hands. What really happened at Bazaar? Again, we can't know, so we named a culprit that best fit our story. As for Monticello itself, we made a good-faith attempt to portray the architectural evolution with occasional diversions, such as painting the dining room chrome yellow slightly earlier than is likely. We were aided in these endeavors by our visits to Monticello, where we were struck by the fact that Patsy is buried not beside her husband, but at her father's feet. Jefferson is between them in death, as he was in life. In closing, There is no child or nation that is ever born without leaving scars. We have done our best to be forthright and fair about the injustices and hypocrisies of our founding fathers. We hope the balance struck is one that furthers understanding and creates more interest.